You're listening to Daily Story, your place for authentic moments and true encounters. This story was generously shared by one of our listeners. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. And now, let us begin. I dove inside, locking the doors with a frantic click, my breath hitching in my throat. The metallic thud of the locks echoed in the sudden silence of my car, a pathetic attempt at a shield against the predator I would just left. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip the steering wheel. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape, each beat a painful reminder of Marcus's chilling smile. I did not even dare to start the engine yet. My eyes, wide and darting, flew to the rearview mirror. He was still there, framed in the large cafe window, a dark silhouette against the warm glow of the interior. Marcus stood. His posture was relaxed, almost casual, one hand in his pocket. But his eyes, even from this distance, felt like they were burning into me, a silent, possessive gaze that promised more than just a next time. It promised an inevitability. The cool autumn air outside did nothing to cool the flush on my face or the icy dread coiling in my stomach. He simply watched, a patient hunter, observing his prey's frantic escape, knowing it was merely a temporary reprieve. Finally, with a jolt that sent a fresh wave of adrenaline through me, I twisted the key. The engine roared to life, a comforting, albeit loud, sound. I slammed the car into reverse, tires squealing as I peeled out of the parking spot, not even bothering to look if anyone was coming. All that mattered was putting distance between me and him. I glanced back one last time as I sped out onto the street. Marcus was gone from the window. The relief was instantaneous, a brief, fragile gasp of air before the suffocating fear returned. He was gone, but where? Was he coming after me? Was he already in his car, a dark shadow in my rearview mirror, ready to play his twisted game? The drive home was a blur of paranoia. Every car that pulled up behind me, every pair of headlights in my mirror, sent a fresh jolt of terror through my veins. Was it him? I gripped the wheel so tightly. My knuckles were white, my eyes constantly flicking from the road ahead to the mirror, then to the side windows, searching, always searching. I took a longer route, turning down side streets I rarely used, hoping to lose anyone who might be following. It was a futile gesture. I knew Marcus was not some random creep I could shake off with a few unexpected turns. He knew me. He knew where I lived. He knew about my cozy home. That phrase, "Your home, too." I imagine it is very cozy, replayed in my mind like a broken record, each word a hammer blow to my fragile sense of security. How did he know? My Tinder profile was vague, my social media locked down. I would have been so careful, but Marcus was not just careful. He was meticulous. He was predatory. And suddenly, all those little things, the things the police had dismissed as psychological terror or overactive imagination, clicked into place with horrifying clarity. It had started subtly, weeks ago. A faint, almost imperceptible metallic sweet scent in my living room when I came home from work, like old pennies and something sickly floral. I would dismiss it as a neighbor's air freshener or a weird draft. Then, the small shifts, a book on my nightstand, moved from vertical to horizontal. My favorite mug, which I would left in the sink, was on the drying rack, sparkling clean. I would chalked it up to my own forgetfulness, my tired mind playing tricks. "You are just stressed," I would told myself. Then came the sounds, faint creaks on the stairs when I was sure I was alone, a whisper of rustling leaves outside my window, even when there was no wind. The feeling of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck that would send shivers down my spine. I would started checking the locks obsessively, peering through curtains, convinced someone was out there. One morning, I found a single perfect rose petal on my kitchen counter. Not a whole rose, just one delicate crimson petal. It was not a flower I owned. It was not a flower that grew in my garden. It was just there. That was the first time I truly felt my blood run cold. That is when I called the police. They would listen patiently, kindly, almost patronizingly. "Madam, it sounds like you are experiencing some anxiety. We can't find any signs of forced entry. Nothing's been stolen. Perhaps you should speak to someone." They would imply I was losing my mind. And I, desperate for a rational explanation, had almost started to believe them. But now, sitting in my car, speeding towards a home that no longer felt safe, I knew it was not anxiety. It was Marcus. He had been there. He had been in my home. The metallic, sweet scent was his signature. The moved items, the sounds, the rose petal they were all calling cards, a slow, deliberate tightening of the noose, the way he was playing with me, tormenting me, and the date today was just a grand reveal. My street sign appeared in the headlights, and a fresh wave of dread washed over me. My house, usually a beacon of comfort, now loomed like a haunted mansion. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every branch swaying in the wind looked like a lurking figure. I pulled into my driveway, killing the engine, plunging the world into a terrifying silence broken only by the frantic thump of my own heart. I sat there for a long moment, gripping the steering wheel, peering through the darkness. The porch light was off. I always left it on. A small detail, but enough to send a fresh wave of panic through me. Did I forget, or did he turn it off? With shaking hands, I fumbled for my keys, my eyes scanning every inch of my house, the darkened windows, the bushes by the porch. Nothing. No movement, no shadows. Just the oppressive stillness of the night. I forced myself out of the car, the cool air biting at my exposed skin, and practically sprinted to the front door. My fingers trembled as I jammed the key into the lock, twisting it with a desperate urgency. The click of the bolt sounded deafening in the silence. I burst inside, slamming the door shut and locking it. With every available lock, the deadbolt, the chain, the knob lock, my back pressed against the wood, I stood there, panting, straining my ears. The house was utterly silent, too silent. The air felt heavy, stale, and yes, that faint, sickly sweet metallic scent was there, lingering, clinging to the fabric of my home. It was stronger now, undeniable. This was not my home anymore. It was his playground. I crept through the living room, flicking on lights as I went, banishing the shadows that seemed to writhe and stretch in the corners of my vision. The familiar furniture, the cozy blankets, the stacks of books, everything looked the same, yet felt utterly alien. My eyes darted everywhere, searching for anything out of place. The book on my nightstand, still horizontal, the mug, still on the drying rack. He had not just been here, he had been here before, establishing a pattern, making me doubt my sanity, setting the stage for this very moment. My phone vibrated in my pocket, making me jump. I pulled it out, my fingers fumbling. An unknown number. My breath hitched. I stared at it, my heart pounding, then pressed decline. Almost immediately, it rang again. And again. I silenced it, then blocked the number, but I knew it was futile. He had already found me. He knew my number. I needed to call someone, my best friend, Sarah. But what would I say? My Tinder date is a stalker who has been breaking into my house for weeks, and now he knows where I live, and I think he is still here. She would think I was having a breakdown. The police certainly had. I went into the kitchen, grabbing the biggest knife I could find, a long, heavy chef's knife. The cool steel in my hand was a small comfort, a tangible defense against the invisible threat. I checked every window, every lock, every nook and cranny, the back door, the basement door, even the small window in the bathroom. All locked, or so I thought. As I moved into the hallway leading to my bedroom, a glint of light caught my eye. My bedroom door was slightly ajar. I always closed it completely. Always. My stomach lurched. I gripped the knife tighter, my knuckles white. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible, a pathetic squeak. In the vast silence, no answer, only the sound of my own ragged breathing. I pushed the door open slowly with my foot, peering into the darkness. My room, my sanctuary, now a potential trap. I flicked on the light. Everything appeared normal. The bed was made, my clothes neatly folded, the blinds drawn. But then I saw it. On my pillow, resting perfectly in the center, was a single crimson rose, not just a petal this time, a full, vibrant, perfect rose, and tucked beneath its velvety petals, a small, cream-colored card. My blood ran cold. He was not just here. He had been here tonight. After I left for the date, while I was sitting across from him, trying to convince myself he was just a normal guy, he had been in my bed, leaving this twisted gift. My hand trembled as I picked up the card. It was thick, expensive paper. My name, scrawled in elegant, looping script, adorned the front. I flipped it open. "I told you it was cozy. I do hope you like the rose. It reminded me of your lips. Such a shame you ran off. We had so much more to discuss. Do not worry, darling. I am a patient man. We will pick this up soon. Very soon. You can't hide forever." The words swam before my eyes, a venomous promise. He was not just watching me from the cafe window. He had been playing a cruel game, timing his entry and exit, orchestrating this entire terror. He knew I would come home. He knew I would find it. My breath hitched. A silent scream caught in my throat. I dropped the card, the rose, the knife, everything, and stumbled back, hitting the wall with a thud. My eyes darted around the room, searching for him, convinced he was still here, hiding in the closet, under the bed, watching me react. Then, I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible creak from downstairs. He was still here. My heart leaped into my throat. The knife lay on the floor, forgotten. My mind screamed at me to run, but where? Out into the night, where he could easily catch me. I was trapped. Another sound. A floorboard groaning, closer this time from the living room. He was moving. He was coming up the stairs. Panic seized me, a cold, paralyzing grip. I needed to hide. The closet. No, too obvious. Under the bed. He would check there first. My eyes fell on the window. Second story, too high. The bathroom, small, but it had a lock, a flimsy lock, but a lock nonetheless. I scrambled on all fours, my legs like jelly, towards the bathroom door, pulling it shut behind me. The cheap lock clicked into place, offering little comfort. I leaned against the door, pressing my ear to the wood, straining to hear over the pounding of my own blood. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming up the stairs. 1, 2, 3. Each step a hammer blow against my sanity. They reached the top landing. They paused, right outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, my body rigid, every muscle tensed. I could hear him breathing. A low, steady sound, like a contented animal. The metallic, sweet scent was overpowering now, seeping under the door, filling the small bathroom. I gagged, tears streaming down my face. Then, a soft thump, like something being placed gently on the floor. Silence again. A heavy, terrifying silence that stretched on forever. I waited, terrified, for the door to burst open, for his chilling voice to speak. But nothing happened. Just the silence. Minutes ticked by, each one an eternity. My legs were cramping. My jaw ached from clenching my teeth. Was he gone? Was he waiting? Finally, with a desperate, silent prayer, I slowly turned the lock. I opened the door a crack, peering out. The bedroom was empty. The lights still on. The rose still on the pillow. The card on the floor, but on the carpet, directly outside the bathroom door, was another item. A small, framed photograph. It was a picture of me, taken years ago, at my college graduation. I had not seen it in years. It was tucked away in a box in my attic. And underneath the photo, neatly laid out, was a single razor-sharp barber's blade, gleaming wickedly under the light. My stomach churned. He had not just been in my house. He had been in my attic. He had been through my most personal belongings, and this blade, it was a message, a threat, a promise of what he was capable of. I slammed the bathroom door shut again, the sound echoing in the silent house. My mind raced, shards of panic piercing through my thoughts. He was still here. He had to be. This was another one of his games, making me think he was gone, just to reveal another piece of his twisted puzzle. My phone. I had to call someone. I fumbled in my pocket, pulling it out. My fingers, slick with sweat, struggled to unlock it. I needed 911. I needed help. But as I looked at the screen, a new text message popped up from an unknown number. Did you find my little gift? I thought it was a lovely touch. Do not worry, darling. I am just getting started. I have so many more surprises for you. I told you I am patient. And now, I think it is time for me to go. For now, but I will be back. I always come back. My breath hitched. He was not here. He was outside. Watching. He had sent that message the moment he left. He was playing with me, tormenting me, reveling in my terror. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, the screen cracking. I slid down the bathroom door, collapsing into a heap, my face buried in my knees, sobbing uncontrollably. The house was silent again, but the silence was no longer comforting. It was oppressive, heavy, filled with the lingering scent of old pennies and sickly sweet flowers. I was alone, and he was out there. He knew everything about me. He had violated my home, my sanctuary, my very sense of self, and he was not done. The night stretched before me, an endless abyss of terror. I did not know our day brings us to another moment. My foot hit the gas pedal like a shockwave. The Honda Civic lurched forward, tires screaming in protest against the asphalt. The force pinned me back against the seat, but I barely registered it. All I could feel was the icy grip of terror, a primal scream caught in my throat. Mark's face, illuminated by the lurid neon sign of the restaurant, was still burned into my vision. That slow, predatory smile, the glint of my spare key, pressed against the glass, right over my heart. The car shot out of the parking lot, a blur of motion. I did not care about speed limits, about traffic, about anything, but putting as much distance as humanly possible between me and him. My hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel, my knuckles aching. Every mirror check was a new wave of panic, my eyes darting, searching for any sign of his car, any headlights that seemed to follow too closely. The streetlights blurred into streaks of sickly yellow and orange, reflecting off the damp road like shattered glass. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure adrenaline. It was not just the fear of him physically hurting me in that moment. It was the chilling realization of what he knew. He knew my car. He knew my secret hiding spot. He knew my name. And with that spare key, he knew where I lived, and he could get in. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me, a cold dread that settled deep in my bones. My apartment, my sanctuary, was compromised. It was no longer safe. I drove aimlessly for a few minutes, the sheer panic overriding any rational thought. Where could I go? Not home, definitely not home. My mind raced, trying to find a safe harbor in this storm of terror. My best friend, Chloe. She lived across town, in a small house with her 2 cats. It was not perfect, but it was better than facing the unknown alone. My phone buzzed in the cup holder, making me jump. I glanced down, my breath catching in my throat. It was a text message from Mark. My stomach plummeted. How? I had not even given him my number. Oh, right. Tinder. My profile probably had it, or he would have been creepy enough to dig it up from somewhere else. My thumb trembled as I tapped open the message. You left in such a hurry. Sarah. Is everything okay? A cold, sarcastic politeness that was more terrifying than any threat. He was toying with me. He knew exactly why I would left in a hurry. He knew everything. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, but I could not bring myself to reply. What could I even say? Yes, everything's fine. Just realized you are a deranged stalker who stole my spare key. No. Silence was my only weapon right now. I shoved the phone back into the cup holder, my eyes glued to the road, and my rearview mirror. The paranoia was a physical weight, pressing down on me. Every car behind me felt like his. Every shadow seemed to shift, to watch. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I pulled into Chloe's driveway. The exterior lights were off, but a soft glow emanated from her living room window. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost made me weak. I killed the engine, but did not immediately get out. I just sat there, clutching the steering wheel, taking shaky breaths, trying to quiet the frantic pounding of my heart. The cold plastic of the steering wheel was still my only anchor. After a moment, I forced myself to move. My legs felt like jelly as I stumbled out of the car, slamming the door shut. I practically ran to Chloe's front door, fumbling with the doorbell, pressing it repeatedly. Chloe, bless her heart, opened the door, her face a mix of sleepy confusion and concern. She was wearing oversized sweatpants and a band t-shirt, her hair a wild mess. Sarah, what are you doing here? It is almost midnight. I burst into tears, the dam finally breaking. Chloe, I choked out, my voice raw with terror. He is crazy. He is absolutely insane. Chloe's eyes widened and she immediately pulled me inside, wrapping me in a tight hug. Whoa, slow down. What happened? Who is crazy? She led me to her couch, pushing a purring tabby cat off a cushion. I sat down, still shaking, and tried to explain, the words tumbling out in a frantic rush. I told her about the Tinder date, how it started okay but quickly turned weird. His overly possessive grip, his too-wide smile, the questions about living alone. I recounted the chilling comment about seeing my Honda Civic in the parking lot, even though I had not told him what I drove. And then, the terrifying climax in the parking lot, his face in the neon glow, the heart traced on the foggy window, the pink bracelet on the ground, and finally, the spare key. Chloe listened intently, her face growing paler with each detail. When I finished, she just stared at me, her mouth slightly agape. He took your spare key, the one from under your bumper. I nodded, tears still streaming down my face. He knew exactly where it was. He jingled it. Chloe. He pressed it against my window and said, "Do not want you getting stuck outside your own place, do we? He knows where I live. He can get in." My voice cracked on the last words. Chloe gasped, wrapping her arms around me again, this time with a fierce protectiveness. Oh my God. Sarah, that is absolutely terrifying. We need to call the police. I know, I whispered, pulling away and wiping my eyes. But what do I even tell them? My Tinder date is creepy and knows where I live. They probably won't do anything until he actually does something. He stole your key. That is something, Chloe insisted, already dialing on her phone. She was right. It was something. But as she spoke to the dispatcher, explaining the situation, I could hear the hesitation in the operator's voice. They took down the details. Mark's name, the Tinder profile, the car description. They promised to send a patrol car to my apartment to check on the property and advise me to stay somewhere else for the night. They also told me to change my locks as soon as possible. Without any direct threats or physical assault, madam. Our hands are a bit tied. The officer on the phone eventually told Chloe, "We will file a report, but for now, it is mostly precautionary." My heart sank. Just as I would feared, I was on my own. Chloe hung up, her face etched with frustration. "They are useless," she muttered, running a hand through her messy hair. "But at least they will check your place. And you are staying here?" "Absolutely. We will figure out what to do tomorrow." I nodded, grateful for her unwavering support. But even in the relative safety of Chloe's home, the fear gnawed at me. The image of Mark's smile, the cold metal of the key, it was seared into my mind. I could not shake the feeling that he was not done, that this was just the beginning. I tried to sleep on Chloe's couch, but every creak of the old house, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My phone, which I would placed on the coffee table, buzzed again around 3 a.m. I froze, my eyes darting to the screen. It was Mark, another text. "Did not see your car in your usual spot. Sarah, hope you are not out driving alone this late. It is dangerous." My blood ran cold. He knew where I lived, and he knew where I parked. He had gone to my apartment. He had checked, and he was letting me know, in no uncertain terms, that he knew I was not there. It was a clear message. "I know where you are, even when you try to hide." I gripped my phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. He was not just a creepy date. He was a full-blown stalker. The police had not been able to help, and now I knew for sure that my home had been visited. The next morning, after a restless night, Chloe and I made a plan. I had to go back to my apartment. Not to stay, but to change the locks, grab some clothes, and gather important documents. Chloe insisted on coming with me, and I was immensely grateful. I did not want to face that empty apartment alone. The drive to my place was tense. Every car that passed, every person we saw, felt like a potential threat. My hands were clammy on the steering wheel, and I kept checking the rearview mirror, even though Chloe was in the passenger seat, offering a small sense of security. When we pulled onto my street, my heart started to pound again. Everything looked normal. The familiar row of houses, the neatly trimmed lawns. But to me, it felt different. Tainted. I pulled into my driveway, the same spot Mark had mentioned in his text. My car was not there last night, but it was now a small, defiant act. As we approached my front door, I noticed something immediately. The small potted plant that usually sat on my porch step was knocked over. Soil spilled across the concrete. It was a minor detail, something easily dismissed as an accident, but my gut told me otherwise. I distinctly remembered placing it carefully before I left for the date. Chloe saw it too. That was not like that yesterday. "Was it?" she asked, her voice low. I shook my head, my mouth dry. "No, definitely not." My hand trembled as I inserted my key into the lock. The old, familiar click sounded deafening in the sudden silence. I pushed the door open slowly. Chloe right behind me, her hand resting protectively on my shoulder. The apartment was quiet. Too quiet. The air felt heavy, oppressive, as if someone had just left. My eyes darted around the living room. Everything appeared to be in its place. The couch, the coffee table, the bookshelf. Nothing seemed disturbed. A wave of relief, fleeting and fragile, washed over me. Maybe he had not actually entered. Maybe he just knocked over the plant out of frustration when he realized I was not home. "See," Chloe whispered. Maybe he just messed with the plant. But then, my gaze fell upon my coffee table. My favorite mug, a chipped ceramic one with a cartoon cat, was sitting there, and inside it, a single, pristine white rose. My breath hitched. I had not left a rose there. I had not left any rose there. "Chloe," I croaked, pointing a trembling finger. Chloe followed my gaze, and her eyes widened in horror. "Oh my God. Sarah." The rose was not just sitting in the mug. It was impaled on a small, silver spike that had been placed inside the mug, holding it upright. It was a deliberate, disturbing display, and nestled at the base of the rose, peeking out from behind its petals, was a small, crudely drawn heart identical to the one Mark had traced on my car window. He had been in my apartment. He had used the spare key. The realization hit me like a physical blow. My sanctuary, my home, had been violated. He had been here, in my space, while I was huddled in terror at Chloe's. He had walked through my rooms, touched my things, and left this chilling calling card. A cold shiver ran down my spine, more intense than any fear I would felt before. This was not just about a creepy date anymore. This was about a predator who was systematically invading my life, my privacy, my sense of safety. "We need to get out of here," I whispered, backing away slowly. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every mundane object now felt sinister. I imagined him standing there, watching me, his predatory smile spreading as he carefully placed the rose. Chloe grabbed my arm, her face pale. "Yeah, let us go. We will call the police again from my place." This is proof. But as we turned to leave, my eyes caught something else. On my kitchen counter, next to the fruit bowl, was a small rectangular piece of paper. It had not been there when I left for the date. I cautiously approached it, my heart hammering. It was a printout, a photo of me. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, of me walking my dog in the park last week. I recognized the path, the specific tree. It was not a photo I would ever post it online. It was a photo someone had taken of me, and underneath the photo, in the same neat, chilling handwriting as Mark's texts, was a single sentence: "You look so lovely when you are happy. Sarah, I like watching you." My blood ran cold. He had not just found me on Tinder, he had been watching me for a while. He knew my routine. He knew my dog. The Tinder date was not the beginning, it was just his way of making contact, of moving from the shadows into my life. "Chloe." I breathed, my voice barely a whisper. He has been watching me. For weeks. Maybe months. Chloe looked at the photo, then at the rose, then at me, her eyes wide with fear. "Sarah, this is way beyond creepy. This is serious. We need to leave. Now." We stumbled out of the apartment, locking the door behind us, though it felt utterly useless now. The whole concept of a locked door felt like a cruel joke. He had a key. He had been in. He knew everything. Back in the car, I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking too much to dial. Chloe took it from me and called the police again, her voice tight with anger and fear as she explained the new evidence. This time, they sounded more urgent. They promised an officer would meet us at Chloe's house. But even with the promise of police intervention, the terror did not subside. It intensified, because now I knew Mark was not just a random bad date. He was a meticulous, patient stalker who had chosen me, observed me, and then orchestrated a chance encounter. We sped back to Chloe's, the silence in the car thick with unspoken dread. Every corner we turned, every car we passed, I expected to see Mark's face, his sinister smile. I knew he was out there. I knew he was watching. As we pulled into Chloe's driveway, my phone buzzed again. Another text. From Mark: "It is a shame you did not like the rose. Sarah, I picked it just for you. Do not worry. I will find another way to show you how much I care." He knew we had been there. He knew we had seen the rose. He was still watching. A scream tore from my throat. He knows we were there. He is watching us. Chloe looked around frantically, her eyes scanning the street, the houses, the trees. Where is he? But there was no one. No car, no figure lurking in the shadows. Just the quiet, ordinary suburban street. And that was the most terrifying part of all. He was a ghost, a phantom, always present but never seen. always a step ahead. The police arrived about 20 minutes later. They took photos of the text messages, the photo, and the description of the rose. They promised to send a forensics team to my apartment, but it felt like too little, too late. The officer, a kind-faced woman named Detective Miller, looked at me with genuine concern. "Imps. Hayes, this is indeed very serious. We will issue an alert for Mr. Davies. We advise you to stay with your friend, keep your phone with you, and do not, under any circumstances, return to your apartment alone." "What about a restraining order?" Chloe asked, her voice firm. "We can pursue one, but it takes time," Detective Miller explained. "And unfortunately, sometimes they only escalate the situation with individuals like this." I felt a profound sense of helplessness. The legal system, designed to protect, felt like a slow, cumbersome machine against a relentless, invisible threat. That night, I could not sleep at all. Chloe stayed up with me, trying to distract me with movies and conversation, while my mind kept replaying the events, piecing together the terrifying puzzle of Mark's obsession. The next few days were a blur of fear and paranoia. I did not leave Chloe's house. Every knock on the door, every unfamiliar car on the street, sent me into a panic. Chloe was a rock, but I could see the strain on her face, too. Then, 4 days after the incident in my apartment, something else happened. Chloe and I were in her living room, watching a movie, when her cat, Mittens, started acting strangely. Mittens was usually a placid, affectionate cat, but she suddenly arched her back, her fur bristling, and hissed at the front door. Her ears were flattened, and her tail bushed out like a bottle brush. "What is wrong with her?" Chloe asked, confused. Before I could answer, the doorbell rang. My blood froze. We had not ordered anything. No one was expecting us. Chloe looked at me, her eyes wide. "Do not answer it," I whispered, my voice trembling. The doorbell rang again, a long, insistent buzz. Then, a voice, a man's voice. "Chloe." "It is Mark. Sarah mentioned you lived here. Just wanted to make sure she was okay." It was him. He had found me. Again, Chloe looked at me, a silent question in her eyes. I shook my head frantically. "He knows my name now, too." Chloe mouthed, her face ashen. The voice outside continued, calm and chillingly polite. "Sarah, I know you are in there. Just want to talk. I am worried about you." Mittens was still hissing, pacing back and forth in front of the door, a low growl rumbling in her chest. Chloe grabbed her phone and silently dialed 911, putting it on speaker and holding it close to her ear. 911, what is your emergency?" a calm voice asked. "There is a man outside my house. He is stalking my friend, Sarah Hayes," Chloe whispered into the phone, her voice barely audible. "He knows we are here. His name is Mark Davies." Outside, Mark's voice took on a slightly more insistent tone. "Sarah, you do not have to be afraid. I just want to explain. I care about you." We heard a faint sound from the other side of the door, a soft, scraping noise. My eyes darted to the peephole, but I was too terrified to look. "He is trying to look through the mail slot," Chloe whispered, her eyes fixed on the door. The 911 operator was asking for Chloe's address, reassuring her that officers were being dispatched. Then, Mark's voice, closer this time, just on the other side of the thin wood of the door. "You know, Sarah, I still have your spare key. It is a shame you changed the locks on your apartment. But I am a resourceful guy." My heart leaped into my throat. He was telling me he had the key to my old apartment. He was making it clear he knew I would change the locks. He was taunting me. Then, a new sound. A soft, rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It sounded like someone was tapping on the door. But it was not a finger tap. It was heavier. Chloe looked at the peephole, her face draining of all color. "Sarah," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "He has got a hammer. My blood ran cold. A hammer. He was not just trying to talk anymore. Police are on their way, madam. Stay calm. The 911 operator's voice crackled from Chloe's phone. The thump, thump, thump grew louder, more insistent. The wood of the door started to splinter around the peephole. He was trying to break in. "We need to go," I screamed, grabbing Chloe's arm. We ran through the house, out the back door, and into Chloe's small, overgrown yard. The night air was cold against my face, but I barely felt it. All I could hear was the frantic pounding of my heart and the distant, echoing thump, thump, thump from the front of the house. We scrambled over Chloe's back fence, tearing our clothes, scraping our skin. We landed in the neighbor's yard, then ran across their lawn, through another fence, and into the next street over. We did not stop running until we were several blocks away, hidden in the shadows behind a row of parked cars. Panting, gasping for breath, we huddled together. Listening, we heard the distant wail of sirens, growing closer. A fleeting wave of relief, quickly replaced by the lingering, sickening dread. The police arrested Mark that night. He was found still at Chloe's front door, the hammer in his hand, the door badly damaged. The rose, the photo, the text messages, and the damage to the door were enough. He was charged with stalking, attempted breaking and entering, and criminal damage. It should have been over. But it was not. The fear, the paranoia, the feeling of being watched, it never truly left me. I had to move, completely uprooting my life. I sold my apartment, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I even changed my appearance, hoping to erase any trace of the person Mark had fixated on. Chloe also had to change her locks and reinforce her security. Mark was sentenced to a few years in prison, but the knowledge that he would eventually get out, that he would be free again, haunted me. Every time I swiped on a dating app, every time I met someone new, a cold shiver would run down my spine. The world suddenly felt like a much more dangerous place, filled with hidden threats and smiling faces that could mask the darkest intentions. The memory of his predatory smile, the glint of my spare key, and the chilling words, "Do not want you getting stuck outside your own place, do we?" They were etched into my mind forever. And sometimes, late at night, when the house was quiet, I still felt it. That cold, creeping sensation of being watched. Because even though he was locked away, I knew, deep down, that Mark was still out there, in the shadows of my mind, waiting. And I knew that my life, my sense of safety, would never truly be my own again. The next story flows in. Naturally, the click of the bolt was deafening, echoing in the sudden, suffocating silence of my hallway. I leaned against the door, my chest heaving, the cold metal of the lock digging into my back. My house, my supposedly safe haven, but the air inside felt wrong. It was heavy, like a blanket soaked in dread. And then the smell hit me. That faint, metallic sweetness, like cheap cologne mixed with something else, something cloying and sickly. It was the scent I would dismiss for weeks. The one the police had laughed off. The one that now screamed he was here. He is here. My eyes darted around the dim hallway, the shadows stretching long and distorted in the weak light filtering from the street lamp outside. Every nerve in my body was screaming at me. I could feel the prickle on my skin, the same unsettling sensation that had haunted me for weeks, the feeling of being watched, of not being alone. My breath hitched. It was gone from the cafe window, yes, but he had not just vanished. He was a predator, and I was his prey. And now, I was trapped in my own home, the very place he would promised was cozy. How did I get here? How did he get here? It all started with a swipe. A casual, thoughtless swipe on a dating app that felt so harmless, so normal. Tinder. I had been on it for a few months, mostly just swiping through profiles, occasionally going on a forgettable coffee date. Then Marcus popped up. His profile picture was professional, almost sterile. A clean-cut guy in a suit. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. His bio was short, witty, and seemed to hint at a deeper, more intellectual side. He looked safe. Normal. We matched. His first message was charming, witty, and surprisingly insightful, referencing something obscure on my profile that most people missed. I was impressed. We exchanged a few messages, and he suggested coffee. The cafe he picked was just a few blocks from my apartment, a quiet, unassuming place I actually frequented. I remember thinking, what a coincidence. When I walked in, he was already there, sitting at a small table in the corner, nursing a black coffee. He stood when he saw me, a polite, old-fashioned gesture. He was taller than I expected, with dark, intense eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. He had that same faint smirk from his profile picture. "Sarah, right?" he said, his voice a low rumble. "Marcus, glad you could make it." The conversation flowed easily at first. He asked about my work, my hobbies, my dreams. He seemed genuinely interested, not just waiting for his turn to talk. He laughed at my jokes, and his eyes never left mine. It was intense. A little too intense? But I chalked it up to him being genuinely engaged. Then he said it. "You always get the caramel macchiato, do not you?" "Extra drizzle." He gestured to the barista who was just handing me my usual order. I blinked. "How did you know that?" I laughed, a nervous little sound. "Did you stalk my social media or something?" He just smiled. Not a warm smile, but a slow, deliberate one that did not quite reach his eyes. His gaze felt like a physical touch, tracing my features. Just an educated guess. "You strike me as a creature of habit. And it is your favorite, is not it?" It was my favorite, but I would never post it about it. I had not told him. A chill snaked down my spine, but I tried to ignore it. Coincidence? I told myself, maybe he just saw me here before. The conversation continued, but a subtle shift had occurred. My guard was up. Every question he asked, every observation he made, felt like an invasion. He mentioned my love for true crime podcasts, something I would only vaguely put in my Tinder bio. He knew I would recently adopted my cat, Mittens, even though I'd only told one friend that week. Then, as we were wrapping up, he leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "So, your place, I imagine it is very cozy." My heart hammered against my ribs. I had not mentioned where I lived, not even the neighborhood. I certainly had not described it. "What makes you say that?" I managed, my voice thin. His smirk widened, that chilling, possessive look in his dark eyes. "Just a feeling. I can tell you, like comfort, a warm, safe place to retreat to after a long day." He paused, then added, "It would suit you." I made my excuses quickly after that, feigning a sudden appointment. He walked me to my car, his hand lingering on my arm a little too long. "I will text you," he said, his voice a promise, not a question. And he did, immediately, and then again, and again. The text started innocently enough, checking if I got home, okay? Then they became more frequent, more detailed. He would reference things I would done that day that I had not told him about. "Hope your presentation went well." He would text, even though I had not mentioned it was today. Or, "Saw you picked up groceries. Did you get that fancy oat milk you like?" I started to feel a knot of dread tighten in my stomach. I tried to pull away. I did not respond as quickly. I made excuses to avoid a second date. But he was persistent. And then, he started showing up. First, it was a chance encounter at my usual coffee shop. Then, outside my gym. Then, near my office building. Each time, he would offer that same chilling smile. Those intense, dark eyes. What a coincidence, running into you again? "Sarah." My anxiety became a constant companion. I started looking over my shoulder, checking my rearview mirror obsessively. The feeling of being watched intensified. It was not just a feeling anymore. It was a certainty. Then the small things started happening at home. The things I would dismiss as my imagination, as stress, as paranoia, when I would timidly mention them to a friend, and later to the police. The faint, metallic, sweet scent in my living room. I would walk in after work, and for a split second, I would catch it, like cheap, sickly sweet cologne. I would open windows, light candles, convinced I was just imagining it. Books moved. My collection of first editions, meticulously arranged by author and color, would sometimes be subtly out of place. A book I knew I had not touched in weeks would be slightly ajar or on a different shelf. I would blame mittens or my own forgetfulness. My clean mug, I always had a specific mug for my morning tea. I would wash it, dry it, and place it upside down on the drying rack. But sometimes I would find it right side up or even in a different spot on the counter. Once, I swear I found a faint lip print on it that was not mine. I scrubbed it until my fingers ached, convinced I was losing my mind. Faint creaks on the stairs. At night, when the house was quiet, I would hear them, not the usual settling sounds of an old house, but distinct, deliberate creaks, like someone was shifting their weight, moving slowly. I would freeze, heart pounding, straining to hear more. But then, silence. Just the pounding of my own blood in my ears. And then, the crimson rose petal. I found it on my pillow one morning. A single, perfect, deep red petal, lying stark against the white fabric. It was not from any flowers I had in the house. It was too perfect, too vibrant. I stared at it, a cold dread seeping into my bones. This was not coincidence. This was not my imagination. This was a message, a calling card. I called the police. I laid out everything. The texts, the coincidences, the moved objects, the creaks, the pedal. They listened patiently, almost too patiently. The officer, a kind-faced woman with tired eyes, nodded along, but her expression was pitying. "Imps." "Hayes," she said gently, "we understand this is unsettling, but without any direct threats or forced entry or tangible evidence, it sounds like you are experiencing some anxiety, perhaps a restraining order if he continues to contact you, but we can't really investigate someone for moving a book or leaving a flower petal." I left the station feeling more alone, more exposed than ever. They thought I was crazy. Marcus had won. He was tightening the noose, slowly, deliberately, and there was nothing I could do. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I double-checked my locks, bought a door wedge, even started sleeping with a heavy flashlight beside my bed. But the feeling of being watched never left. It was a constant, suffocating presence. Then, yesterday, I saw him at the cafe, not my usual one, but a different one across town, where I had gone specifically to avoid him. I was meeting a friend, hoping for a moment of normalcy, but as I glanced up from my coffee, I saw him, Marcus, sitting alone at a window table, staring directly at me. His eyes held that same chilling intensity, that possessive gaze, and on his lips, that slow, deliberate smirk. It was not a smile of greeting. It was a promise, not just the next time, but an inevitability. He knew where I was. He always knew. Panic seized me. I mumbled an excuse to my friend, grabbed my bag, and fled. I slammed the car door shut. The frantic click of the locks, a pathetic echo against the predator. I would just fled. My hands shook violently. My heart a trapped bird, each beat a painful reminder of Marcus's chilling smile. He was still there, framed in the cafe window, a dark silhouette, his possessive gaze promising not just the next time, but an inevitability. The engine roared to life, a desperate escape. But relief was fleeting. He was gone from the window, but where was he? Already in his car, a dark shadow in my rearview mirror. The drive home was a blur of paranoia. Every headlight, every car behind me, sent terror jolting through my veins. Marcus knew me. He knew my cozy home. His words. "Your home, too." I imagine it is very cozy, hammered in my mind, shattering my fragile security. How did he know? Then, horrifying clarity struck. All those dismissed anxieties, the faint, metallic, sweet scent in my living room, books moved, my clean mug, faint creaks on the stairs, the prickling feeling of being watched, the single crimson rose petal, they were not my imagination. The police had dismissed them, implying I was losing my mind, but now I knew it was Marcus. He had been there, in my home. The small shifts, the sounds, the petal, his calling cards, a slow, deliberate tightening of the noose. My street sign appeared, my house a looming shadow. The porch light was off. I always left it on. Did I forget, or did he turn it off? Trembling, I fumbled for keys, my eyes darting, scanning the darkness. No movement, just oppressive stillness. Sprinting to the door, the key jammed, the click of the bolt deafening. And now I was here, leaning against the locked door, the cheap, sweet scent filling my lungs. The house was silent, too silent. My own breathing sounded like a roar in my ears. Marcus, I whispered, my voice barely a tremor. The sound was swallowed by the oppressive quiet. I pushed myself off the door, my legs shaky, and reached for the light switch. The hallway flooded with a warm yellow glow. Nothing. Empty, but the smell was stronger here, near the living room. I walked slowly, deliberately, my eyes scanning every shadow, every corner. The living room, my sanctuary. The cushions on the couch were perfectly plumped, the throw blanket neatly folded. But then I saw it, on the coffee table. A small silver frame. It was not mine. Inside was a picture of me, a picture taken from afar. Candid, unaware, I was laughing, walking mittens in the park, my hair flying in the wind. A moment of pure joy, now tainted by his intrusive gaze. My stomach churned. He had not just been here, he would made himself at home. He would left a monument to his obsession. I backed away, my eyes wide with terror. This was not just stalking anymore. This was a violation, a complete obliteration of my privacy. I needed to get out. I needed to call someone. My phone was in my hand, but my fingers were frozen. I could not move. I could not breathe. Then I heard it, a faint creak from upstairs. My blood ran cold. He was here. He was still here. I scrambled backwards, bumping into the wall, my gaze fixed on the staircase. The shadows at the top of the stairs seemed to deepen, to coalesce. I could feel his eyes on me. I knew it. That prickling sensation was back, intense, overwhelming. Marcus, I whispered again, my voice trembling, barely audible. Get out. Get out of my house. A soft chuckle echoed from the darkness at the top of the stairs. It was low, guttural, sending shivers down my spine. Then, a voice, his voice, calm, even, almost affectionate. Now, Sarah, is that any way to greet your guest? A figure emerged from the shadows. Tall, dark, silhouetted against the faint light from the upstairs window. It was him, Marcus, who was wearing dark clothes, almost blending into the night. His eyes, even from this distance, glinted with an unholy light. In his hand, he held something crimson. He began to descend the stairs, slowly, one deliberate step at a time. Each creak of the old wood was a hammer blow to my chest. I told you it was cozy, he said, his voice closer now, carrying a chilling intimacy, much cozier than I imagined. You really know how to make a place feel like home. He reached the bottom step and stopped, just a few feet from me. He held out his hand. In it, he held a single, perfect crimson rose. He plucked a petal from it, letting it flutter to the floor between us. I brought you these, he said, his gaze unwavering, that faint possessive smirk on his lips. For your bedroom. I thought they would look lovely on your pillow. My mind raced. Bedroom? Pillow. He would been in my bedroom. He would been in my bed. How did you get in? I stammered, my voice barely a croak. He chuckled again. a sound that made my skin crawl. "Oh, Sarah, you are so trusting. That spare key under the gnome in your garden. A classic. Took me all of 2 minutes." He paused, then added, "Though, I did enjoy picking your back door lock a few weeks ago. Just to see if I still had the touch." He had been here for weeks. Not just today, weeks. All those anxieties, all those dismissed feelings, they were real. He had been living in the shadows of my home, a ghost, a predator. Slowly tightening his grip. "What do you want?" I asked, tears stinging my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. I would not give him the satisfaction. "Want?" He tilted his head, his dark eyes studying me, as if I were a fascinating specimen. "I want you, Sarah. I want our cozy home." He took another step towards me. "We are meant to be, you and I. I knew it the moment I saw your profile. I knew it when I saw you in the cafe, getting your caramel macchiato. I know everything about you." My gaze flickered to the door. Escape. It was my only option. He followed my gaze, his smirk widening. No running this time. "Sarah, we are home now. Together." He lunged. Instinct took over. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat, and darted to the side, narrowly avoiding his outstretched hand. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt. My fingers were shaking so violently I could not get a grip. "Do not make this difficult." "Sarah," he said, his voice losing its calm veneer, a low growl replacing it. "I just want to talk, to explain." He was behind me, his breath hot on my neck. I could feel his presence, suffocating, terrifying. I twisted the lock, but it would not budge. He grabbed my shoulder, his grip like iron. I screamed again, kicking back with all my might. My heel connected with something soft, and he grunted, loosening his grip for a split second. It was all I needed. I tore free, wrenching the deadbolt open and flung the door wide. The cool night air hit my face, a shocking reprieve. I burst out onto the porch, gasping for breath, my eyes darting frantically for any sign of life, any light. Nothing. My street was eerily silent, bathed in the pale glow of the street lamp. "Sarah!" he roared from behind me, his voice no longer calm but filled with a furious rage. I did not look back. I sprinted off the porch, down the lawn, and onto the street, my bare feet slapping against the cold asphalt. I ran without a destination, just away. Away from him, away from the house that was no longer mine. I could hear his footsteps behind me, heavy and relentless. He was faster. He was stronger. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I did not know how long I ran. It felt like an eternity. The world blurred around me, a kaleidoscope of dark houses and looming trees. I heard a car approaching, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Hope surged through me. I ran into the middle of the street, waving my arms wildly, screaming, "Help me! Please! He is after me." The car slowed, then stopped. A woman's face, etched with concern, peered out of the window. Before she could react, Marcus was there. He grabbed me from behind, his hand clamped over my mouth, pulling me back into the shadows. "It is okay, officer," he said, his voice surprisingly calm, almost apologetic. He had changed his tone again. "A chameleon. My girlfriend and I just had a little spat." She gets a bit dramatic. The woman in the car looked at me, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. My eyes pleaded with her, silently screaming for help. I bit down hard on Marcus's hand, tasting blood. He let out a sharp hiss, but did not release me. "See," he said, forcing a strained laugh. "Just a little misunderstanding. We are fine. Go on." The woman hesitated for a moment, her gaze flicking between my frantic eyes and Marcus's seemingly reassuring, if somewhat strained, smile. Then, with a hesitant nod, she slowly drove away. My heart shattered. She had left me. She had believed him. Marcus dragged me back towards my house, his grip brutal. "You should not have done that." "Sarah?" he snarled, his voice now a low, venomous whisper in my ear. "You made me look bad. And now we have to finish our conversation. Inside." He pulled me up the porch steps, back to the door I had so desperately fled. The porch light was still off. The darkness felt absolute. He fumbled with the key in his pocket, the spare key, the one under the gnome, the one that had betrayed me. The lock clicked. The door opened. He pushed me inside, and the metallic, sweet scent enveloped me once more, thicker now, more suffocating. The house was a tomb. My tomb. He closed the door behind us, the click of the bolt echoing, deafening. This time, there was no escape. This time, I was truly home, with Marcus, and as he turned to face me, his eyes gleaming in the darkness, I knew that his promise of inevitability had finally arrived. Here comes the next voice in our lineup. The world tilted. The clatter of coffee cups, the murmur of conversations, the soft jazz playing overhead, it all blurred into a distant hum. My smile, which moments ago had felt genuine, was now a rigid mask, plastered to my face by sheer terror. Marcus, across the small, round table, was still sipping his latte, his eyes, a startling shade of blue, fixed on mine. "You are quiet all of a sudden," he said, his voice smooth, almost concerned. Did I say something wrong? The question hung in the air, a cruel, mocking echo of my own panicked thoughts. Did he know? Was this a game? My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird, desperate to escape. My hands, resting on the table, felt clammy and cold. Despite the warmth of the coffee shop, I wanted to scream, to push back my chair and bolt, but my limbs felt like lead. The sheer audacity of it. The chilling precision of his words, "Your home, too." I imagine it is very. Cozy had ripped through my carefully constructed facade of normalcy. He was not just him, he was toying with me. No. I managed the word a thin whisper, barely audible above the cafe noise. I cleared my throat, trying to regain some semblance of composure, some flicker of the woman who had dared to hope for a normal date. No, not at all. Just thinking. "It has been a long week." He smiled, a slow, knowing curve of his lips that sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. I understand completely. Life can be demanding. His gaze lingered on my face, those blue eyes seeming to bore right through me, peeling back layers of skin and bone to see the fear trembling beneath. It felt predatory, like a wolf observing a cornered rabbit. My mind raced, a frantic kaleidoscope of worst-case scenarios. If I confronted him, what would happen? He was bigger, stronger. We were in a public place, yes, but what if he denied it? What if he laughed it off, made me out to be crazy? The police had already dismissed my fears once. They would call it an unusual case, a psychological terror. Now here he was, the source of that terror, sitting across from me, sipping his coffee, as if we were two strangers on a perfectly normal first date. I needed to get out. Now, I suddenly feel a little unwell. I stammered, clutching my stomach for effect, hoping my acting was convincing enough to mask the very real nausea churning in my gut. Must have been something I ate this morning. Marcus's smile did not falter, but a subtle shift in his eyes, a glint, made me doubt my performance. "Oh dear, I am sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do? Perhaps I could walk you to your car?" The offer, seemingly polite, felt like a noose tightening around my neck. Walk me to my car, that was the last thing I wanted. I needed distance, open air, a clear escape route. No, thank you," I said, pushing my chair back, the scrape of it on the tiled floor sounding deafeningly loud in my ears. I think I need to get home. Lie down. I fumbled for my purse, my hands shaking as I pulled out my wallet. "Let me get my half of the bill." He waved a dismissive hand. "Nonsense. My treat, please, just take care of yourself." He stood up and my breath hitched. He was taller than I remembered from his profile pictures. Broader, too. He moved with an unsettling grace, effortlessly stepping around the table, blocking my immediate path to the exit. "Are you sure you would not like me to walk you out?" he asked again, his voice softer this time, almost a whisper. It was a question, but it felt like a command. His hand, warm and firm, settled on my arm just above the elbow. It was not a tight grip, but it was enough to make me feel utterly trapped. That metallic tang, that unsettling sweetness, the phantom scent I would smelled in my home, suddenly seemed to fill the air around us, suffocating me. "I am sure," I said, forcing a weak smile, my eyes darting past him, searching for the exit, for any sign of a friendly face in the bustling cafe. No one seemed to notice the silent drama unfolding between us. They were all lost in their own conversations, their own worlds. I was alone. I really just need to be alone right now. He finally released my arm, his hand lingering for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. "Well, then, I hope you feel better soon, and perhaps we can pick this up another time." His eyes held mine, a silent challenge, a chilling promise. He was not asking, he was stating, perhaps. I managed, my voice still thin. I turned and practically ran, not daring to look back, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I pushed through the heavy glass door, the cool autumn air, a shock against my flushed face. My car was parked just across the street. I fumbled with my keys, my hands trembling so violently I almost dropped them. I glanced over my shoulder. Marcus was standing at the cafe window, watching me. His face was unreadable, but the sight of him sent a fresh wave of adrenaline through me. I practically dove into my car, locking the doors with a frantic click. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly, my knuckles turned white. I started the engine, threw it into reverse, and peeled out of the parking spot, not caring about the other cars or the rules of the road. I just needed to get away, to put as much distance between myself and him as humanly possible. The drive home was a blur of paranoia. Every car behind me was him. Every shadow on the side of the road was a lurking figure. I checked my rearview mirror constantly, my eyes darting from side to side, my breath coming in short. Shallow gasps. My chest ached. My head throbbed. I was convinced he was following me, that he would pull up beside me at a red light, his blue eyes staring into mine. But the streets were busy, and no one seemed to be paying me any particular attention. It was just my mind, playing tricks, amplifying my fear. I pulled into my driveway, the familiar comfort of my home now feeling like a flimsy shield. I killed the engine, but did not move. I just sat there, clutching the steering wheel, trying to calm my ragged breathing. I stared at my front door, the new, reinforced lock gleaming in the afternoon sun. It had cost a fortune, that lock, a desperate attempt to reclaim a sense of safety. But what good was a lock against someone who already knew his way in? Someone who had already lived in my most intimate spaces. Finally, with a deep, shaky breath, I got out of the car. I fumbled with my house keys, my hands still trembling. I practically burst through the front door, slamming it shut behind me and double locking it. Then I added the chain, the deadbolt, and even dragged a heavy armchair in front of the door, just for good measure. I knew it was irrational, but the primal urge to barricade myself in was overwhelming. I pulled out my phone, my fingers flying as I dialed Chloe's number. It rang twice before she picked up, her voice a little breathless. "Honey, is everything all right? You sound frantic." "No, Chloe, no, nothing's all right." I choked out, tears finally blurring my vision. It is him, Marcus. He is the one. He is the man who broke in. A stunned silence on the other end. Then, Chloe's voice, hushed and full of dread. "Oh, my sweet girl, are you sure He said it. Chloe. He said he felt like he already knew me, that he would seen me around. And then he said, Eli ang mishchayashes. He said my home. He imagined it was very cozy. Achmo shechayashes. He knew hepa shes. Chloe. He knew about my home. I never posted pictures. He is him. My voice cracked on the last word, a sob escaping my lips. Chloe, bless her, did not question it. She knew the terror I would been living with. Stay calm, darling. Are you safe? Are you home? I am home. I am locked in. I do not know what to do. Call the police, she said, her voice firm. Tell them everything. Tell them he admitted it. I took a shaky breath. They won't believe me. Chloe, they did not believe me last time. They said there was no forced entry, no fingerprints. They called it psychological terror. Now they will just say I am making it up, or that he did not explicitly confess. You have to try, she insisted. This is different. He said those things to your face. It is direct. It is a threat. Reluctantly, I ended the call with Chloe and dialed 911. The dispatcher was calm, professional, but her tone hardened slightly when I started recounting the story. Madam, you were saying your Tinder date made you feel uncomfortable, and you believe he is the individual who previously entered your home. He knew about my home. I practically screamed into the phone, the frustration boiling over. He said it was cozy. How could he know that unless he had been inside? Madam, did he explicitly state that he was the one who broke into your home? No, but it was implied. The way he looked at me, the way he said it, it was a threat. The officer who eventually came to my house was a different one from last time. A young woman with kind eyes, but a weary demeanor. She listened patiently as I recounted the coffee shop conversation, my voice trembling with fear and indignation. When I finished, she sighed. I understand this is incredibly distressing for you, madam, but as you said, he did not explicitly confess. His words, while unsettling, could be interpreted in many ways. Perhaps he saw your house from the street, or a friend mentioned it. Without a direct threat or an admission of guilt, we do not have enough to open a new investigation or take any action. But he is stalking me, I cried, gesturing wildly. He is the one who was in my house. He is living in my head. She looked at me sympathetically. I know this is frightening. My best advice would be to block him on all platforms, do not respond to any communication, and avoid any further contact. If he shows up at your home or work or explicitly threatens you, then we can take further action, so I just have to wait for him to do something worse. I asked, my voice hollow. She did not have an answer for that. She just offered me a pamphlet on personal safety and left, leaving me alone in my secure home, feeling more vulnerable than ever. Days bled into a terrifying monotony. I blocked Marcus on Tinder, on my phone, on every social media platform I could think of, but the feeling of being watched did not dissipate. It intensified. Every shadow outside my window seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every creak of the floorboards sent a jolt of panic. Through me. I barely slept, jumping at every noise, my mind replaying Marcus's unsettling smile, his knowing eyes. Chloe called me constantly, her worry a palpable thing. She urged me to come stay with her, but I refused. This was my home. I was not going to let him drive me out. Not yet. Then, the messages started. They were not from Marcus directly. At first, they were anonymous texts, short and unsettling. Nice curtains. Your rose bushes are looking lovely this year. Did you enjoy your coffee date? My blood ran cold. He knew my number. Even though I would blocked him, he was using burner phones, or maybe just different numbers. He was still watching. I showed them to Chloe, my hands shaking. See, this is him. This is proof. She agreed. Call the police again, honey. Show them these but the police were still dismissive. Anonymous texts are difficult to trace, madam, unless there is a direct threat of violence or harassment that we can definitively link to an individual. Our hands are tied. I felt like I was screaming into a void. No one understood. No one could help. I was alone in this, a target in my own home. One morning, I found a small, neatly wrapped package on my porch. It was not something I would ordered. My heart hammered against my ribs as I carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a single, white rose, perfectly preserved, still smelling faintly of dew. And nestled beside it, a small, handwritten note. You left so quickly the other day. I hope you are feeling better. I am still thinking of you, and your home, so cozy. The same chilling words, the same unsettling sweetness, in the scent of the rose, mirroring the phantom scent I would smelled in my home. He was not just watching, he was leaving gifts. He was marking his territory. This time, when I called the police, they sent a different officer, a gruff, older man who seemed to take my claims more seriously. He took the rose and the note, bagged them as evidence, and promised to look into it. He advised me to consider installing more cameras, perhaps even a doorbell camera. "We will do what we can, madam," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. "But these types of cases, they are tricky. Tricky." That was the word they always used. I did what he suggested. I bought a high-definition doorbell camera and several wireless security cameras, strategically placing them around the exterior of my home. I felt a tiny flicker of empowerment, a small sense of taking back control. Now, if he came, I would have proof, but he was smarter than that. The cameras caught nothing. No shadowy figures, no strange cars. Just the usual procession of delivery trucks and neighborhood joggers. He was a ghost, a phantom presence that left only fear in its wake. Then, the subtle sabotage began. One morning, I woke up to find my car tires slashed. All 4 of them. No note, no message, just a cruel, silent act of vandalism. The police came, took a report, but again, no witnesses, no fingerprints. "Could be anyone, madam," the officer said, shrugging. "A random act." I knew better. It was him. It was a message. He was telling me he could get to me, even if I could not see him. The feeling of being known, of being watched, became an unbearable weight. I started jumping at every sound, every shadow. My grandmother, Chloe, was beside herself with worry. "You have to leave, honey," she pleaded. "Come stay with me. Just for a while. Let them catch him." But the thought of abandoning my home, of letting him win, filled me with a desperate resolve. I would not run. I would fight. But how? I started carrying a small, discreet taser everywhere. I learned self-defense moves from online videos. I slept with a baseball bat next to my bed. My home, once a sanctuary, had become a fortress, and I, its terrified, vigilant keeper. One night, the terror reached its peak. I was trying to sleep, but my mind was too active, too alert. Every creak, every gust of wind against the window sounded like an intruder. I was drifting in that half-sleep state when I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound, coming from the side of my house. My heart leaped into my throat. I grabbed the baseball bat, my hands clammy with sweat, and crept towards the window. Slowly, carefully, I parted the blinds, and there he was, Marcus. He was not looking at the house. He was looking up, at the second-story window of my bedroom, his face illuminated by the faint glow of the streetlights. He was just standing there, absolutely still, his hands in his pockets, his head tilted slightly, as if listening. He was not trying to break in. He was just watching, waiting. The scratching sound, I realized, was coming from a branch brushing against the wall in the breeze. But his presence, his silent vigil, was far more terrifying than any forced entry. It was a declaration. He was here. He knew where I slept. I froze, bat clutched in my hand, my breath held captive in my lungs. I did not move, did not breathe, just watched him, hoping he would not turn his head, would not see me. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly lowered his gaze. He looked directly at my front door, then at my car in the driveway, and then, slowly, deliberately, he looked up at my bedroom window again. I instinctively recoiled, ducking behind the curtain, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. Had he seen me, had he known I was there, watching him, I waited, paralyzed by fear for what seemed like an eternity. When I finally dared to peek out again, he was gone, vanished into the night as silently as he had appeared. I did not sleep a wink that night. I sat in the living room, lights on, bat across my lap, watching the front door, the windows, every shadow. The next morning, exhausted and emotionally drained, I called Chloe. "I am coming," I said, my voice flat. "I am coming to stay with you. I can't do this anymore." "Thank God, honey," she whispered, relief flooding her voice. "I will be there in an hour to help you pack." Packing was a blur. I threw clothes into suitcases, my mind racing. As I was about to leave, I noticed something on my bedside table, something I had not seen before. It was a small, crudely carved wooden bird, a robin, my favorite bird, and tucked beneath it, a single white feather. My breath hitched. My bedroom window was always closed and locked. My alarm system was armed. Yet he had been in here. Again, this was not just psychological terror anymore. This was a direct violation, a chilling reminder that no lock, no alarm, no amount of vigilance could keep him out. He had been in my room while I was sleeping, or while I was downstairs calling Chloe. I did not call the police. What was the point? They would tell me there was no forced entry. They would tell me it was tricky. I just stared at the wooden bird, the white feather, and the terrifying implication he could come and go as he pleased. He was always there, a ghost in my life, a shadow in my home. I left that day, leaving the bird and the feather behind, a chilling monument to the terror that had driven me from my own home. I moved in with Chloe, but the feeling of being watched never truly left me. Every new apartment I rented, every new city I tried to escape to, held the lingering dread. I changed my name, my phone number, my entire identity, but I knew, deep down, that Marcus was still out there. A phantom presence, an unseen predator, forever lurking in the periphery of my life, a constant reminder that once he had lived in my home, and now he lived in my head. I never saw him again, not directly. But sometimes, when I am alone, late at night, I catch a faint, musky scent. That metallic tang, that unsettling sweetness, and I know he is still there, watching, waiting, because some horrors, once they touch you, never truly let go, and some homes, once violated, can never truly be safe again. The next chapter begins here. The world had truly turned inside out. My heart, a frantic drum, had not stopped hammering since I floored the gas, leaving Mark's predatory smile and the glint of my spare key in the rear view. He knew my car, my secret key spot, my address. Huddled on Chloe's couch, I choked out the terrifying story. The Tinder date, his chilling knowledge, the stolen key. He knows where I live. Chloe, he can get in. Chloe called the police, but their calm, practiced voices offered little comfort. They would check my apartment, found no forced entry, advised me to stay away. They do not get it. I sobbed. He has my key. He has been in there. The thought he might have been inside my home before our date, watching, was a new, sickening horror. His text, "You left in such a hurry. Sarah, is everything okay?" felt like a sinister taunt. At the sterile police station the next morning, Detective Ramirez listened as I recounted the invasion. She noted his active Tinder profile, promised to investigate, and advised a restraining order. The start, she called it, it felt like a band-aid on a gaping wound. The police unable to grasp the insidious personal nature of this threat. I could not stay at Chloe's indefinitely, needing clothes, my laptop. Despite Chloe's protests and the detective's advice, I insisted. I need to see for myself, I whispered, my desperate urge overriding logic. Chloe reluctantly agreed, but with a strict condition. If anything feels off, we leave immediately. The drive back to my apartment was torture. Every car, every shadow, a potential threat. My heart was a frantic bird, trapped and terrified, as we finally pulled up. The streetlights cast long, skeletal shadows across the familiar brick facade of my apartment building. It looked normal, utterly mundane, and that was the most unsettling thing of all. There was no yellow tape, no shattered windows, no sign that anything was wrong, but I knew, I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. A cold, heavy dread that had taken root the moment Mark's smile twisted into something predatory. You sure about this? Sarah. Chloe's voice was a low whisper, barely audible over the frantic thumping in my chest. Her knuckles were white where she gripped the steering wheel, even though the car was already parked. I nodded, my throat tight. I can't just exist, knowing he is, been in there, or could be in there right now. I need to know what he did. She sighed, a shaky sound. Okay, remember the rule. Anything? Sarah, anything at all, and we are out. Getting out of the car felt like stepping onto a stage under a spotlight. Every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, every flash of headlights from a passing car felt like a direct threat. My eyes darted from window to window, scanning the dark panes of my own apartment, half expecting to see a face pressed against the glass, watching me. The air was cool, but a clammy sweat slicked my palms. We walked quickly, not quite running, but with an urgent pace that felt like we were trying to outrun an invisible predator. My building's lobby was small, usually brightly lit and cheerful. Tonight, it felt cavernous, the fluorescent lights humming with a low, almost malevolent buzz. The elevator ride up to the third floor was agonizingly slow, each floor passing like an eternity. I kept my back pressed against the wall, my gaze fixed on the closing doors, convinced that any second they would spring open to reveal Mark. When the doors finally parted, the hallway stretched out, silent and empty. My apartment, number 3B, was at the very end. With each step, the sense of unreality intensified. This was my home, my sanctuary, and it now felt like a crime scene, tainted by an unseen presence. We reached my door. It looked untouched. The deadbolt was in place. The doorknob gleamed faintly under the dim hall light. No scratches, no pry marks, nothing to suggest an intruder. But then, he did not need to force his way in, did he? He had my spare key. He had just unlocked it. My hand trembled as I reached for my own key, the one I used every day. Chloe stood a step behind me. Her presence, a small comfort, but her sharp intake of breath as I inserted the key told me she was just as terrified as I was. The click of the lock seemed to echo unnaturally loud in the silence. I pushed the door open slowly, just a crack, and peered inside. Darkness. The faint scent of stale air, typical of an unoccupied apartment. Nothing seemed immediately out of place from this vantage point. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible. It was a stupid thing to do, to announce our presence, but a primal urge to break the silence to see if anyone would answer had taken over. Only silence answered. I pushed the door open wider, stepping inside. Chloe right behind me. The apartment was exactly as I had left it that morning, before the date, or so it seemed. The living room, with its cozy rug and overflowing bookshelf, looked normal. The kitchen, visible from the entryway, was neat. "Turn on a light." "Sarah," Chloe urged, her voice tight. My hand fumbled for the light switch by the door. The overhead light flooded the living room, chasing away the shadows but doing little to dispel the oppressive feeling. My eyes immediately began to scan, searching for something. anything that was off. The throw blanket on the couch was folded neatly, just as I would left it. The magazines on the coffee table were stacked precisely. My gaze moved to the small framed photos on the wall. Friends, family, vacation snapshots, all were perfectly aligned. See, nothing, Chloe said, but her voice lacked conviction. She was scanning, too, her eyes wide and darting. But I felt it. A subtle shift in the air, a faint, almost imperceptible scent that was not mine. It was like a ghost of something, metallic and faintly sweet. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was just my paranoia playing tricks. I need to check my bedroom, I said, my voice hoarse. That is where my clothes were, my laptop, my most personal space. The hallway felt longer than usual. Every floorboard creaked under our weight, amplifying the tension. I pushed open my bedroom door. The room was dark, the blinds drawn. I reached for the light switch. My breath hitched. The room was not just dark. It felt wrong. The first thing I noticed was the bed. The duvet was slightly askew, not dramatically, but enough that I knew I had not left it that way. I was meticulous about my bed. I always smoothed it out, even on rushed mornings. This looked like someone had sat on it, maybe even laid down, and then tried to tidy it back up. "Sarah," Chloe whispered, sensing my sudden stillness. I did not answer. My eyes were fixed on the bedside table. My alarm clock, usually set at a slight angle towards my side of the bed, was now facing directly towards the door, and next to it, my small silver hairbrush, which I always put away in the top drawer of my dresser, was sitting out in the open. "He has been here," I breathed, the words escaping my lips in a shuddering gasp. It was not a question. It was a terrifying certainty. Chloe moved closer, her hand finding my arm, her grip surprisingly firm. "Okay. We saw. Let us go." We call the detective, we tell her what we found. This is exactly what she meant. But I could not move. I felt rooted to the spot, a horrifying curiosity overriding my fear. I needed to know what else. I needed to understand the extent of his invasion. My eyes swept the room again. The closet door was slightly ajar, just a hair. I never left it open. My dresser drawers, usually neatly closed, one of them was barely open, just enough to show the edge of a folded t-shirt. I walked slowly towards the dresser, my footsteps heavy. Chloe made a small sound of protest behind me, but I ignored her. My fingers grazed the cool wood of the dresser. I pulled the drawer open a little further. Nothing seemed disturbed inside, but the fact that it was open at all, then I saw it. Tucked beneath a stack of my favorite t-shirts, something small and dark. My heart leaped into my throat. I reached in, my fingers trembling, and pulled it out. It was a small, black USB stick. My blood ran cold. I stared at it, confused. Then a wave of nausea washed over me. This was not mine. I had never seen it before. "What is that?" Chloe asked, her voice tight with fear. I shook my head, unable to speak. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Why would he leave a USB stick? What could be on it? "Do not touch it anymore. Do not plug it in," Chloe urged, pulling me away from the dresser. "This is too much. Sarah, we need to leave. Now." Her words cut through the fog of my terror, reminding me of the rule. If anything feels off, we leave immediately. And this was beyond off. This was a direct, chilling message. But then, my gaze fell on my desk, where my laptop usually sat. It was gone. "My laptop," I whispered, my voice barely a thread. "It is not here." Chloe's eyes widened in horror. "What? Are you sure?" I rushed to the desk, frantically patting the surface. It was empty. The charging cable was there, coiled neatly, but the laptop itself was gone. The one I needed for work, the one with all my personal files, my photos, my life. He had not just been here, He had taken something valuable, something personal. A new wave of terror, colder and deeper, washed over me. This was not just about a key anymore. This was about him having access to my digital life. To me, we have to go, Chloe said, her voice firm, pulling me towards the door. Now, Sarah, we are leaving, but just as she tugged my arm, my eyes landed on my pillow, and that is when I saw it. Tucked slightly under the edge of my pillow, where I would lay my head every night, was a single white rose petal. Delicate, innocent, and utterly, horrifyingly out of place. There were no roses in my apartment. I had not had any in weeks. My breath hitched. My entire body went rigid. The rose petal felt like a signature, a chilling calling card left specifically for me to find, a reminder that he had been in my bed. Then, from the corner of my eye, I caught a flicker of movement. My gaze snapped to the window. The blinds were drawn, but they were not fully closed. There was a tiny gap, just enough to see a sliver of the building across the street. And in that sliver, I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible flash, like sunlight glinting off metal. My heart seized. It was like the glint of my spare key in Mark's hand, but this was different. This was like a lens, a camera. He was watching, or he had been watching. My blood ran cold, a glacial fear spreading through my veins. The thought that he might have installed a camera in my bedroom, in my home, filled me with a sickening sense of violation. Chloe. I managed to choke out, my voice barely a whisper. The window. Chloe followed my gaze, her eyes narrowing as she tried to discern what I was seeing. Just then, a faint click echoed from somewhere deeper in the apartment. We both froze. It was a soft sound, almost imperceptible, like the faint closing of a door or a latch. But in the absolute silence of the apartment, it was deafening. My eyes met Chloe's. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror. The click was too distinct, too close, to be from outside. "Did you hear that?" Chloe whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded, unable to speak. Every muscle in my body screamed to run, to flee, to get out of this apartment that was no longer mine, but his. The metallic, sweet scent I would noticed earlier seemed stronger now, mingling with something else. Something faintly musky, like a person had been here recently, like they were still here. My mind replayed the police's words. No forced entry. Of course not. He had a key. He could walk in, do whatever he wanted, and then lock up again. And if he had been here before, if he had been watching me, then he knew my routines. He knew when I was gone, and he might know when I was coming back. The thought that he might be hiding, waiting for us, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. Was that click the sound of him closing a closet door? Or stepping out from behind a curtain? "We need to go," Chloe said again, her voice firmer this time, pulling me hard towards the bedroom door. Her fear was now overriding her caution. But as we turned, another sound reached us. A faint, almost imperceptible creak from the living room, like someone shifting their weight. My breath caught in my throat. We were not alone. My eyes darted to the bedroom door, then to the open closet, then to the space under the bed. Every shadow seemed to deepen, to twist into menacing shapes. "Run, Sarah," Chloe hissed, her grip on my arm like a vice. She was already pulling me, half dragging me out of the bedroom. We stumbled out into the hallway, our footsteps echoing loudly. I did not dare look back into the bedroom. My mind was screaming. He was here. He was watching us leave. As we reached the living room, heading for the front door, I risked a quick glance around. The room still looked normal, but the air felt heavy, charged, and then I saw it on the coffee table, right in the center, where the magazines had been stacked so neatly. A single white rose lay perfectly placed. Its petals were pristine, untouched. My stomach churned. The rose petal on my pillow, the rose on the coffee table. He was toying with me. He was telling me he had been everywhere. And then, just as we reached the front door, my eyes caught a glimpse of something else. On the wall, above the sofa, where a framed photo of me and Chloe laughing on a beach trip usually hung, the frame was empty. The picture was gone. And in its place, taped to the wall, was a single, chilling photograph. It was a photo of me sleeping. My heart stopped. It was a close-up, clearly taken from right beside my bed. My face was peaceful, vulnerable in sleep. My hair was fanned out on the pillow. The image was grainy, probably from a phone camera in low light. My blood ran cold, freezing me in place. He had not just been here, he had been in my bed, watching me sleep, taking pictures. He had been a silent, terrifying phantom in my most intimate moments. "Sarah, move." Chloe shrieked, her voice cracking with terror as she saw the photo too. She yanked hard on my arm, dragging me towards the front door. The apartment suddenly felt impossibly small, suffocating. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. To move, I imagined Mark's eyes on us, watching us scramble, enjoying our terror. Chloe fumbled with the locks, her hands shaking so badly she almost dropped the key. I stood frozen, my eyes glued to that horrifying photo. The image of my sleeping face burned into my mind. The vulnerability, the violation, was too much. Finally, with a click and a frantic twist, Chloe got the door open. We burst out into the hallway, not bothering to close the door behind us. We ran down the hallway, our feet pounding on the carpet, our breaths ragged. The elevator was too slow. We did not even wait. We sprinted for the stairwell, flying down the 3 flights, our hands scraping against the cold metal railing. Each echoing footstep felt like it was being chased by another, closer one. We burst out into the lobby, gasping for air, our lungs burning. The cool night air outside was a shock, a sudden, blessed relief. We did not stop until we were in Chloe's car, the doors locked, the engine roaring to life. Chloe sped away from the curb, leaving my apartment building behind, a dark, silent monolith that now held nothing but dread for me. I slumped back against the seat, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. He had been there. He had watched me. He had taken my laptop. He had left me a chilling, intimate message, and he had taken a picture of me sleeping. The image of my sleeping face, peaceful and unaware, haunted me. He had been a ghost in my home, a silent predator, and he had left me with a terror that would never truly fade. The police might not understand, but I knew this was not just a stolen key. This was a complete invasion of my life, my safety, my very soul, and it felt like it was only just beginning. Moving on to the next story. A fresh, clean towel, one that had been folded neatly on the shelf, was now crumpled on the floor, still damp from use. Someone had showered here. In my shower, the realization hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. This was not just a break-in, it was an occupation. Someone had lived in my home, breathed my air, used my things, and moved through my most intimate spaces as if they belonged there. Chloe, my grandmother, stood beside me, her face pale, her hand clamped over her mouth. "Oh, honey," she whispered, her voice trembling. This is beyond creepy." Beyond creepy was an understatement. My entire world had been turned upside down, not by violence or theft, but by an insidious, chilling violation of privacy. Every surface, every object now felt tainted. The faint, musky cologne, that metallic tang, and the unsettling, subtle sweetness I would noticed earlier seemed to cling to everything, a phantom presence that made my skin crawl. It was the scent of him, the man who had been here. The police had come and gone, offering little comfort. No forced entry, no fingerprints. He would clearly wiped everything down. No obvious motive other than psychological terror. They called it a very unusual case. Unusual? That was their word for the nightmare I was living. They suggested changing the locks, maybe getting an alarm system, as if a new lock could erase the memory of a stranger sleeping in my bed. brushing his teeth with my toothbrush, reading my book. For days, I could not sleep. Every shadow was a lurking figure, every creak of the house a footstep. I stayed at Chloe's for a few nights, but the thought of my home empty and waiting pulled at me. It felt like a part of me was still there, trapped in that violated space. When I finally returned, I did change the locks. I bought an alarm, but the feeling of being watched, of being known, persisted. It clung to me like a shroud. Chloe tried to help. She brought over sage to cleanse the house, made me endless cups of chamomile tea, and listened patiently as I recounted every chilling detail, every shuddering memory. "You need a distraction, honey," she would said one evening, watching me pick at my dinner. "Something to take your mind off it. Go out, see your friends, maybe even try dating again." Dating, the word felt like a foreign concept, a relic from a life I no longer recognized. My sense of security had been shattered, and the thought of letting anyone new into my life, even on a casual basis, filled me with a fresh wave of dread. But Chloe was persistent, and honestly, the silence of my apartment was becoming unbearable. So, one restless night, unable to sleep, I found myself doing something I had not done in months. I reopened my Tinder account. It was a desperate attempt to feel normal, to prove to myself that life could still go on. I swiped half-heartedly, not really looking, until one profile caught my eye. Marcus. He had a kind smile, intelligent eyes, and a bio that mentioned hiking and old movies, things I liked. He seemed safe, normal, a stark contrast to the unsettling darkness that had recently enveloped my life. We matched. His first message was charming, witty, and perfectly polite. We chatted for a few days, the conversation flowing easily. He seemed genuinely interested, not just in superficial pleasantries, but in deeper thoughts, aspirations. He even asked about my favorite books, which, after the Rebecca incident, gave me a tiny jolt, but I brushed it off. It was a common dating question, after all. He was articulate, a good listener, and seemed to possess a quiet confidence that was strangely appealing. I started to think, maybe, just maybe, this could be a good distraction, a chance to reclaim a small piece of my old life. We decided to meet for coffee at a small, independent cafe downtown. It was a bustling place, full of students and artists, the kind of public, well-lit space that felt reassuringly safe. I arrived a few minutes early, clutching my purse, my heart doing a nervous flutter that I attributed to first date jitters, not lingering trauma. Then he walked in. He was taller than I expected, with dark, neatly combed hair and a faint, almost imperceptible scar above his left eyebrow. He had that kind smile from his photo, but in person, his eyes held an intensity that was different, not necessarily bad, just very, very focused. He spotted me immediately, a small smile playing on his lips, and walked directly to my table. "You must be narrator's name," he said, his voice a low, smooth baritone. "It is good to finally meet you." He extended a hand, and I took it. His grip was firm, a little warmer than I expected, and for a fleeting second, I felt a familiar shiver run down my spine. Not of attraction, but something else, something I could not quite place. I told myself it was just nerves. We ordered our coffees, and the conversation started easily enough. He talked about his job in graphic design, his passion for vintage cameras, his recent hiking trip to the Redwoods. He was engaging, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested in my answers. I found myself relaxing, a little. Maybe Chloe was right. Maybe this was exactly what I needed. Then he leaned forward slightly, his eyes still fixed on mine. "You know," he said, a thoughtful expression on his face, "when I saw your profile, I just had a feeling, like we would connect." "Oh," I managed, a tiny alarm bell going off in the back of my mind. It was a little intense for a first date. He nodded slowly. "Yeah, it is funny. I felt like I already knew you somehow, like I would seen you around." He paused, taking a sip of his coffee. You have a very distinctive style. Your home, too. I imagine it is very cozy. My breath hitched. My smile felt frozen. My home. How could he possibly know anything about my home? I had not posted any pictures of my apartment on my Tinder profile, or anywhere public for that matter. A cold knot began to form in my stomach. My home, I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Casual. What makes you say that? He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Just a guess. Your profile picture, the way you dress, your taste in books. It all paints a picture. I bet you have a lot of plants, maybe some unique little trinkets. My heart began to pound. He was describing my apartment almost perfectly. The ceramic bird, Chloe's gift, sitting on my windowsill was definitely a unique little trinket. I forced myself to take a slow, deep breath. Coincidence? He was just making an educated guess based on my aesthetic. Right. You are pretty observant, I said, trying to deflect. What about your place? He waved a dismissive hand. Oh, mine's nothing special. Just a bachelor pad. But yours, I can tell you put a lot of care into it. I imagine it smells really nice too. Like lavender and old books, maybe. Lavender. I did use a lavender-scented laundry detergent, and the faint, dusty smell of my old books was something I cherished. The knot in my stomach tightened, turning into a lead weight. This was no longer a coincidence. This was too specific. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. My mind raced back to the home invasion. The subtle changes, the intimacy of the violation, the way he knew about my chipped coffee mug, the way he would known I had not finished Rebecca. You are very perceptive, I repeated, my voice a little strained this time. It is almost like you have been there. He smiled, a slow, knowing smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Maybe I have, he said, his voice dropping to an almost conspiratorial whisper. Or maybe I just have a very vivid imagination. The air in the cafe, which minutes ago had felt warm and inviting, now felt thin, suffocating. I suddenly became acutely aware of the scent he carried. It was not overpowering, but it was there, subtle beneath the coffee aroma. A musky cologne, yes. A faint metallic tang, almost like iron, and that unsettling, elusive sweetness. It was the same scent, the one that had lingered in my apartment, the scent of him, the man who had been in my home. My blood ran cold. My hands, resting on the table, felt clammy. I wanted to bolt, to scream, to disappear, but I was frozen, trapped by a horrifying realization that was slowly, meticulously piecing itself together. You know, he continued, oblivious to my internal panic. I really appreciate a woman who takes care of her things, who keeps her home neat, and who has good taste in literature. Rebecca is a classic, though. I have to admit, I prefer the ending where Maxim gets away with it. My jaw dropped. The bookmark on the final page, he had not just read it, he would finished it. The world tilted on its axis. This was not some random Tinder date. This was him. You finished my book, I whispered, the words barely audible. His smile widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Well, I could not leave it hanging, could I? You were so close. I figured you would want to know how it ended. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping even lower. It was quite a page-turner. I particularly liked the part where Mrs. Danvers, well, you know, my mind reeled, flashing back to the rumpled quilt, the indentation on my pillow, the damp toothbrush, the single dark hair on my sink, the underwear drawer slightly ajar, the antique jewelry box warm to the touch. This was not just a home invasion. This was a man who had inserted himself into my life, observed me, learned me, and then stalked me. You were in my apartment, I stated, not a question, but a chilling accusation. My voice was surprisingly steady, fueled by a surge of pure, unadulterated terror. He chuckled. A soft, unsettling sound. "Took you long enough," he said, his eyes twinkling with a perverse amusement. "I thought I left enough breadcrumbs. The bird, the mug, your book. I was starting to think you were not very observant." My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear. I needed to get out. Now. But my legs felt like lead, and my mind was a whirlwind of panic. I scanned the cafe, looking for an escape route, for someone to help, but everyone was engrossed in their own conversations, their own worlds. "Why?" I managed to choke out. "Why would you do this?" He sighed, as if genuinely disappointed. "Why?" "Because I wanted to get to know you." Really know you? Tinder profiles are so superficial, are not they? You can't truly understand someone until you have walked in their shoes, slept in their bed, seen their morning routine. He paused, a strange, possessive look on his face. "And you, narrator's name, you are even more fascinating up close. So much more interesting than your profile lets on." He reached across the table, his hand slowly extending towards mine. "I even washed your coffee mug," he said, his voice soft, almost tender. "I noticed you left it dirty. I like things neat." That was it. The casualness, the possessive claim, the absolute violation of it all. My fight or flight response kicked in with a vengeance. I recoiled, pulling my hand back as if he were a venomous snake. "I need to go," I said, my voice sharp, my eyes darting frantically. He frowned, his expression darkening slightly. "Oh, already? But we were just getting to the good part. I was going to tell you about the dream I had while I was sleeping in your bed. It was quite vivid." His words sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. He had dreamed in my bed. My mind screamed at me to run. I stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over my chair. "I have to go. Now." He did not move, just watched me, that intense gaze burning into me. "Running won't change anything." "Narrator's name," he said, his voice losing its softness, taking on an edge of steel. "I know where you live. I know your routine. I know what you like for breakfast. Stay away from me." I hissed, my voice trembling despite my best efforts. I grabbed my purse, my hand fumbling for my phone, desperate to call Chloe, the police, anyone. He just watched me, a small, unsettling smile playing on his lips. "I am not going to hurt you," he said, his voice calm, almost reassuring. "I just want you to understand, we are connected now. You can't unknow me. And I certainly can't unknow you." My fingers finally closed around my phone. I did not care about politeness anymore. I did not care about making a scene. All I cared about was getting away from this man. I turned and practically sprinted towards the cafe exit, pushing past confused patrons, not looking back. I could feel his eyes on my back, burning into me. I could almost hear his silent laughter. I burst out onto the busy street, gulping in the fresh air, my lungs burning. I did not stop running until I reached the corner. Then I hailed the first taxi I saw, practically throwing myself into the back seat. "Just drive," I gasped to the driver. "Anywhere. Just drive." I looked back through the rear window, my heart still pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. He was not there. The cafe entrance was clear, but the image of his face, that knowing smile, those intense eyes, was seared into my mind. The taxi sped off, carrying me away from the cafe, away from him, but I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I was not truly safe. He knew my home, he knew my life, and he had made it clear that he was not going to let me forget him. I called Chloe, my voice shaking so badly I could barely form words. She listened, gasping, her own fear echoing mine. "Go to the police, honey," she urged. "Tell them everything." This man is dangerous. I did. I went to the police again, recounting the entire horrifying date, the specific details he would known, the way he would confessed. They listened, their faces grim, and took down a report. They said they would look into it, based on his Tinder profile, but without any direct threats of physical harm. Their hands were somewhat tied. It was a terrifying gray area, a stalker, a trespasser, but not yet a violent offender in their eyes. I changed my number. I deleted all my social media. I put up more security cameras. But the truth was, nothing felt safe anymore. Every shadow, every unfamiliar car parked on my street, every fleeting glimpse of a dark-haired man sent a jolt of panic through me. The smell of musky cologne, metallic tang, and that subtle sweetness seemed to follow me everywhere, a phantom scent that was forever etched into my memory. I never saw Marcus again in person, but sometimes, late at night, when the house was quiet and the world outside was still, I would hear a faint, almost imperceptible creak from downstairs, or I would catch a flicker of movement in the periphery of my vision, just outside my window, and I would wonder if he was still out there, watching, waiting, knowing that he had permanently etched himself into the fabric of my life. A silent, chilling reminder that some violations can never truly be undone, and that the most terrifying monsters are often the ones who wear the most charming smiles. Let us step further into today's stories. Terror held me captive. My blood roared in my ears, drowning out the gentle clatter of coffee cups and the murmur of conversations around us. Mark, the charming stranger from Tinder, sat across from me, his pleasant smile now a grotesque mask of predatory delight. He would been watching me. He would been in my yard. How do you know about my backyard? I managed to croak, the words barely a whisper. My throat felt like sandpaper, constricted by an invisible hand. He leaned forward, his eyes, which I would once thought kind, now glinting with an unsettling intensity. A little research and a little bit of observation. He winked. The casual gesture, combined with his chilling words, sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Observation. He would been watching my house, not just the front, not just from the street. He knew about the bird feeder, the red one, tucked away where only someone in my yard could see it. He knew about the gnomes, plural, when I only had one, mostly hidden by overgrown hydrangeas. He would been in my yard. My mind screamed. Every fiber of my being urged me to bolt, to run as fast and as far as my shaking legs could carry me, but I was frozen. My hands, clammy and trembling, clutched the warm mug of latte, a futile anchor in a suddenly terrifying world. The bustling cafe, once a comforting haven of normalcy, now felt like a spotlight, exposing me, making me feel utterly vulnerable. Everyone around us was oblivious, lost in their own worlds, their laughter and chatter, a cruel counterpoint to the silent scream echoing in my head. I have to go. I stammered, trying to sound firm, but my voice came out as a pathetic squeak. Mark's smile did not falter. Oh, already? But we just got started. His eyes, though, were sharp, assessing. He knew I was terrified. He was enjoying it. I just remembered I have a thing. A really important thing. I babbled, fumbling for my purse. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped it. The strap felt slick against my skin. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through the small table, through the very air around me. No need to rush. I have cleared my entire day for you. His gaze lingered on my face, then dropped to my chest, making my skin crawl. It was a possessive look, like a hunter admiring his prey. This was not a date. This was an interrogation, a predator playing with its prey. I had to get out. Now. I am really not feeling well. I lied, forcing a cough that felt genuine in its desperation. Sudden headache. I think I need to go home. I pushed my chair back, the scrape of wood against the floor sounding deafeningly loud. Mark's smile tightened, a flicker of something dark passing through his eyes before it was replaced by a look of feigned concern. "Oh, I am so sorry to hear that. Can I walk you home? Or drive you?" The thought of being alone with him, even for a moment, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. No, I am fine. I can manage. I practically leaped to my feet, digging out a crumpled bill from my purse and tossing it onto the table. "Thanks for the coffee." I choked out, a meaningless platitude. I did not wait for a response. I just turned and fled, weaving through tables, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I did not dare look back, but I felt his eyes on me, burning into my back like a physical touch. I pushed open the cafe door, gulping in the crisp autumn air, which tasted strangely metallic. The sun, once warm and comforting, now felt harsh and exposing. I practically ran down the street, not caring where I was going, just needing to put distance between myself and Mark. My breath hitched in my chest, my legs burning with exertion and fear. I did not stop until I reached my car, parked several blocks away, fumbling with my keys, my hands still shaking uncontrollably. I finally managed to unlock the door and practically threw myself inside, locking it immediately. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, gasping for air, tears stinging my eyes. The safety of the car felt fragile, a thin metal shell against an unseen threat. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to erase the image of Mark's predatory smile, his knowing eyes, but it was burned into my mind. He knew where I lived. Driving home was a blur of hypervigilance. Every car behind me, every pedestrian on the sidewalk, seemed to be him. I took a convoluted route, making several unnecessary turns, just in case he was following. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, to rationalize it. A joke, a bizarre prank, but the look in his eyes, the details about my yard, the gnomes. No, this was real. This was terrifying. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the familiar sight of my house, my sanctuary, offered no comfort. Instead, it felt like a trap. I rushed inside, slamming the door shut and locking it, then double-checking the deadbolt. My hands flew to the windows, pulling down blinds, drawing curtains. I peered through a small gap in the living room curtains, scanning my street, my backyard. Nothing, just the quiet suburban afternoon, but the feeling of being watched lingered. A cold dread clinging to my skin. My house, once a haven of peace, now felt contaminated. Every shadow seemed to stretch. Every creak of the old floorboard sounded sinister. I walked through each room, checking every window, every door, even the back door that led to the yard he had been in. I checked the locks again, pushing against them, testing their strength. My heart hammered. What could I do? Call the police? Officer, a man I met on Tinder, knew about my bird feeder and garden gnomes. They would think I was crazy. I had no proof, no direct threat, just a chilling realization. I grabbed my phone, fingers hovering over the Tinder app. With a surge of anger and disgust, I deleted his profile, then blocked his number. A futile gesture. I knew he already had my address. He already knew everything he needed to. No! The rest of the day was a blur of paranoia. I jumped at every sound, every rustle outside. I could not eat, could not focus. I kept replaying the conversation, trying to find a loophole, a way out, a reason for his knowledge that was not sinister. There was none. He would stalked me. He would invaded my space, my privacy. Night fell, and with it, my fear intensified. The darkness pressed in, making every shadow a potential threat. I closed all the blinds, turned on every light in the house, desperate to push back the encroaching blackness. I even brought my kitchen knife into the living room, placing it on the coffee table, a pathetic attempt at self-defense. I knew it would not do much against someone determined, but it made me feel marginally less helpless. I tried to sleep, but sleep would not come. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded like footsteps. I imagined him out there, watching, waiting, his smile, his wink, his chilling voice echoing in my mind. The next morning, I woke up exhausted, my body aching from tension. The sun was up, but the sense of unease had not dissipated. I forced myself to go through the motions of a normal day, but it was a facade. I called in sick to work, unable to face the outside world. I spent the day checking locks, peering out windows, and researching home security systems online. I ordered a motion-activated camera for my backyard, hoping it would bring some peace of mind. It would not arrive for a few days. That afternoon, a strange thing happened. I went to make myself a cup of tea, and as I reached for my favorite mug, a chipped, hand-painted one I would bought years ago at a craft fair, it was not there. I distinctly remembered using it yesterday morning. I searched the cupboard, then the dishwasher, then the drying rack. Nothing. It was not a big deal, just a mug. But a cold knot formed in my stomach. I lived alone. I was meticulous about putting things away. Had I misplaced it, or I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought? My paranoia was getting to me. I was imagining things. I found another mug and made my tea, but the incident gnawed at me. Later that evening, as I was browsing through some old photo albums, something else caught my eye. A small, framed picture on my bedside table. It was a photo of me and my best friend, Sarah, from college. I picked it up. It was slightly askew. I was sure I would straighten it this morning. Another tiny detail, easily dismissed, but my gut screamed otherwise. He was messing with me. He was letting me know he was still there. I spent the next few days in a state of constant anxiety. I barely left the house, only venturing out for absolute necessities, always looking over my shoulder, always feeling exposed. I bought new, stronger locks for my doors and installed them myself, my hands clumsy with fear. I debated calling Sarah, but what would I say? My date is a stalker who moves my mugs. She would tell me to call the police, and I still had nothing concrete. The security camera arrived. I installed it in the backyard, pointing towards the back door and the area where my single garden gnome resided. The app on my phone showed a live feed, and for a brief moment, a flicker of relief. Now I would know. Now I would have proof. But the camera did not bring peace. It brought more anxiety. I found myself constantly checking the feed, staring at the empty yard, waiting for something, anything. The slightest movement. A bird, a rustling leaf, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. 2 nights after the camera was installed, I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. My phone buzzed. It was a notification from the security camera app motion detected in backyard. My heart leaped into my throat. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling to open the app. The live feed loaded. The screen showed my backyard, bathed in the pale glow of the motion sensor light. And there he was, Mark. He was standing by the bird feeder, the little red one, just as he would described. He was wearing a dark hoodie, the hood pulled up, but there was no mistaking his silhouette, his posture. He was looking directly at the camera. Then he smiled. It was the same predatory smile from the cafe, but colder, more knowing. He raised a hand, not in a wave, but in a slow, deliberate gesture, and gave a small, mocking salute. Then he turned and walked out of frame, disappearing into the darkness beyond my fence. I gasped. A strangled sound caught in my throat. He knew about the camera. He was taunting me. He was showing me he could come and go as he pleased. The footage was there, undeniable proof. But what would the police do? He had not broken in. He would just been in my yard. I called 911, my voice shaking so violently I could barely articulate the words. There is a man. He is in my backyard. He is stalking me. The dispatcher was calm, reassuring. Madam, can you confirm he is still on your property? No, he is gone. I choked out. But I have video. He was just there. They sent an officer. He arrived about 20 minutes later, a young, tired-looking man who listened patiently as I recounted the entire terrifying saga. The Tinder date, the bird feeder, the gnomes, the missing mug, the moved photo, and finally, the video footage. I showed him the clip on my phone. He watched it carefully, his brow furrowed. "Okay, madam. I see a person in your backyard. Did you recognize him?" "It is Mark, the man from my date, and he just stood there. Did not try to enter your house. He just smiled at the camera, then left. He was taunting me." The officer nodded slowly. "Madam, I understand this is distressing. But as you can see, he did not attempt to break in. He was on your property, yes. But he did not commit any actionable crime that we can pursue without further evidence. We can't arrest someone just for standing in a yard, even if it is yours, unless they are actively trespassing with intent to commit a crime or refuse to leave when asked." My heart sank, but he knew about my bird feeder. "And my gnomes. He has been watching me. We can file a report," the officer said, his tone sympathetic but firm. "And we can increase patrols in the area, but without a direct threat or an attempted break-in. Our hands are somewhat tied." He advised me to get a restraining order, but explained that required filing paperwork, and even then, it was just a piece of paper. If someone was determined, it would not stop them. He left, and I was left alone again, more helpless than ever. The police could not help me. Mark knew it. The next few days were a living nightmare. I could not sleep, could not eat. Every shadow became a monster, every sound a harbinger of doom. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, constantly checking the camera, constantly peering through blinds. I bought more locks, security bars for the windows, and even a heavy wooden dowel for the sliding glass door to the backyard. My house was becoming a fortress, but I felt less safe than ever. Then the texts started. They came from an unknown number, at odd hours, short, cryptic messages. "Sleep well. Nice new locks. The Finches miss you." My blood ran cold with each message. He was still watching. He was still there. He knew about the locks. He knew I was not sleeping. He was inside my head. One evening, I was making dinner, trying to distract myself with the mundane task of chopping vegetables. My phone buzzed. A text from the unknown number. "Careful with that knife. You might cut yourself." My hand froze, the knife halfway through a carrot. I looked around the kitchen wildly. The windows were closed, the blinds drawn. How could he know I was using a knife? My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. He was not just watching from outside, he was closer. He had to be. I dropped the knife with a clatter, my hands shaking. I backed away slowly, my eyes scanning every inch of my kitchen. Then the living room, the hallway. Nothing. But the air felt heavy, charged with an unseen presence. I grabbed my phone, my fingers flying to Sarah's number. I needed to tell someone who would believe me. As I pressed call, another text popped up. "Who are you calling?" "Sarah. She won't understand. No one will." I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, the screen cracking. He was not just watching me. He was listening. He was in my house. He had to be. My breath hitched. I slowly, carefully, picked up the kitchen knife. It felt heavy, cold in my trembling hand. I walked silently, on tiptoe, through my house. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the floorboards echoed in the terrifying silence. I checked the living room. Empty. The dining room. Empty. My heart was a frantic drum in my chest, threatening to burst. I crept towards the hallway, towards my bedroom. The door was slightly ajar. I always closed it. Always. I pushed it open slowly, my hand clutching the knife, my knuckles white. The room was dark, the curtains drawn. I reached for the light switch, my hand shaking so violently I almost missed it. The room flooded with light. And there he was, Mark. He was sitting on my bed, casually, as if he owned the place. He was wearing the same dark hoodie, but his hood was down now, revealing his face. That same sickeningly pleasant smile. He was holding something in his hands. My favorite mug. The chipped, hand-painted one I thought I would lost. Found it, he said, his voice soft, almost tender. It was in the guest bathroom, under the sink. You always put it there when you want to hide something. Do not, you... My blood ran cold. The guest bathroom. I had indeed hidden it there once, years ago, when Sarah had almost broken it. I had not thought about it since. How could he possibly know that? Get out, I whispered, my voice barely audible, but laced with a raw, desperate fury. I raised a knife, pointing it at him, my hand shaking so hard the blade wobbled. He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. He did not move, did not seem threatened by the knife. He just looked at me, his eyes full of a chilling adoration. Now, he said, gently setting the mug down on my nightstand. Is that any way to treat your future husband? My stomach lurched. Future husband, he said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I have been watching you, learning about you. We are perfect for each other. I know all your little quirks, your habits, your fears, and I love them all. He patted the bed beside him. Come, sit. We can talk about our future. He had been in my house for days, weeks, maybe even longer. He had not just been watching from outside. He would been inside. He would moved my mug, moved my photo, left those texts. He knew my secrets, my habits, my hidden fears. He was not just a stalker. He was an invader. How long? I asked, my voice trembling. The knife still pointed at him, but my resolve wavering. How long have you been in my house? He smiled, a slow, deliberate widening of his lips that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, since before our first date, darling. I wanted to make sure everything was just right. I wanted to know you, truly know you, before we met. And I do. I know you better than anyone else in the world. He stood up slowly, deliberately, his eyes never leaving mine. He took a step towards me, then another. I backed away, my heart pounding, the knife feeling like a feather in my hand. He was not afraid of it. He was not afraid of me. Do not worry, he said, his voice a soothing whisper, like a lullaby sung by a monster. You will get used to me. We will be so happy together. We will get rid of that old gnome, maybe put in a nice fountain, and I will make sure the bird feeder is always full for your little finches. He was closing the distance. My back hit the wall. There was nowhere left to go. The knife felt useless. My mind raced, searching for an escape, any escape. My phone, broken, lay on the kitchen floor. No one knew he was here. No one would come. He reached for me, his hand outstretched, his smile wide and unwavering. His eyes, though, were chillingly blank, devoid of any genuine warmth, only a terrifying, possessive hunger. Come here, my love, he whispered. Let us begin our life together. In that moment, a primal scream tore from my throat, a sound born of pure terror and desperation. It was loud, raw, and utterly without hope. I did not know if anyone would hear it, but I screamed anyway, a desperate defiance against the monster who had stolen my peace, my home, my life. I swung the knife blindly, fueled by adrenaline, not caring where it landed, just wanting to create distance, to buy myself one more second. He recoiled, a flicker of surprise on his face, a dark stain blossoming on his shoulder. It was a shallow cut, barely a scratch, but it was enough to break his focus, to give me a chance. I did not wait. I spun around, pushing past him, and bolted out of the bedroom through the hallway towards the front door. My legs were a blur of motion, my lungs burning. I fumbled with the locks, my fingers clumsy, my mind screaming faster, faster. I burst out into the night, gasping for air, not looking back. I ran down my driveway, onto the street, my bare feet slapping against the cold asphalt. I ran without a destination, without a plan, just pure, unadulterated terror propelling me forward. I could hear nothing but the pounding of my heart, the ragged gasps for breath. I did not stop until I reached my neighbor's house, pounding on their door, screaming for help, my voice raw and hoarse. The porch light flickered on, a confused face appearing at the window. The police came. They searched my house. Mark was gone. He had vanished into the night, leaving behind only the lingering scent of his presence and the indelible mark of his terror. The small, dark stain on my bedroom carpet was the only physical proof he had ever been there, a chilling testament to the nightmare I had just lived. My home was no longer a home. It was a crime scene, a place where a monster had invaded and claimed a piece of my soul. I never went back. I could not. Every shadow, every creak, every whisper of the wind would forever echo with his voice, with his chilling smile. They never found Mark, not officially, anyway. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the darkness presses in, I still feel his eyes on me. I still hear his voice, soft and tender, whispering about bird feeders and garden gnomes. And I know with a bone-deep certainty that he is still out there, watching, waiting, and that my nightmare, the one that began with a simple Tinder profile, is far from over. The next chapter has its own voice. The metallic taste of fear still coated my tongue, a constant, bitter companion. It had been days, maybe weeks, since Mark had left that chilling message in my backyard, taking my grumpy garden gnome. Every shadow was a lurking threat, every rustle of leaves a whispered warning. Sleep was a myth, replaced by a rigid, wide-eyed vigil, my hand never straying far from the kitchen knife I now kept under my pillow. My house, once my sanctuary, had become a cage, and I, the trapped prey. I would call Sarah my best friend, trying to explain the escalating horror, the specific knowledge Mark seemed to possess. She would listen, her voice laced with concern, urging me to go to the police again, to get a restraining order. But what good was a piece of paper against a ghost? He left no fingerprints, no clear evidence, just the gnawing certainty of his presence. The police had been polite, sympathetic even, but ultimately helpless. Without direct threats or physical harm, their hands were tied. It was just a disgruntled admirer, they would said, a misunderstanding. They had not seen the way my gnome had vanished, the way my world had shrunk to the four walls of my increasingly vulnerable home. The isolation was crushing. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to stay inside, to barricade myself against the world, but the silence, the constant hum of my own frantic heartbeat was slowly driving me insane. I needed a distraction, a brief reprieve from the relentless terror, a foolish, desperate attempt at normalcy. That is when I made the mistake. A terrible, irreversible mistake. I downloaded Tinder. It felt wrong, like putting on a party dress for a funeral, but the thought of connecting with someone, anyone, who was not Mark, who did not know my address or the layout of my backyard, was a siren song I could not resist. I swiped through profiles, a detached observer, until I landed on Alex. His profile picture showed a man with kind eyes and a warm smile, posing with a golden retriever. His bio was simple, self-deprecating, and he seemed normal. Safe. I hesitated, my thumb hovering then with a surge of a reckless defiance against the fear that had consumed me. I swiped right. We matched. My heart gave a strange lurch. He messaged almost immediately. His texts were friendly, engaging, and he seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. We talked for a few days about our jobs, our hobbies, the mundane details of life that felt so precious in my current state. He made me laugh, a sound I had not realized I would miss so much. He never asked anything too personal, never pushed boundaries. He felt like a breath of fresh air. A dangerous, naive breath. After a week of texting, he asked me out for drinks. I agreed, but with strict conditions. A public place, well lit during daylight hours. I chose a bustling pub downtown, one I knew had plenty of people and good visibility. He readily agreed, his enthusiasm infectious. A tiny, fragile sliver of hope began to bloom in my chest, quickly overshadowed by a familiar anxiety. Could I actually do this? Could I pretend, even for a few hours, that my world was not spiraling into a nightmare the day of the date? I was a wreck. I picked out an outfit that felt both casual and confident, something to project an image of normalcy. My hands trembled as I applied my makeup. Every car passing by outside sent a jolt through me. I almost canceled, my finger hovering over the phone screen. But then I thought of Mark, of him winning, of him trapping me in my own fear. No, I would not let him. I deserved this. I deserved to feel human again. I arrived at the pub a few minutes early, clutching my purse, my eyes scanning the entrance. He was not there yet. I found a booth near the window, giving me a good view of the street, a strategic move born of paranoia. My phone buzzed. It was Alex. Just arrived. See you inside. A moment later, a man walked in. He was taller than I expected, with dark hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He was not exactly like his photos, but then again, whoever is... There was something about his eyes, though, a little too intense, a little too focused as they swept the room. He spotted me and smiled, a wide, almost predatory grin that did not quite reach his eyes. My stomach dropped. A cold dread, familiar and unwelcome, began to curdle in my gut. This was not the kind-eyed man from the photos. This was something else. He walked towards my booth, his gaze never leaving mine. "Hey," he said, his voice a little deeper than I would imagined, a low rumble that sent a shiver down my spine. "You must be narrator's name." "Alex." I managed, my voice a little hoarse. I tried to smile, but it felt like a grimace. He slid into the booth opposite me, leaning forward slightly, his elbows on the table. He did not order a drink right away, just watched me. His eyes, I noticed now, were a startling shade of blue, almost unnervingly bright. They held a strange intensity, like he was trying to peer into my soul. "It is good to finally meet you in person," he said, his smile still fixed. "I feel like I already know so much about you." My heart gave a frantic thump. It was an innocent enough line, a common dating cliche, but in my hyper-vigilant state, it sounded like a threat. I forced myself to breathe, to dismiss it as paranoia. "Oh," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "And what do you think you know?" He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Well, for one, you are incredibly resilient. You have been through a lot lately, have not you?" My blood ran cold. How could he possibly know that? I had not mentioned anything about my recent troubles on Tinder, or even to Sarah in enough detail for her to accidentally slip up to a stranger. My mind immediately jumped to Mark. Was this a test? Was Alex somehow connected? "I am not sure what you mean," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I could feel the metallic taste of fear returning, stronger now. Alex leaned back, finally breaking eye contact to glance around the bustling pub. "Oh, he said casually, life throws curveballs. Sometimes you just need someone to watch your back. Someone to make sure you are safe." My hands, hidden under the table, clenched into fists. He was using Mark's language. Watching your back, making sure you are safe. These were the insidious promises of a stalker, not a first date. Panic began to bubble up, cold and sharp. I needed to leave. Now, I actually just remembered I have an early meeting tomorrow. I lied, pushing myself slightly away from the table. I should probably get going. Alex's smile did not waver, but his eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Already, but we just got started. I was really looking forward to getting to know you better. I mean, after all the effort I have put in. He trailed off, his gaze locking onto mine again, more intense than ever. "Effort?" I asked, my voice trembling. He leaned forward again, his voice dropping, becoming a low, conspiratorial murmur that barely reached me over the pub's chatter. "Of course. Research. Observation. making sure I knew exactly what kind of person you are, what you like, what makes you tick, what makes you vulnerable. My breath hitched. Research. Observation. Mark's words. My mind was reeling, trying to process, to make sense of this nightmare unfolding before me. Was this him? Had he changed his appearance? Or was this a new monster, one he would send to toy with me? I really need to go, I stammered, trying to slide out of the booth. Alex reached across the table, his hand shooting out to grasp my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, his fingers like steel bands. Not yet, he said, his voice losing all pretense of friendliness. We have not even talked about your little friends. My blood ran cold, solidifying in my veins. My friends? He gave a slow, deliberate nod, his unsettling smile returning. Your garden gnomes. You are quite fond of them, are not you? Especially the grumpy one with the fishing pole. He was quite a character. The air left my lungs in a whoosh. My vision swam. It was him. It had to be Mark. He was sitting right across from me, playing the sick game, enjoying my terror. The pub, once a safe haven, now felt like a glass cage. Everyone else, oblivious to the predator lurking within. How do you know about my gnome? I whispered, my voice barely audible. His eyes gleamed with a chilling triumph. He slowly released my wrist, then reached into the messenger bag he had placed on the seat beside him. My eyes widened in horror as he pulled something out. It was my gnome, my grumpy garden gnome, fishing pole and all. He placed it on the table between us, its painted smile, mocking me. I thought he might be lonely. Alex, no, Mark said, his voice a low, guttural purr. He was missing me, and I knew you would miss him too. So I brought him along, a little surprise for our first date. I stared at the gnome, then at Mark, my mind unable to reconcile the polite Tinder profile with the terrifying reality before me. This was not a date, this was an abduction, a psychological torture session. You are Mark. I breathed, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. His smile widened, a truly grotesque sight. Took you long enough. I thought the beard and the new haircut might throw you off for a bit longer. But yes, it is me, and I am so glad we finally got to spend some quality time together, face to face. It is much better than just watching, is not it? My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. I could feel the sweat beading on my forehead, my palms clammy. I needed to scream. I needed to run, but my body felt paralyzed, rooted to the spot by the sheer, overwhelming terror. Why are you doing this? I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. He leaned back, admiring the gnome. Because you are special, you are different, and you need someone to appreciate that. Someone to protect you. I have been watching you, making sure you are safe. You do not realize how many dangers there are out there. But I do, and I can keep you safe. Always. His words, meant to be reassuring, were the most terrifying thing I had ever heard. He was not just a stalker. He was deluded, obsessed. He believed he was my savior. I do not want your protection, I said, finding a sudden surge of defiance amidst my fear. I want you to leave me alone. His expression darkened, the warmth completely vanishing from his eyes. You do not mean that. You are just scared. But you do not need to be. We are going to be so happy together. I have planned everything. He reached into his bag again and I flinched, expecting another horrifying reveal. This time he pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden bird. It looked exactly like the bird that perched on my bird bath in the backyard. My bird bath. I found this near your bird bath, he said, holding it up. It fell off. I fixed it for you. See, I take care of things. I take care of you. The meticulousness of his obsession, the way he noticed every tiny detail of my life, every misplaced item, was sickening. He was not just watching, he was living my life, just a few steps behind me, always present. "I am calling the police," I said, fumbling for my phone in my purse. He chuckled, a low, menacing sound. "Go ahead. What will you tell them? That your Tinder date brought your garden gnome back. That he fixed a small wooden bird. They will think you are crazy. They already did, remember." He was right. The police would not believe me. Not without concrete proof of a threat. And he was careful, insidious. He was not overtly threatening me with violence, not yet. He was just invading, consuming. "I am leaving," I said, my voice trembling, but firm. I pushed myself up, knocking the table slightly. The gnome wobbled but stayed upright. Mark stood up too, slowly, blocking my path out of the booth. He was taller than me, broader. The casual pub setting suddenly felt claustrophobic, the crowd around us a distant, muffled hum. No one was paying attention. No one saw the terror in my eyes, the predator standing before me. "Where are you going, sweetheart?" he asked, his voice soft, almost tender, but laced with an undeniable menace. "We have not even had our drinks yet. I was going to tell you all about the plans I have for us. For our future, there is no us." I spat, my voice gaining strength from a sudden surge of adrenaline. "There is no future. You are a sick, twisted stalker, and I want you to stay away from me." His face hardened, the mask of charming Alex, falling away completely. "You do not understand," he said, his voice now a low growl. "You belong with me. I know you better than anyone. I know what you need." I saw my chance. As he spoke, he gestured slightly with his hand. It was a tiny opening, but it was enough. I lunged, not for the exit, but for the table. Grabbing the gnome was a stupid, irrational move, but it was mine. As I snatched it, I slammed my hand down on the table, sending the gnome and the wooden bird flying, and more importantly, spilling a full glass of water. The glass shattered on the floor with a loud crack, drawing a few startled glances from nearby tables. "Oh my God," I yelled, feigning shock, then immediately turning to Mark with a desperate, frantic plea. "He is harassing me. He won't let me leave." Mark's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed into a furious glare. He had not expected me to make a scene. A few people were looking now, their conversations dying down. "She is mistaken," Mark said quickly, trying to diffuse the situation with a forced smile. "Just a misunderstanding, folks." But I was not waiting. The moment his attention was diverted, I bolted. I scrambled out of the booth, knocking over a chair, and sprinted towards the exit, clutching the gnome like a lifeline. I did not care how stupid I looked, how ridiculous it was to be running with a garden gnome. It was a tangible piece of my violated home, and I was not letting him have it. "Hey, come back here." I heard Mark's voice behind me, laced with anger now, no longer disguised. I burst out of the pub and onto the busy street, gasping for breath. The afternoon sun, once a comforting lie, now felt harsh and exposing. I did not have a car. I would take an Uber, wanting to avoid leaving my own vehicle vulnerable. Now, I regretted it. I ran blindly through the throng of people, dodging pedestrians, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps heavy and relentless. He was faster than I thought. "You can't run from me," he yelled, his voice cutting through the street noise. "You can't hide. I know where you live. I know everything." Tears streamed down my face, blurring my vision. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder. I darted into an alleyway, hoping to lose him. The gnome still clutched tightly to my chest. The alley was dark, lined with overflowing dumpsters, reeking of stale food and garbage. It was a dead end. I slammed into a brick wall, gasping for air, my chest heaving. Trapped. He was going to catch me. He was going to take me. Then I heard his footsteps, slowing, echoing in the narrow space. Nowhere to go. Mark's voice, calm and chilling, resonated through the alley. Just like I said, I will always find you. He emerged from the alley entrance, his silhouette framed by the harsh daylight. He was not smiling anymore. His face was a mask of cold determination, his eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. He saw the gnome in my arms. "Give me back my gnome," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "It belongs with me. Just like you, no." I screamed, my voice raw. I pulled back my arm, ready to throw the ceramic figure at him, to fight back with the only weapon I had. He took a step forward, then another. "Do not be foolish," he warned. "You are coming with me. We have a lot to talk about. A lot to build together." My mind raced, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. My eyes darted around the alley. A rusty metal bar lay near a dumpster. Too far. A broken bottle. Also too far. He was almost on me. I could see the wild, possessive glint in his eyes. This was not about a date or a gnome. This was about control, about ownership. As he reached for me, I swung the gnome with all my might, not at his face, but at his knee. It was a desperate, clumsy swing, but it connected with a sickening thud. Mark cried out, a sharp, surprised yell, and stumbled back, clutching his knee. The momentary pain, the shock, gave me the opening I needed. I dropped the gnome, not caring anymore, and scrambled past him, back towards the street entrance of the alley. I burst out onto the sidewalk, yelling, "Help! He is trying to kidnap me." My voice was hoarse, but loud enough to turn heads. A couple, walking by, startled by my frantic screams and disheveled appearance, finally seemed to register the scene. They looked at me, then at Mark, who was still hobbling out of the alley, his face contorted in pain and rage. "Stay back!" the man shouted, stepping in front of his partner. Mark hesitated, his eyes darting between me and the couple. He saw the witnesses, the attention. His carefully constructed facade of harmless obsession was shattered. He knew he could not take me now, not with people watching. With a final, venomous glare that promised retribution, he turned and limped away, disappearing into the crowd. I stood there, shaking uncontrollably, gasping for air, my legs feeling like jelly. The couple rushed to my side, asking if I was okay, if I needed help. I could only nod, tears streaming down my face. My knees buckled, and I sank to the ground. The metallic taste of fear now mixed with the bitter taste of utter exhaustion. The police arrived quickly, this time thanks to the witnesses. I recounted the story, every horrifying detail, from the Tinder match to the gnome on the table, to his chilling words in the alley. They listened, their expressions grim. This was not just a misunderstanding anymore. This was clear, undeniable stalking, escalating to attempted abduction. They searched the alley, but Mark was gone. The gnome was still there, lying on its side near the dumpster, its fishing pole broken, a grim trophy of my escape. They took my statement, promising to do everything they could. But I knew he was still out there. He knew my address. He knew my routines. He knew me. I never went back to my house. Not truly. I stayed with Sarah for a while, then moved to a different city, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I tried to disappear. But the metallic taste of fear, the ghost of Mark's unsettling smile, never truly left my tongue. Every unknown number, every shadow, every fleeting glimpse of a stranger sends a jolt of ice through my veins. Because somewhere out there, I know he is still watching, still waiting, and somewhere, perhaps, he has found another gnome. The next voice enters our storytelling today, the metallic taste of fear, a constant companion, had just returned with a vengeance. Alex's words, "You have been through a lot lately, have not you?" hung in the air, thick and suffocating. My blood ran colder than a winter night in an abandoned house. How could he possibly know? My mind, already a frantic mess of anxiety and paranoia, instantly spiraled. Was he connected to Mark? Was this some elaborate trap? I forced a laugh, a brittle, unnatural sound that probably fooled no one, least of all myself. "Oh, I said, trying to sound casual, like I was just a regular person on a regular date, not a hunted animal. Life throws curveballs, right? Work stress, family stuff, the usual." I hoped my voice did not betray the frantic pounding in my chest, the way my hands were starting to tremble under the table. Alex just watched me, his unsettlingly intense eyes boring into mine. The pub, once a comforting cocoon of noise and normalcy, suddenly felt like a stage, and I was the reluctant star of a terrifying play. His smile, the one that did not quite reach his eyes, widened just a fraction. "Oh, I think it is a little more than the usual for you," he said, his voice a low, almost purring rumble. He leaned forward, just slightly, and the casual intimacy of the gesture was anything but comforting. It felt predatory. "Someone's been causing you trouble, have not they—" My breath hitched. This was not a guess. This was not a vague observation. This was too specific. My heart slammed against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. My throat felt like sandpaper. "I do not know what you are talking about," I stammered, trying to maintain some semblance of composure. But the facade was crumbling fast. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to get out of this booth, this pub, this entire nightmare. Alex chuckled, a soft, dry sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Do not you. I think you do. It is hard to miss, really, the way you look over your shoulder, the way you jump at sudden noises, and that little incident with your garden gnome. The world tilted, the noise of the pub, the clinking glasses, the distant laughter, it all faded into a dull roar. The garden gnome, the police had not taken that seriously. Sarah knew, of course. But how could Alex? My mind raced, frantically searching for an explanation, a rationalization, anything to make this terrifying reality less real. Had Mark posted about it online? Had he somehow found my Tinder profile and sent Alex to mess with me? Or was Alex Mark? No. Mark was shorter, broader, with a different beard. But people could change their appearance. People could lie. A cold, clammy dread washed over me, chilling me to the bone. This was not just a bad date. This was something far, far worse. "How do you know about that?" I managed to whisper, my voice barely audible. My eyes darted around the pub, searching for an escape route, for a friendly face, for anything that was not Alex's unnerving gaze. But everyone seemed engrossed in their own conversations, oblivious to the terror unfolding just feet away. He leaned back, a casual gesture that belied the intensity in his eyes. "Oh, you would be surprised what you can find out about people these days," he said, a hint of something dark and knowing in his tone, especially when they are vulnerable and looking for connection. He paused, letting his words sink in, letting the implication hang heavy in the air. "You were looking for a distraction, were not you? Someone to make you forget about him." My stomach churned. He was not just talking about my general stress, he was talking about Mark. He was talking about me. He was talking about the exact reason I would downloaded Tinder in the first place. The desperate, terrible mistake I would made. He knew my vulnerability, my desperation. "I need to go," I said, my voice firmer now, fueled by a surge of adrenaline. I started to slide out of the booth, my legs feeling like jelly. Alex did not try to stop me directly. Instead, he just watched. "Already, but we have barely started," he said, his tone still calm, still unsettlingly amused. "I thought we had so much to talk about, like why the police are not helping you, or why you thought a dating app was a good idea when you are clearly in so much distress." His words hit me like a physical blow. He was not just observing, he was judging, and he was hitting every raw nerve, every insecurity. I finally pushed myself out of the booth, almost stumbling. My purse strap felt heavy on my shoulder, my heart a frantic drumbeat in my ears. I needed to get out. Now, I am sorry. I do not feel well, I mumbled, not even bothering to make eye contact. I just wanted to escape. I started walking towards the exit, my pace quickening with every step. I could feel his eyes on my back, a burning sensation that made my skin crawl. I did not dare look back. I practically ran out of the pub, bursting into the cool night air. The sudden change in temperature was a shock, but it was nothing compared to the icy grip of fear that had seized me. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with panic, and pulled up Sarah's number. I needed to call her. I needed to tell her everything. As I brought the phone to my ear, a quiet voice spoke from right behind me. Running away won't solve anything, you know. I screamed, a strangled sound that tore from my throat and spun around. Alex stood there, just a few feet away, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. He must have followed me out. My blood ran cold, fear paralyzing me for a split second. "Stay away from me," I yelled, my voice shaking. My eyes darted around the street. It was busy, but not packed. People were walking by, but no one seemed to notice the terror in my voice, the fear etched onto my face. He took a step closer. "I just want to help," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to the menace I felt radiating from him. "You are in a dangerous situation. Mark is not going to stop, and you are not safe." "How do you know about Mark?" I demanded, my voice raw. "Who are you?" He paused, a strange, almost sad expression flickering across his face. "Let us just say I know people," he said vaguely. "And I know things that can help you, but you have to trust me." Trust him, the man who had stalked me from a dating app, who knew intimate details about my life, who had just terrified me into fleeing a public place. My mind screamed, "No, I am calling the police," I said, my hand tightening around my phone. Alex's smile returned, that unsettling, non-committal smile. "Do you really think they will do anything? They have not so far, have they?" A disgruntled admirer was not that what they called him. "They won't believe you about me either. They will just see a woman overreacting to a bad date." The truth, in his words, was like a punch to the gut. He was right. The police had been useless. They would dismiss my fears, trivialize my terror. And if I told them about Alex, they would probably just roll their eyes. "Just leave me alone," I pleaded, my voice cracking. I started backing away, slowly, cautiously, my eyes fixed on him. He did not move, but his gaze never left mine. "You live on Elm Street, do not you? The little house with the blue trim. And your best friend, Sarah, lives just a few blocks away." My breath caught in my throat. He knew where I lived. He knew Sarah. This was not just a random creep. This was someone who had done his homework. This was someone who had been watching me. The world spun. I turned and ran, not caring where I was going, just needing to put as much distance between myself and Alex as possible. I could hear his voice calling something after me, but the words were lost in the pounding of my blood in my ears, the frantic rhythm of my own escape. I did not stop running until my lungs burned and my legs ached. I finally collapsed onto a bench in a small, dimly lit park, gasping for air. My phone was still clutched in my hand. I immediately called Sarah. "Sarah, pick up, please." I whispered into the receiver, tears stinging my eyes. Her sleepy voice answered after a few rings. "Hello. What is wrong? Are you okay?" No, I am not okay." I choked out, the words tumbling over each other. It was him. Sarah, the guy from Tinder. He knew everything. About Mark, about the gnome, about where I live. He followed me out of the pub. I think he is connected to Mark, or he is Mark. I do not know, but he is terrifying. Sarah's voice was instantly alert, full of concern. What? Oh my God, are you safe? Where are you? I am coming to get you. I told her where I was, still shaking uncontrollably. I do not want to go home. Sarah. I can't. He knows where I live. He said so. Okay. Okay, calm down, she said, her voice firm but soothing. Come to my place. You can stay here tonight. I will be there in 10 minutes. Just stay put, okay? I nodded, even though she could not see me. Okay. Please, hurry. The 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Every rustle of leaves, every distant car engine, every shadow seemed to morph into Alex, watching me from the darkness. I kept my phone clutched tight, my eyes scanning my surroundings, convinced that he was still out there, just waiting. Sarah arrived, her face a mask of worry. She hugged me tight, and for a moment, I felt a flicker of safety. But it was fleeting. The fear was too deeply ingrained now. We drove to her apartment, the silence in the car punctuated only by my ragged breathing. Once inside, she made me a cup of tea, but my hands trembled so much I could barely hold the mug. We have to go to the police again. Sarah insisted, her brow furrowed. This is beyond a disgruntled admirer. This is stalking. This is harassment. This is terrifying. He said they would not do anything. I whispered, staring into my tea. He said they would just think I was overreacting to a bad date. And he is right. They did not believe me about Mark. Why would they believe me about this guy? Because this guy knows too much. Sarah argued, he is a direct threat. We will show them his Tinder profile. We will tell them everything. But when I pulled out my phone to show her Alex's profile, it was gone. Completely, not just unmatched, but the entire profile had vanished. It was like he had never existed on the app. My heart sank. How could I prove any of this now? He must have deleted it, I said, a wave of despair washing over me. He knew I would try to find it. Sarah looked grim. Okay, well, we still go. We tell them what he said. We tell them he knew about Mark, about the gnome, about your address. That is not normal. That is not just a bad date. Reluctantly, I agreed. The next morning, fueled by Sarah's determination and a desperate hope, we went to the police station. We sat in a sterile waiting room for what felt like hours, my anxiety mounting with every tick of the clock. Finally, we were called in to speak with an officer. I recounted the entire terrifying encounter, from Alex's chilling words to his knowledge of my address, to the disappearance of his Tinder profile. The officer, a tired-looking man with weary eyes, listened patiently, scribbling notes. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair. So, to be clear, he said, his voice flat, you went on a date with a man you met on a dating app. He said some things that made you uncomfortable, and then he deleted his profile. And you believe he is connected to your ex, who you also believe is harassing you, despite having no concrete evidence he has done anything illegal. My blood ran cold again. It sounded ridiculous when he laid it out like that. He was doing exactly what Alex said he would do. He knew about the garden gnome. I insisted, my voice rising in frustration. He knew about Mark. He knew where I lived. Madam, a lot of information is publicly available online these days, the officer said, his voice still flat. People can find out where you live from public records. Social media can reveal a lot about your life. It is not uncommon for people to do a little research before a date, but he knew about Mark. Specifically, I pleaded, and the gnome was stolen. It was a specific detail. No one outside of me and my best friend and the first officer who took my initial report would know. He sighed, a long, weary sound. Look, I understand you are feeling distressed, and I understand you are scared, but without any direct threats, any physical harm, or any concrete evidence linking this man to your ex or to any crime, there is not much we can do. We can't just go around investigating every bad date or every deleted online profile. It sounds like you had an unpleasant encounter, and it is probably best to just block him and move on. My heart sank. Sarah, sitting beside me, looked furious. He followed her out of the bar. She interjected, "That is harassment." He said he just wanted to help her, I mumbled, remembering Alex's strange words. The officer raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like he was trying to manipulate you, madam. My advice, be more careful about who you meet online, and if you feel unsafe, you can always change your number or consider moving." Changing my number, moving. It was the same advice they would given me about Mark. It was not help, it was a surrender. We left the station, defeated and more terrified than before. Alex had been right. They would not help. The next few days were a blur of heightened anxiety. I stayed at Sarah's apartment, but even there, I felt unsafe. Every time her phone buzzed, I jumped. Every time I looked out the window, I expected to see Alex's dark beard or his unsettling eyes. Then, the text started. They were not from Alex's number, or Mark's. They were from an unknown number. The first one arrived late one night, while Sarah was asleep and I was staring at the ceiling, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Still thinking about me, I knew you would be. My breath hitched. I immediately blocked the number, but a new text arrived almost instantly from a different unknown number. Blocking me won't make me go away. I am always here. Watching. A cold sweat broke out on my skin. He knew I had blocked him. He had multiple numbers. This was not just a random creep. This was calculated. This was relentless. The texts continued, sporadic but persistent, from different numbers each time. They were never overtly threatening, but they were always unnerving. They always implied knowledge. Saw you had coffee this morning. Hope it was strong. You looked tired. Sarah's a good friend. You are lucky to have her. I wonder if she knows everything. Your house looks so empty without you. And your little gnome, that last one sent a fresh wave of terror through me. He was still watching my house. He knew I was not there. And he mentioned the gnome again. I showed Sarah the texts. Her face paled. "This is insane," she whispered. "He is outside your house." "He is outside my house." "We need to get out of here. We need to go somewhere he can't find us." "But where?" He seemed to know everything. He seemed to be everywhere. The next day, something truly bizarre happened. I was in Sarah's kitchen, making myself a sandwich, when I heard a faint thud against the window. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. I cautiously approached the window and peered out. There, on the patch of grass just outside Sarah's apartment building, was a small, ceramic garden gnome. It was not my gnome, the one Mark had taken. This one was new, pristine, with a bright red hat and a cheerful, painted smile. And taped to its base was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I carefully opened the window and reached out to retrieve the gnome. Sarah rushed over, her eyes wide with alarm. I unfolded the note. It was written in elegant, almost calligraphic handwriting. "A little housewarming gift for your new sanctuary. Do not worry. Mark won't bother you anymore." "But I will." My blood ran cold. "Mark won't bother me anymore." What did that mean? But I will. The implication was clear. Alex was not just a stalker, he was a replacement who was taking over where Mark left off. Or perhaps he would even dealt with Mark. The thought was horrifying, twisting my stomach into knots. Was this a sick game? Was he trying to protect me, in his own twisted way, only to claim me for himself? "Oh my God," Sarah breathed, reading over my shoulder. "He took care of Mark. Is he a killer?" The thought was too terrible to fully grasp, but it hung heavy in the air, a terrifying possibility. The man I would met on Tinder, the one who looked different from his photos, the one who knew my deepest fears, might be a murderer. And he was now fixated on me. That night, we decided we could not stay in the city. We packed emergency bags, grabbed our essentials, and drove out. heading north, far away from everything we knew. We did not tell anyone where we were going. We turned off our phones, hoping to sever the connection, to disappear, but as we drove, the fear did not lessen. It only changed. Every car that passed us, every pair of headlights in the rearview mirror, every anonymous face at a gas station felt like a potential threat. I kept replaying Alex's words, his calm demeanor, his unsettling smile. Mark won't bother you anymore. But I will. It was a promise. A terrifying, inescapable promise. We eventually found a small, isolated cabin for rent deep in the woods, miles from any town. It was rustic, with no cell service, no internet, just trees and silence. We thought we were safe. For a few days, a fragile sense of peace settled over me. I started to sleep a little, the nightmares still there, but less frequent. The metallic taste of fear began to recede, replaced by the scent of pine and damp earth. Sarah and I spent our days hiking, trying to reconnect with a sense of normalcy. Then, one evening, as dusk settled over the forest, I was sitting on the porch, watching the shadows lengthen. Sarah was inside, reading. I heard a faint crunching sound from the tree line, like someone stepping on dry leaves. My heart instantly started to pound. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer, a squirrel, but the sound was too heavy, too rhythmic. I strained my eyes, peering into the deepening gloom, and then I saw it. A flicker of red, a small, familiar shape. There, at the very edge of the woods, peeking out from behind a thick oak tree, was a garden gnome. Its red hat seemed to glow in the fading light. It was the exact same gnome Alex had left outside Sarah's apartment. The new one, the one that was supposed to be a housewarming gift. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. He knew. He had found us. I scrambled inside, slamming the door shut and locking it, my hand shaking so violently I could barely turn the deadbolt. Sarah looked up, startled by my sudden panic. "He is here," I whispered, my voice trembling. "He found us. There is a gnome outside." The red one. Sarah's face went white. She rushed to the window, but the darkness was too complete now. She could not see it, but she knew I was not imagining it. The fear in my eyes was too real. We spent the night huddled together, listening to every creak of the old cabin, every whisper of the wind through the trees. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace. We knew with chilling certainty that this was not over. Alex was not just a stalker. He was a phantom, an inescapable presence. He had replaced Mark, but his obsession was deeper, more insidious. He was not just sending messages. He was there. The next morning, the gnome was gone, vanished, as if it had never been there at all. We left the cabin that day, but we did not go back to the city. We did not know where to go. We were just driving, two terrified women on an endless road, constantly looking over our shoulders, knowing that somewhere out there, Alex was watching. He was always watching. The metallic taste of fear never truly left my tongue after that. It was a permanent fixture, a bitter reminder of the terrible, irreversible mistake I would make, downloading Tinder in a moment of desperation. I had sought a distraction, a connection, a reprieve from one terror. Instead, I had stumbled into a new, far more terrifying nightmare. And this time, there was no escaping it. Alex was out there, a shadow in the periphery, a constant, chilling presence. And I knew with absolute certainty that he would always find me. The next story begins right now. Every creak of the floorboards was a gunshot, echoing in the suffocating silence of my own home. My breath hitched, caught somewhere between my throat and my lungs, making a small, reedy sound that felt impossibly loud. My legs were heavy, each muscle screaming in protest, but I forced myself forward, one slow, deliberate step after another. The hallway stretched before me like a tunnel, darker than usual, the shadows at the edges of my vision twisting into menacing shapes. My eyes darted, searching, scanning, trying to find him before he found me. He was here, inside. The thought was a cold, hard knot in my stomach, churning with a mixture of terror and disbelief. How long? The questions hammered at my brain, each one a frantic drumbeat against the rising tide of pure, unadulterated panic. My house, my sanctuary, was a trap, and I was the mouse. The front door, locked from the inside, that detail kept circling back, a chilling confirmation of the nightmare I was living. He had not just broken in, he had been here, waiting, watching me come home, locking me in with him. He had breathed my air, touched my things, maybe even slept in my bed. My skin crawled, 1,000 tiny prickles of revulsion and dread. My hand, slick with cold sweat, brushed against the wall, seeking an anchor in the swirling chaos. I had to get to the back door through the kitchen. It was my only way out, but it meant moving deeper into the house. Closer to him, the metallic sweetness of his cologne, that sickly scent I would try to ignore for weeks, seemed to cling to the very air, a ghostly reminder of his presence. It was everywhere now, a suffocating perfume of dread. And Mittens, my sweet, fluffy Mittens. She had not greeted me at the door with her usual enthusiastic headbutts and purrs. A new wave of icy fear washed over me. Marcus knew about Mittens. He knew I had a cat. What had he done to her? My heart hammered against my ribs. A desperate bird trapped in a cage. I finally reached the end of the hallway, the threshold of the kitchen looming before me. It felt like crossing into another dimension, a darker, more dangerous place. I paused, listening. Silence. A heavy, pregnant silence that pressed in on my eardrums, making me hyper-aware of every tiny sound. The distant hum of the refrigerator, the drip of a faucet I had not noticed before, and the frantic thump of my own heart, a drum solo of terror. Taking another shaky breath, I pushed through, my footfalls impossibly soft on the cool linoleum. The kitchen was a shadowy landscape of familiar objects turned sinister. The glint of stainless steel from the oven, the dark maw of the microwave, the faint outline of the knife block on the counter. My gaze snagged on it, a desperate thought sparking in my mind. A weapon, if I could just get to it. But the back door was my priority. It was on the opposite side of the kitchen, requiring me to cross the entire room. Each step was a silent prayer, a gamble. I kept my eyes peeled, scanning every corner, every shadow, half expecting Marcus to materialize out of the darkness, his possessive smirk already etched into my memory. Then I saw it. On the kitchen table, Mittens, food bowl, it was full, not just full, but overflowing, kibble spilling onto the placemat. I had not fed her before I left this morning. My stomach lurched again, a cold wave of nausea washing over me. He had been here. He had fed her. A twisted, perverse act of care, a demonstration of his complete invasion of my life, my home. It was worse than finding her hurt. It was a declaration. I am here. I am in control. My eyes darted around, searching for my cat, the desperate plea forming in my throat. Mittens, I whispered, the sound barely audible, a fragile thread of hope in the suffocating darkness. No meow, no answering purr, just the oppressive silence, thick and heavy, pressing down on me. I crept closer to the table, my hand reaching out, trembling, to touch the overflowing bowl. The kibble felt fresh. He must have been here very recently. Or he was still here. The thought sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me, sharpening my senses, making my skin prickle even more intensely. My gaze fell upon a small, dark object next to the bowl. It was Mittens' favorite fuzzy mouse toy, the one with the little bell inside. But it was not just lying there. It was carefully placed, centered on the placemat, almost like an offering. And around it, arranged in a neat circle, were several small, shiny objects. My breath caught in my throat as I recognized them. Buttons. Buttons from my favorite sweater, the one I would worn on our first date. And next to them, a single silver earring, Mine, the one I thought I would lost weeks ago. This was not just a break-in. This was a message, a horrifying, intimate message. He was telling me he would been through my things, that he knew my house better than I did, that he was everywhere. The careful arrangement, the deliberate placement of my personal items, made my blood run cold. It was a predator marking his territory, leaving a calling card. My eyes flew to the back door. It felt miles away now, an unreachable sanctuary. The small window above the sink offered a sliver of moonlight, casting long, distorted shadows across the countertops. My reflection flickered in the dark glass, a pale, wide-eyed ghost staring back at me. A faint sound, a floorboard creaking upstairs. My head snapped up, my heart leaping into my throat. He was up there. He was moving. My mind raced, trying to process the information. Upstairs meant the bedrooms, the bathroom, my office. He was probably in my bedroom. My bedroom, the thought made me want to scream, to vomit. This was my chance. While he was upstairs, I could make a break for the back door. I moved with renewed urgency, my earlier caution replaced by a desperate, primal need to escape. I practically flew across the kitchen, my hand reaching for the doorknob, my fingers fumbling in the darkness. It was locked, of course, but not just locked. There was a deadbolt, too. My heart sank. I knew how finicky that deadbolt could be, sometimes sticking, sometimes requiring a jiggle. I pushed, pulled, twisted the knob, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip it. The lock mechanism groaned, a small, frustrated sound that grated on my nerves. Having trouble, darling. The voice, his voice, it was low, smooth, and laced with a terrifying amusement. It came from directly behind me. My blood ran cold. I froze, my hand still gripping the doorknob, my back to him. Every hair on my body stood on end. The air grew heavy, thick with his presence, that sickly, sweet cologne assaulting my senses. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. I could not move. I could not breathe. I told you your place was cozy, he whispered, his voice closer now, just a few inches from my ear. I could feel his breath, warm and foul, on the back of my neck. It is even cozier with just the two of us. Would not you agree? A choked sob escaped me, a tiny, pathetic sound. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could disappear, wishing this was all a nightmare, a horrible, vivid dream. But the scent, the cold fear, the absolute certainty of his presence told me it was terrifyingly real. "Do not be scared, love," he purred, and I felt the gentle brush of his fingers on my hair, stroking it. "I am not going to hurt you. Not yet. I just want to talk. We have so much to catch up on." The touch was revolting, violating. It snapped me out of my frozen terror. My instincts screamed. Run. Fight. With a guttural cry, I spun around, my hand still clutching the doorknob, and swung it wildly, hoping to connect with something, anything. He was quick. He stepped back, a dark silhouette against the faint light from the window. I saw his eyes glint in the darkness, full of a predatory amusement that chilled me to the bone. He did not seem surprised, almost as if he expected my reaction. "Feisty," he chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that made my stomach churn. I liked that. My eyes darted around the kitchen, desperate for a weapon, the knife block. It was still there, just a few feet away. If I could just... He must have read my mind. He tutted, shaking his head. "We do not need any sharp objects, do we? This is a conversation, not a battle." He took a step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled, stumbling backward until my back hit the kitchen counter. My hand scrabbled blindly, searching for something. Anything? My fingers closed around the heavy ceramic mug I would left out that morning, cold and solid. It was not a knife, but it was something, you know, he continued, ignoring the mug in my hand. "I have been watching you for a while. Ever since our date, You have no idea how many times I have walked by this house, just imagining what it would be like inside. He gestured around the kitchen, a sweeping motion that encompassed my entire life. It is exactly as I pictured. Warm, inviting, so much potential. Get out of my house. I finally managed to gasp, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. His smile widened, a chilling, predatory grin. But I am in your house, darling. And now, so are you, and the doors are locked. He paused, his gaze lingering on my face. We are home. He took another step, closing the distance between us. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. I raised the mug, my hand trembling so badly I thought I might drop it. Do not make me do this. Marcus. I pleaded, my voice cracking. He stopped, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. You remember my name, he said, almost fondly. That is good. I like that. Then, in a sudden, terrifying burst of speed, he lunged. I did not even have time to scream. He was on me in an instant, his hand clamping over my wrist, twisting it. The mug clattered to the floor, shattering into a dozen pieces. His other hand grabbed my shoulder, pushing me back against the counter, hard. The air rushed out of my lungs, and a sharp pain shot through my back. I told you, no weapons, he whispered, his face inches from mine, his eyes burning with an intensity that made my stomach clench. His breath was hot, sickly sweet. I struggled, kicking and squirming, but he was surprisingly strong. He held me pinned, his grip like iron. Let me go. I shrieked, finally finding my voice, a raw, desperate sound. He just shook his head, a small, sad smile playing on his lips. Not yet. Not until we have had our little chat. You know, I was really hurt when you stopped returning my calls. After all the effort I went to, just to see you again. You stalked me. I spat, tears blurring my vision. You followed me. You knew everything about me. Details he dismissed with a wave of his free hand. Just details. I wanted to know you. Really know you. Most people do not bother with that anymore, do they? Just surface level stuff. But I am different. I care. He leaned in closer, his lips brushing my ear. I even knew what you ordered at the coffee shop. Macchiato, right? With extra caramel. Your cat, Mittens, is adorable. I saw her playing in the window a few times. Such a sweet creature. The mention of Mittens, combined with his disturbing intimacy, filled me with a fresh surge of rage and disgust. I twisted my body with all my might, bringing my knee up sharply, aiming for his groin. It connected, not perfectly, but enough. He grunted, a sharp, surprised sound, and his grip on my wrist loosened for a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. I pulled free, scrambling away from him, my heart pounding like a drum solo. He stumbled back, clutching himself, his face contorted in pain. You little bitch, he snarled, his voice losing its calm, controlled edge. The mask had slipped. This was the real Marcus. I did not wait. My eyes locked onto the back door again. The deadbolt. I had to try again. I leaped towards it, my fingers fumbling with the mechanism, pushing, pulling, twisting. It stuck. Damn it, it stuck. Behind me, I heard him recovering, his heavy footsteps thudding on the linoleum. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was coming, his face a mask of fury, no longer amused. This was not a game anymore. This was survival. Do not you dare, he roared, lunging again. My fingers, slick with sweat, finally found the sweet spot. The deadbolt slid back with a loud metallic clunk. I did not even bother to open the door fully. I threw my shoulder against it, bursting through the narrow gap. The cool night air hit my face, a blessed relief after the suffocating heat of the house. I did not look back. I just ran. Out into the small, overgrown backyard, my bare feet slapping against the damp grass. The fence, it was old, wooden, and thankfully not too high. I scrambled over it, scraping my knees and hands on the rough wood, but I barely registered the pain. Adrenaline was coursing through my veins, a potent cocktail of fear and desperation. I landed awkwardly on the other side, stumbling into the neighbor's yard. Their dog, a large German shepherd, started barking furiously, a loud, insistent sound that echoed in the quiet night. Good. Let it bark. Let it wake someone up. I sprinted across their lawn, heading for the street, for any sign of life, any light, any hope. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder, faster. I could hear Marcus behind me now, shouting, cursing. He was over the fence, too. He was still coming. I burst onto the sidewalk, my eyes frantically searching. The street lamp glowed faintly in the distance. A car. A house with a light on. Anything? And then a blinding flash of light. Headlights. A car was coming down the street, slow and steady. My heart leaped. Salvation! I ran into the middle of the road, waving my arms frantically, screaming at the top of my lungs. Help! Please. Help me. The car slowed, then stopped. The driver's side window rolled down. A woman's face, etched with concern, peered out. What is wrong? Are you okay? He is after me. He is in my house. He is trying to kill me. I gasped, pointing back towards my yard, towards the shadows where Marcus was undoubtedly still lurking. Before the woman could even respond, before I could even process the relief flooding my system, a hand clamped over my mouth from behind. A rough arm wrapped around my waist, yanking me backward with terrifying force. Everything's fine. Officer? Marcus's voice, calm and reassuring, spoke over my muffled screams. My girlfriend here just had a little too much to drink. She gets a bit dramatic. My eyes widened in horror. Officer? I had not noticed the uniform, the patrol car. My desperate plea had brought me straight into the arms of a cop, and Marcus was twisting the situation, making me look like a drunken lunatic. The female officer looked from Marcus to me, her eyes narrowing. I struggled against his grip, trying to scream, trying to show her the fear in my eyes, but his hand was too tight, his arm too strong. Is that right, sir? The officer asked, her voice calm, professional, but with an underlying hint of suspicion. She seems pretty distressed. Oh, she is... Marcus said, his voice dripping with false concern. She is been having a rough night. We had a bit of a disagreement. Nothing serious. Just a lover's spat. You know how it goes. He even managed a charming, apologetic smile. My muffled cries were useless. The officer was looking at me, her expression unreadable. I could feel Marcus's breath on my ear, a cold whisper. One more sound, and Mittens is gone. Understand, the threat, direct and brutal, froze me. Mittens, my sweet cat, he still had her, or knew where she was. He was using her against me. The terror of what he could do to her, what he would do, was a suffocating blanket. I stopped struggling, my body going limp in his arms. The officer seemed to notice the change. Madam, she asked, her voice softer now. Are you okay? Do you need help? I looked at her, my eyes pleading, trying to convey the unspeakable horror of my situation. But how could I? How could I explain? He was holding me, smiling, playing the concerned boyfriend, and I could not speak, could not scream, for fear of what would happen to Mittens. Marcus gave me a gentle squeeze, a possessive gesture. She is just a bit overwhelmed, officer. She will calm down once we get her home. Home. The word was a knife twisting in my gut. My home was where he was. My home was where he would finish whatever twisted game he had planned. The officer studied us for a long moment, her gaze lingering on my terrified face, then on Marcus's seemingly calm one. I could see the doubt in her eyes, the flicker of suspicion. But she also saw a man holding a hysterical woman, a common enough sight for police. "All right, sir," she finally said, her voice firm. "Just make sure she gets home safely, and try to keep the noise down. We have had a few calls about disturbances tonight." My heart plummeted. She was letting him go. She was letting him take me. I wanted to scream, to rip his hand from my mouth, to beg her, to tell her everything. But the image of Mittens, vulnerable and alone, held me captive. Marcus nodded, his smile returning, a triumphant, chilling grin. "Of course, officer. Thank you so much for your understanding." He started to pull me away from the car, back towards the shadows of my house. The officer watched us go, her expression still thoughtful, but she did not intervene. She just drove off, her taillights disappearing down the street, taking my last hope with them. I was alone, truly alone, with Marcus. He removed his hand from my mouth, his grip still firm on my arm. I gasped for air, my throat raw. "Smart girl," he whispered, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. "You made the right choice. Now, let us go home. We have a lot of time to get to know each other. Do not... He began to lead me back, his arm a suffocating weight around my shoulders. I stumbled, my legs weak, my mind reeling. The house loomed ahead, a dark, silent maw waiting to swallow me whole. I could feel his gaze on me, a possessive, triumphant stare. This was it, the end of the line, the beginning of a nightmare from which I might never wake. As we walked, I could hear a faint, distant meow. Mittens. He was still using her. And I knew, with a cold, sickening certainty, that he would make me pay for every bit of resistance, every attempt at escape. The real horror was just beginning, and no one was coming to save me. On to the next one. I matched with Mark on Tinder, and his profile seemed normal enough. A decent smile, a couple of photos with friends, a vague bio about adventure. But when we met for coffee, the first thing he said was, "Not nice to meet you, but I love that little bird feeder you have outside your kitchen window." My blood ran cold. Let me back up a little. I am Sarah, 24, living in a small apartment in a quiet part of town. Like a lot of people my age, I would dabbled in online dating, mostly with mixed results. A few duds, a couple of decent guys who just were not it, and then there was Mark. His profile was pretty standard mid-30s, clean cut, worked in finance, whatever that means. He had a nice smile, not too flashy, and a couple of pictures of him hiking. Seemed wholesome enough, right? We chatted for a few days, and he was charming, funny, a little intense maybe, but I figured that was just him being enthusiastic. He asked a lot of questions about my interests, my job, what I like to do on weekends, nothing I had not seen before. Just the usual getting to know you stuff. We decided to meet for coffee at a local cafe, the Daily Grind, a pretty popular spot, always bustling. I figured it was a safe, public place for a first date. I got there a few minutes early, found a small table by the window, and ordered a latte. My phone buzzed a text from Mark saying he was almost there. I took a sip of my coffee, feeling the usual first date jitters, a mix of excitement and mild apprehension. A few minutes later, a guy walked in, looking exactly like his profile picture. He scanned the room, and when his eyes landed on me, that charming smile from his photos widened. He started walking towards my table. "Sarah?" he asked, his voice a little lower than I expected. A smooth, confident tone. "That is me," I said, offering a polite smile, feeling a tiny bit relieved that he actually looked like his pictures. Sometimes you just never know. He sat down across from me, his eyes bright, almost too bright. And then he said it, the thing that made my stomach drop faster than a roller coaster. "I love that little bird feeder you have outside your kitchen window." My smile froze. I felt the color drain from my face. My mind raced, trying to process what he had just said. My kitchen window. How could he possibly know about that? It was not visible from the street, not unless you were standing in my backyard. And even then, it was tucked away. I would put it up maybe a month ago, a little wooden house with a seed tray, mostly for the cardinals that visited in the mornings. It certainly was not something I would ever mention on my Tinder profile or in any of our chats. Excuse me. I managed to stammer, trying to sound casual, like I had not just been hit by a truck. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The little red one, he elaborated, as if that would make it better. It is very charming. I have seen a few finches there. You must really love birds. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drum solo in my chest. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. This was not a joke. This was not some weird pickup line. This was, he knew about my bird feeder. He would seen it, which meant he would been to my apartment. He would been watching me. I tried to regain some composure, to make sense of it. Oh, yeah, that, I said, forcing a laugh that sounded brittle, even to my own ears. Funny you mentioned that. I actually just put that up. I was testing him, trying to see if he would slip, if he would reveal how he knew. His smile did not waver. I noticed. It complements your garden gnomes quite nicely. Garden gnomes, singular. I had one garden gnome, a grumpy-looking fellow with a fishing rod, tucked behind a rose bush. It was barely visible, unless you were deliberately looking for it. And he mentioned gnomes plural, but then corrected himself. My mind was screaming. He was not just guessing. He would seen it. He would been in my yard. A wave of nausea washed over me. I wanted to bolt, to run out of the cafe and never look back. But my feet felt rooted to the floor. Part of me was still trying to rationalize it, to tell myself it was a misunderstanding, a weird coincidence. Maybe he lived nearby and had seen it from his own place. But no, my apartment was pretty private. So, Mark, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, how do you know about my backyard? Exactly. Did we meet before? I knew we had not. I would remember a face like his, especially if he had been lurking around my house. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes still fixed on mine, and that smile, which had seemed so pleasant online, now felt predatory. No, Sarah, we have not met before. Not officially, anyway. He paused, letting the words hang in the air, thick with unspoken meaning. I like to be thorough, get to know someone before I invest my time. Invest his time? The phrase sent another shiver down my spine. This was not just about vetting a date. This was something else entirely. Thorough. How? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. My coffee, forgotten. Sat cold on the table. He leaned back, a casual gesture that was anything but. Oh, a little research. It is surprising what you can find out about people these days, is not it? Public records, social media, and a little bit of observation. He winked. A casual, friendly wink that felt like a punch to the gut. Observation. That was the word. He would been observing me. He would been watching my house. My blood was roaring in my ears. I felt trapped, caught in his gaze, unable to move. Every instinct screamed at me to get out, but I was frozen, terrified of what he might do if I made a sudden move. Well, that is a little intense for a first date. I managed, trying to inject some humor, some lightness into the conversation, but it fell flat. He chuckled again. Is it? I just think it is important to know who you are dealing with. For example, I know you love the smell of fresh linen, and you always leave your bedroom window open just to crack, even when it is cold. You have a collection of vintage teacups, and your favorite color is a specific shade of teal, the one on your throw blanket in the living room. My breath hitched. My bedroom window. My vintage teacups. My teal throw blanket. These were things no one, absolutely no one would know unless they had been inside my apartment. or, at the very least, pressed their face against my windows, peering in. My mind reeled, trying to grasp the enormity of what he was saying. He was not just observant, he was a stalker. He had been watching me, probably for weeks, maybe even months. A cold dread settled deep in my bones. I felt exposed, violated, even though he had not physically touched me. It was like he would stripped away all my privacy, piece by piece, and was now laying it out before me, a gruesome display. "How do you know all of that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. I was no longer trying to hide my fear. It was raw, palpable. He leaned forward again, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, even though the cafe was still buzzing with noise. "Let us just say I am very good at paying attention to details. Sarah, the little things, the things that make you..." He reached across the table, his hand hovering over mine. I flinched, pulling my hand back as if burned. He did not seem to notice, or if he did not care. "And I know you have a little mole just behind your left ear, the one you sometimes try to cover with your hair. It is cute." That was it. The mole, it was tiny, almost invisible, and I did sometimes try to cover it. There was no way he could have seen that from outside. No way. He had been close. He had been inside. The thought sent a jolt of pure terror through me. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. My vision swam. I had to get out. Now. I have to go. I blurted out, pushing my chair back with a screech that drew a few curious glances from other patrons. Mark's smile vanished. His eyes, which had been so bright, hardened into something cold and unyielding. Already, but we were just getting to know each other. "Sarah, I even brought you something." He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small velvet pouch. My eyes fixated on the pouch, dread twisting my stomach. What could he possibly have brought me? He opened it, and inside, nestled on the dark velvet, was a small silver key. It was not just any key, it was my spare house key, the one I kept hidden under a loose brick in the garden, right next to the grumpy fishing gnome. My breath caught in my throat. My entire body went rigid. This was not just a threat, it was proof, undeniable proof that he had been on my property, found my key, and likely had been inside my home. The thought made me want to vomit. "Found this little guy," he said, his voice, deceptively casual. "Thought you might have lost it. It is important to keep your spares in a safe place. Sarah, you never know who might find them." He held it out to me, the key glinting under the cafe lights. I stared at the key, then at his face. The charming smile was back, but it was twisted, menacing. He was not offering me a lost key. He was showing me his power. He was telling me, without words, that he had access to my home, to my life, that he could come and go as he pleased. Panic seized me, a cold, suffocating wave. I could not breathe. I could not think. All I knew was that I had to get away from him, right now. "No," I choked out, pushing the key away. "Keep it. I do not want it." I stood up, my legs wobbly, ready to bolt. Mark's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, like steel. "Sarah, do not be silly. It is your key. And besides," his voice dropped again, a low, guttural growl, "we are not done yet. Not by a long shot." His touch, his words snapped me out of my frozen terror. This was not a game. This was real. This man was dangerous. With a surge of adrenaline, I yanked my arm free, surprising him with the force. His grip momentarily loosened, and I seized the opportunity. I did not look back. I just ran. I pushed past tables, knocking over a chair in my haste. "I am so sorry," I yelled without looking at anyone, my eyes fixed on the cafe door. I could hear Mark calling my name, his voice rising in anger. "Sarah, Get back here. I burst out of the cafe, the cool afternoon air hitting my face like a slap. My car was parked in a lot a block away. I ran, my lungs burning, my heart pounding like a drum. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was standing in the doorway of the cafe, watching me. His face was contorted with fury, no trace of the charming online persona left. He started to move, taking a step out onto the sidewalk. Fear propelled me faster. I weaved through pedestrians, not caring if I bumped into anyone. My only thought was to get to my car, lock myself inside, and drive away. Away from him, away from this nightmare. My hands were shaking so violently that I fumbled with my keys, dropping them on the asphalt. A sob escaped my throat. I bent down, scrambling to pick them up, my eyes darting nervously back towards the cafe. He was no longer in the doorway. He was on the street, moving, a determined stride in my direction. No. I whimpered, finally getting the keys into my hand. I jammed the key into the car door lock, my fingers numb. It took 2 tries to get it right. The lock clicked, and I practically threw myself inside, slamming the door shut and hitting the lock button with a desperate clang. I immediately started the engine, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I looked in my rearview mirror. Mark was maybe 50 feet away, still walking towards my car, his eyes locked on mine. There was a chilling, possessive intensity in his gaze that made my blood run cold all over again. He was not running, he was just walking, as if he knew there was nothing I could do. As if he was confident he would see me again. I threw the car into reverse, tires screeching as I backed out of the parking spot. I did not care about traffic, about rules. I just needed to put distance between us. I sped out of the lot, turning onto the main street, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror. He was still standing there, on the sidewalk, watching my car disappear. He did not wave. He did not make a gesture. He just stood, a dark, motionless figure, until I rounded a corner and he was out of sight. I drove. I did not know where I was going. Just away. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and disbelief. He had my spare key. He had been in my house. He knew about my bird feeder, my gnomes, my teacups, my mole. He knew me. I drove for what felt like hours, eventually pulling into a gas station far from my neighborhood, just to collect myself. My hands were still shaking. My whole body was trembling. I called my best friend, Jessica, but my voice was so choked with tears and fear that she could barely understand me. "Sarah, what is wrong?" "What happened?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. I tried to explain, stumbling over my words, the story sounding even more insane out loud. He knew everything. Jess, my bird feeder, my teacups, my mole. He even had my spare key. He has been in my house. Jessica was horrified. "Oh my God. Sarah, you need to call the police. Right now." I knew she was right. I took a few deep, shaky breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. I dialed 911. The dispatcher was calm, professional, asking me for details. I recounted everything, from the Tinder match to the cafe to the key to the escape. They told me to drive to the nearest police station to file a report. At the station, a kind older officer listened patiently to my story. He took down all the details. Mark's name, his Tinder profile info, my address. But as I spoke, I could see the skepticism in his eyes, even as he tried to hide it. "So, madam," he said, tapping his pen on his notepad, "you are saying this man, who you met online, somehow knew intimate details about your home and even produced a key he claims was yours?" I insisted, my voice cracking. He said he had been observing me. He knew about my mole, for crying out loud. He nodded slowly. "And you did not see him physically break into your home, or see him on your property before today?" "No, not directly." but he must have been. How else would he know? He sighed. Look, Imms, Peterson. I understand this is very upsetting. And we will open a file, of course. We will try to contact this Mark based on the information you have given us, but without any concrete evidence of a break-in or him explicitly threatening you with physical harm. It is difficult. It could just be a very creepy, misguided attempt at impressing you. Some people can be very good at social engineering, finding information online. He had my key. I almost yelled, frustration boiling over, which he presented to you in a public place, claiming he found it. It is not illegal to find a key. However suspicious the circumstances, he said gently. We will put a patrol car by your street a few times tonight, but I would advise you to change your locks immediately, and perhaps stay with a friend or family member for a few days, just to be safe. I left the police station feeling more helpless than ever. They could not do anything. He was out there, and he had my key, even if I refused to take it back. I knew I needed to change the locks, but that felt like a band-aid on a gaping wound. I called Jessica again, and she insisted I come stay with her. I agreed immediately. I could not bear the thought of going back to my apartment, knowing he had been there, knowing he might have been watching me sleep, watching me live. That night, sleeping on Jessica's couch, every creak of her old house made me jump. Every shadow seemed to morph into Mark's face. The fear was a constant, cold knot in my stomach. The next day, I went back to my apartment with Jessica and a locksmith. We changed all the locks, front and back, and even added a deadbolt to my bedroom door. I felt a tiny flicker of relief, but it was quickly extinguished by the pervasive sense of dread. As the locksmith worked, I walked through my apartment, feeling like a stranger in my own home. Every corner, every object, seemed tainted by Mark's unseen presence. Had he touched my teacups, sat on my sofa, stood by my bed, the thoughts made my skin crawl. I packed a bag with more clothes, essentials, and my laptop. I was not going to stay there alone, not for a long time. Jessica tried to lighten the mood, making jokes, but her eyes held a similar fear to mine. As I was about to leave, I noticed something on my kitchen counter, something that was not there before. It was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. My blood ran cold again. I had not seen it when I first walked in, but it was sitting right next to my fruit bowl, as if placed there deliberately. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. It was a Polaroid photo. A photo of me. It was taken through my kitchen window, from my backyard. I was standing at the sink, washing dishes, my back to the camera. My hair was tied up in a messy bun, and I was wearing an old t-shirt. It was a completely mundane, private moment, and it was captured. On the back of the photo, written in neat, elegant script, were two words, "See you." My knees buckled. I dropped the photo, my vision blurring. He had been here. After I had fled the cafe, after I had called the police, he had come back. He had been in my house. He had left this chilling message. Jessica, seeing my face, rushed over. She picked up the photo, her own face paling as she saw it. "Oh my God. Sarah," she whispered, her voice full of horror. We called the police again. They sent an officer, but again, it was frustrating. He took the photo as evidence, but there were no fingerprints, no signs of forced entry. It just confirmed that he had been there, but offered no new leads on how he got in or who he was beyond the Tinder profile. The new locks meant he could not get in that way again, but the damage was done. The sense of security was shattered. I did not go back to my apartment for weeks. I stayed with Jessica, then with my parents who lived a few hours away. I deleted all my social media, changed my phone number, and even considered moving to a different city. My life had been turned upside down by a single Tinder match. The police eventually told me they could not find anyone matching Mark's description or his Tinder profile. It was like he had vanished into thin air. A ghost. The profile was gone, his number disconnected. It was as if he never existed, except for the lingering terror he had left behind. I eventually moved. A new apartment, a new area, far away from that house. And the memories of the bird feeder, the gnome, the teacups. I put up security cameras, always checked my locks multiple times, and looked over my shoulder constantly. I never did online dating again. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I still think about that photo. The mundane moment, captured and twisted into something terrifying. And I wonder, did he ever come back to my old apartment? Does he still have my old key? And sometimes, when I am walking alone, I catch a glimpse of a figure in the distance. A man with a certain stride, a certain way of holding his head, and for a split second, my blood runs cold, and I wonder if he is still out there, just observing, just waiting. Because even though I moved, even though I changed everything, I know one thing for sure. He still knows about the mole behind my left ear. And that knowledge, that intimate, terrifying detail, is something I will carry with me for the rest of my life. Each moment leads us to the next one. The world felt like it had been turned inside out. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a drumbeat of pure terror that had been thumping since I slammed that gas pedal down and left Mark's predatory smile in the rear view. Now, huddled on Chloe's couch, wrapped in a blanket that felt too thin to keep out the chill that had settled deep in my bones. I could still see that glint of my spare key, pressed against the glass over my heart. He knew my car, my secret key spot, my name, and now my address. Chloe sat beside me, her arm a comforting weight around my shoulders, but even her presence could not truly pierce the icy dread. I would just finish choking out the story, the Tinder date, his chilling knowledge. The stolen key jingled right in front of me. He knows where I live. Chloe. He can get in. I would sob, the words tearing from my throat. Her face, usually so bright, was pale with horror. She would immediately call the police, but I could hear the hesitation, the practiced calm in the dispatcher's voice. They would check my property, advise me to stay away, but the threat felt so much more insidious than they understood. My world had shattered, and the walls of my own home were no longer a barrier, but an open invitation. The phone rang, just as the first sliver of dawn began to paint the sky outside. Chloe's window. It was the police. I snatched it, my hand trembling. Sarah Miller, a gruff voice asked. I croaked. The officer, a woman named Detective Ramirez, informed me they would check my apartment. No signs of forced entry. No one was there. Everything appeared to be in order. I practically shrieked into the phone, my voice cracking. He has my key. He showed it to me. He has been in there. Detective Ramirez's voice remained calm, almost annoyingly so. Madam, we understand your distress, but without any evidence of a break-in or a person on the premises, our hands are tied. We have filed a report. We advise you not to return to the apartment for the time being, and to come down to the station this morning to give a full statement and discuss a restraining order. I hung up, my hand shaking so hard I nearly dropped the phone. They do not get it, I whispered, tears welling up again. They think it is nothing. They think I am just hysterical. Chloe pulled me closer. They are doing their job. Sarah, it is frustrating. I know. But we will go down there, we will tell them everything, and you are not going back to that apartment alone. The night at Chloe's was a blur of fear and exhaustion. Every creak of the old house, every whisper of the wind against the window pane sent a jolt of panic through me. I kept seeing Mark's face, that unsettling smile, his eyes that held a disturbing glint of amusement, and that text you left in such a hurry. Sarah, is everything okay? It was not a question, it was a taunt. A confirmation that he knew exactly why I fled, and he was enjoying every second of my terror. I tried to sleep, but my mind raced. How long had he been watching me? How did he know about the spare key? It was not hidden in some obvious spot. It was tucked away in a small decorative birdhouse on my porch, under a fake plant, something only I knew about, unless he had been to my apartment before, without my knowledge. A cold wave of nausea washed over me. The thought that he might have been inside my home, rifling through my things, watching me from the shadows before we even met, was a new kind of horror. The next morning, feeling like a ghost of myself, I went to the police station with Chloe. The fluorescent lights hummed, casting a sterile glow on the drab walls. We waited, and finally, Detective Ramirez called us in. She was a no-nonsense woman with tired eyes, but a professional demeanor. I recounted the entire story, from the moment I matched with Mark on Tinder, to the chilling realization at the restaurant, to my frantic escape. I showed her his Tinder profile, which, to my surprise, was still active. His picture, a bland smiling face, now seemed utterly sinister. So, you are saying he showed you your spare key, which you keep hidden at your residence? Detective Ramirez asked, scribbling notes. He pressed it against the glass over my heart. He had it right there, I insisted, my voice rising. And you believe he has been inside your apartment? I know he has. How else would he get the key? And he knew my address. She nodded slowly. We will run his name, see what we can find. We will also try to get a subpoena for his Tinder account information. In the meantime, we will advise you to file a temporary restraining order. It takes a few days, but it is a start. A start. It felt like nothing. It felt like a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. I left the station feeling more exposed, more vulnerable than ever. The police were trying, I guess, but they just could not grasp the insidious, personal nature of this threat. It was not just a random creep. This was someone who had meticulously invaded my privacy, piece by terrifying piece. Chloe drove us back towards her place, but I stopped her a few blocks away. I need to go back, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I need clothes. My laptop. I can't stay at your place indefinitely without anything. Chloe looked at me, her brow furrowed with worry. Sarah, the detective said not to go back. I know, but I can't just abandon everything. And I need to see for myself. I need to know if anything is actually different. My voice trailed off. Please. Chloe. Just come with me. We will be quick. After a moment of hesitation, Chloe nodded. Okay, but we stick together, and if anything feels off, anything at all, we leave immediately. No questions asked. The drive to my apartment felt impossibly long. Every car that passed, every person on the sidewalk, felt like a potential threat. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in a cage. When we finally pulled up, my building looked normal, placid even, bathed in the afternoon sun. But it did not feel normal. It felt tainted. I fumbled with my main key, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. The lock clicked, and the door swung open. The air inside was still, heavy, and cold. Despite the sunny day, my breath hitched. It smelled different, not like me, not like home. See, Chloe said softly, trying to reassure me. Everything looks okay. No broken windows, no signs of forced entry, but I was not looking for broken windows. My eyes darted around the living room. The throw pillow on the couch was slightly askew. I always straightened it just so. My favorite mug, which I would left on the coffee table, was now on the kitchen counter. It was a small detail, but it hit me like a physical blow. A cold dread seeped into my bones. No, I whispered, my voice barely audible. No, it is not okay. That pill on my mug, I did not leave them like that. Chloe's eyes widened, and she scanned the room, her earlier calm replaced by a flicker of fear. Are you sure? Sarah, maybe you just forgot? I never forget. I insisted, my voice gaining a desperate edge. I am meticulous. And the key, the spare key, it is gone from the birdhouse. I walked over to the porch, my stomach churning. The small, decorative birdhouse was still there. But when I lifted the fake plant, the hollow where I kept my spare key was empty. My breath caught in my throat. My blood ran cold. He had not just taken it, he would used it. He would been in here. We moved through the apartment like ghosts, our footsteps echoing in the unnatural silence. The bedroom, my sanctuary. I walked in, and that is when I saw it. On my pillow, a single, pristine, white feather. It was not mine. I did not have any feather pillows, nor any feather decorations. It was just there. A silent, unsettling message. Oh my God. Chloe breathed, her hand flying to her mouth. And then, I saw the note. Tucked under my alarm clock, half hidden, a small piece of paper folded neatly. My hands trembled as I picked it up, unfolding it with agonizing slowness. Written in neat block letters, a single phrase, "I knew you would be back." My scream was a raw, primal sound that ripped through the silence of the apartment. It was a scream of pure, unadulterated terror. He had not just been in my apartment, he would been waiting for me. He knew I would come back. He was toying with me. Confirming his invasion, confirming his control. "We need to get out of here," Chloe yelled, grabbing my arm, her own face ashen with fear. Now, we stumbled out of the apartment, slamming the door shut behind us, though I knew a closed door meant nothing to him. My legs felt like jelly, my heart still thundering. We practically sprinted to Chloe's car, jumping in and locking the doors with frantic clicks. Chloe did not hesitate this time. She pulled out her phone and immediately called 911. Her voice was shaking as she explained, "My friend Sarah Miller. We just found evidence of a break-in at her apartment." A note was left. He was definitely inside. This time, the police response was different. Detective Ramirez called back within minutes, her voice sharper, more urgent. "Stay exactly where you are. Imms. Miller, do not re-enter the apartment. We are sending a patrol car and a crime scene unit immediately. We will meet you there within 15 minutes. My quiet street was swarming with flashing lights. Patrol cars, an unmarked detective's car, and a crime scene van. Yellow tape went up around my building, turning my home into an official scene of violation. I sat in Chloe's car, watching through the window, feeling detached, like I was watching a movie about someone else's nightmare. Detective Ramirez found us, her expression grim. "Imms. Miller, we will need to go through the apartment with you. Point out anything else that is out of place." Going back inside, even with a detective and a uniformed officer, was terrifying. I pointed out the pillow, the mug, the empty birdhouse. The feather was carefully bagged as evidence. And the note was the most chilling piece of all. The crime scene technicians dusted for fingerprints, took photos, meticulously documented everything. Hours later, after what felt like an eternity of questioning and waiting, Detective Ramirez confirmed it. We found fingerprints on the note. "Imms. Miller, they match the name and photo you gave us for Mark Davies." My breath hitched. It was real. He was real. And he was a criminal. "We have put out an APB on him," she continued. "A warrant for his arrest has been issued. We have also expedited the restraining order process. But for now, you absolutely cannot return to this apartment. We will be keeping an eye on the property, but you need to stay somewhere safe. Somewhere safe. Where was safe? My world, which had once felt so solid and secure, had crumbled into a million pieces. The next few days were a blur of restless nights at Chloe's, jumping at every shadow. Every unknown number that called, every car that slowed down on the street, sent my heart into a frantic panic. Chloe was a rock, but I could see the strain on her face, too. She was scared for me, and by extension, for herself. Mark was gone. He had vanished. His Tinder profile disappeared. His phone was off. It was like he would evaporate into thin air. The police said they were looking, but it felt like searching for a ghost. Then, the calls started, my phone would ring, and when I answered, there would be nothing but silence on the other end. No breathing, no static. Just an unnerving, empty silence that lasted for a few seconds before the call disconnected. It happened 3 times in one day, then twice the next. It was his way of letting me know he was still out there, still watching. One morning, Chloe found something on her porch. A small, intricately carved wooden bird, the kind you would find in a craft store, was not hers. And then I recognized it. It was one I would bought years ago, a little trinket that had sat on my bookshelf in my apartment. My blood ran cold. He knew where Chloe lived. He had been to her house. He had left a message. "He is here," I whispered, holding the bird, my voice trembling. "He has been here." Chloe. Chloe's face went white. She snatched the bird from my hand as if it were contaminated. "That is it," she said, her voice tight with fear and anger. "We are going to the police again. This is too much." But the police could not do much more than what they were already doing. They added Chloe's address to their surveillance, advised us to be extra vigilant, to install more cameras. It felt like we were just waiting for him to make his next move. The paranoia was a physical weight, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I could not eat. I could not sleep. I was a prisoner in Chloe's house, and even there, I did not feel safe. Mark was everywhere and nowhere. He was a phantom, a whisper, a terrifying presence that lingered just out of sight. Days turned into a week. Then two, the police still had no leads on Mark. My apartment was still off limits, deemed a potential crime scene, though they would change the locks and put in some temporary cameras. I was living out of a duffel bag, my life on hold. One afternoon, a call came through from my landlord. There was an urgent package delivery for me, something important that needed my signature. It was from my insurance company, regarding the situation with my apartment. I needed to go pick it up. It was at the building office, just a block away from my apartment. Chloe was at work, and I did not want to bother her again. I told her I would be quick, just a block away. I bundled myself up, pulling my hoodie low over my face, and walked, my heart pounding with every step. The street felt eerily quiet. I picked up the package, signed for it, and then a thought struck me. I needed a specific document from my apartment. A deed, a birth certificate, something vital that I had not thought to grab in my initial panic. I could not remember where it was, but I knew it was somewhere in my bedroom. Against my better judgment, against every instinct screaming at me, I found myself walking towards my apartment building. The yellow tape was still there, but it was looser now, almost an afterthought. The new lock glinted on my door. I knew the police had a key, but I also knew they were not actively inside. I just needed 5 minutes. In and out, I would be fast. I called Detective Ramirez's number. "Detective, it is Sarah Miller. I know you said not to go back, but I need to retrieve a vital document from my apartment. I am literally just outside the building. Is there any way an officer could meet me there for just a few minutes?" Miller, "I strongly advise against that," she said, her voice firm. "We can't just send an officer for every personal item. Is it something that can wait?" "No, it can't." I lied, my voice wavering. "It is extremely urgent. I will just be a minute. I promise." There was a sigh on the other end. "All right. Miller, I will see if I can get someone to swing by in the next 30 minutes. But do not enter without an officer present." I hung up, my heart racing. 30 minutes. I could be in and out in 5. I knew it was stupid, reckless, but the urgency to reclaim some small piece of my life, to feel like I had some control, was overwhelming. I used the key the police had given me for emergencies, the one for the new lock. It clicked open, and I pushed the door inward. The apartment was cold, silent. The air was still thick with the memory of dread. I moved quickly, my senses on high alert. No strange smells this time. No obvious signs. The police cameras were small, blinking red lights in the corners of the rooms. I went straight to my bedroom. I remembered the document was in a hidden compartment in my dresser. I pulled out the drawer, fumbled with the false bottom, and there it was. I snatched it, my fingers brushing against the cold, hard wood. As I straightened up, a sound reached me. A faint creak, like floorboards shifting. My blood ran cold. The cameras, were they working? Was someone watching? Hello. I called out, my voice trembling, barely a whisper. My eyes darted around the room. The closet door was slightly ajar. I knew I had closed it completely. My breath hitched. The feather, the note, the feeling of being watched, it all flooded back. Mark. I whispered. Fear, a bitter taste in my mouth. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence. Then, from the closet, a voice, low, calm, utterly chilling. Took you long enough. Sarah. My heart stopped. My blood turned to ice. He was here. He had been waiting. The closet door swung open, slowly, deliberately, and there he was, Mark. His eyes, dark and unsettling, fixed on me. That same predatory smile playing on his lips. He looked completely at ease, as if he owned the place, as if he owned me. You thought you could get away, did not you? He said, stepping out of the closet. He was closer than I expected. Too close. You thought the police would protect you. You thought you could just disappear. I could not move. My feet were rooted to the spot, my body paralyzed by sheer terror. He took another step, closing the distance between us. But I always knew where you would be. Sarah, he continued, his voice a soft caress that made my skin crawl. I knew you would come back for your little treasures. You always do. He reached out, slowly, his hand moving towards my face. I finally broke free of my paralysis, a scream tearing from my throat. I stumbled backward, away from him, towards the bedroom door. He lunged. His hand clamped around my arm, his grip surprisingly strong, like steel. Where do you think you are going? He snarled, the mask of calm dropping away to reveal the raw menace underneath. I struggled, kicking and screaming, trying to pull away. Let me go. Get away from me. He dragged me back, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. No. Sarah, we are not done. Not yet. Just then, the sound of a blaring siren ripped through the air, growing louder, closer, and then a pounding on the apartment door. Police. Open up. Mark's eyes widened. A flicker of surprise, then rage. Crossing his face, he hesitated, his grip on my arm tightening. He looked from me to the door, a split-second decision in his eyes. This is not over, he hissed, his voice venomous. He shoved me hard, sending me sprawling to the floor. Then, with terrifying speed, he darted past me, not towards the front door, but towards the window. I watched in horror as he flung open my bedroom window, which was on the first floor, and scrambled out, disappearing into the overgrown bushes below. The front door burst open, and 2 uniformed officers rushed in, followed by Detective Ramirez. They found me, sobbing and shaking on the floor, pointing frantically at the open window. He was here. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. He was just here. He went out the window. The officers immediately converged on the window, shining their flashlights into the darkness outside. But he was gone. Vanished again. Just like that. They searched the area but found nothing. No trace of Mark. He was a ghost. A shadow. A nightmare that kept slipping through their fingers. They helped me up, led me out of the apartment, and took my statement. Again, my body ached, my throat was raw, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the profound, shattering terror that now consumed me. He had been so close. He had touched me. He had been waiting for me. Mark Davies was never caught. Not that day. Not in the weeks that followed. Not to this day. He disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only the chilling memory of his presence and the permanent scar of his invasion. My apartment, my home, was no longer mine. I moved out shortly after, unable to ever feel safe within those walls again. Even now, years later, I still look over my shoulder. Every unfamiliar car, every unexpected sound, sends a jolt of fear through me. The world still feels like it has been turned inside out, because I know, deep in my bones, that Mark is still out there, and he is still watching, and that is a horror I will carry with me for the rest of my life. And so we continue our journey. The overhead light chased shadows from my living room, but could not dispel the oppressive feeling clinging to the air. Nothing seemed immediately out of place. The cushions plump, the coffee table clear, yet my eyes darted, desperate to find nothing but sensing everything. See anything, Chloe whispered, her voice tight, a mirror to my own racing heart. I shook my head. Not at first glance. But a prickle of unease had already begun. It was not a broken window. It was subtle. A ghost's whisper. My grandmother's ceramic bird, usually facing the window, now stared perfectly straight into the room. The tiny thing, easily dismissed, yet it felt like a trespass. The bird, I whispered to Chloe. It was moved. A cold dread began to seep in. This was not a smash and grab. This was insidious. Someone had been here, touching my things, trying to erase their presence, or worse, trying to send a message. We moved like divers, exploring a wreck, every step deliberate, every glance prolonged. The stale scent of someone else lingered. Let us check the kitchen, I mumbled. Under the sterile hum of the fluorescent light, everything looked normal. Then I saw my chipped coffee mug, which I had left in the sink that morning, now clean and neatly placed by the coffee maker. My heart gave a sickening lurch. I never put it there. My mug. I choked, pointing. It is clean. Chloe's face went ashen. He washed your mug. He was making himself at home. The thought hit me like a physical blow. He was not just in my apartment, he was living in it. The idea of him casually washing my dishes while I was oblivious, out on a date with him, turned my stomach. We hurried through the hallway, my sanctuary, now the most vulnerable place. The fluorescent hum in the kitchen seemed to mock me, casting an unnaturally bright, sterile glow on the clean mug. Clean, the word echoed in my head. Each letter, a sharp stab of terror. This was not a random break-in. This was personal. This was someone who thought they belonged here. Someone who felt comfortable enough to tidy up. My stomach churned, a bitter mix of nausea and pure, unadulterated fear. Chloe gripped my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh. We need to check everywhere, she said, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might alert the phantom presence we both felt still lingering. We moved through the small apartment like a pair of cautious explorers in a booby-trapped tomb. Every shadow seemed to stretch. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a footfall. The air, which had felt stale before, now felt heavy, thick with the residue of an unwanted guest. It was the scent of him. A faint, musky cologne mingled with something else. A metallic tang, like old coins, and a subtle sweetness, like stale sugar. It was a smell I did not recognize, but one I knew I would never forget. The hallway felt like a gauntlet. My bedroom was at the end, usually a place of comfort, a sanctuary. Now, it felt like the heart of the violation. I pushed open the door slowly. Chloe right behind me. The curtains were drawn, plunging the room into a murky twilight. I flicked on the lamp beside my bed, bathing the room in a soft yellow glow that, paradoxically, made the scene feel even more eerie. My eyes swept over the familiar space. The unmade bed. The pile of clothes on the chair, the books stacked on my nightstand. Nothing overtly disturbed. No drawers pulled out, no closet doors flung open. But then I saw it. My bedspread, a soft blue quilt, was subtly rumpled, not in the way I left it that morning. It was pulled taut on one side, almost smoothed, but with a distinct indentation on the pillow, a slight hollow where a head might rest, and on the nightstand, my favorite paperback. Rebecca, which I had been halfway through, was now closed, a bookmark carefully placed on the final page. I had not finished it. I had not even been close. He was here. I breathed. the words catching in my throat. "He slept in my bed," Chloe gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. The idea of a stranger, this man, lying in my bed, breathing my air, touching my things, made my skin crawl. It was an intimacy so profoundly violated, it felt like a physical assault. We checked the dresser. My underwear drawer was slightly ajar, just a millimeter, barely noticeable unless you knew it was usually shut tight. I did not even want to think about what that meant. My jewelry box, a small, antique wooden chest, was closed, but the lid felt ever so slightly warm to the touch, as if it had just been handled. The bathroom was next. My toothbrush, usually tucked away in a cup, was now standing upright in the holder, its bristles still faintly damp. My toothpaste tube, which I always squeeze from the bottom, was now squashed in the middle, and on the edge of the sink a single, dark hair, not mine, lay coiled like a tiny snake. He had not just been in my apartment, he had been using it. He showered, Chloe whispered, pointing to a fresh, clean towel draped over the shower curtain rod. It was one of mine, but it was not there this morning. It was neatly folded, almost pristine, as if he was trying to be polite. The thought made me gag. Polite. He was a phantom living in my home. We found other things. The milk carton in the fridge was a quarter empty, though I knew I would just bought it. A bag of my favorite chips, which I had not opened, was now torn open and resealed with a clip. Even the thermostat was set a degree higher than I usually kept it. Each discovery was a tiny, insidious detail, chipping away at my sense of reality, painting a picture of a man who did not just break in, but moved in. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the nightmare. Who would do this? Who could be so brazen, so utterly terrifying? And then, a name, a face, a chilling realization slammed into me with the force of a physical blow mark. Mark, the guy I would gone on a Tinder date with just 2 nights ago. I had been so excited about him. His profile picture showed a handsome man with kind eyes and a charming smile. His bio was witty, intelligent, and seemed to align perfectly with my interests. We matched, and our initial messages were easy, flowing, full of laughter emoji. He seemed genuinely interested, not just in my looks, but in my thoughts, my hobbies, my life. Our date was at a cozy, dimly lit bar downtown. He was even more charming in person, tall, with a confident posture and a laugh that made me feel instantly at ease. He listened intently when I spoke, his eyes, a startling shade of hazel, never leaving my face. He asked intelligent questions, not just surface-level pleasantries, but things that made me feel truly seen. But now, replaying the date in my head, every detail twisted into something sinister. His questions about my apartment. "Do you live alone?" "Sarah," he would ask, with a casual smile. I would laugh. "Yeah, just me and my plans." He would chuckle. "Sounds peaceful. What about your work schedule? Do you usually leave early?" I would tell him about my 9 to 5, how I loved my quiet mornings. He would nodded, seemingly just making conversation. He would made a comment about my favorite coffee, a specific blend from a local roastery which I had not mentioned. "I saw you check in there on Instagram once," he would said, dismissing my surprised look with a shrug. I have a good memory for details. At the time, I found it endearing, a sign of his attentiveness. Now it was a terrifying red flag, and the way his eyes had lingered on me, not just admiringly, but with an intensity that felt like he was memorizing every curve, every expression. When he said goodbye, his hand had rested on my arm a moment too long, his gaze possessive. "I had a wonderful time. Sarah," he would said, his voice a low rumble. "I can't wait to see you again. Your apartment sounds cozy. I bet it reflects your personality perfectly." I would smiled, blushing. Now the words sent a shiver down my spine. "It was Mark," I whispered, the name a bitter taste in my mouth. Chloe looked at me, her eyes wide with horror. "The Tinder guy?" I nodded, tears stinging my eyes. He asked about my apartment, my schedule. He knew things. The police were, predictably, unhelpful. Two officers arrived, looking tired and skeptical. They walked through my apartment, their flashlights sweeping over the evidence. The moved bird, the clean mug, the rumpled bedspread, the damp toothbrush. "No forced entry, madam," one officer stated, his voice flat. "Nothing appears to be stolen." "Are you sure you did not just forget you moved the bird? Or washed the mug?" He looked at me with a patronizing smirk, as if I was a hysterical woman imagining things. Chloe jumped in. "She is not making this up. He slept in her bed. He used her shower. And he left a hair." The officer sighed. "We can file a report for suspicious activity. Madam, we recommend you change your locks, maybe install a security camera, but without a clear break-in or theft, there is not much we can do." My blood ran cold. Change the locks. He already had a key or knew how to get in. He knew my routine. He knew me. The police left, leaving behind an even deeper sense of vulnerability and isolation. Chloe stayed with me that night. We double-locked the door, wedged a chair under the doorknob, and pulled the blinds tight. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the window, sent a jolt of terror through me. I did not sleep. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, replaying Mark's face, his smile, his hazel eyes, which now seemed to hold a chilling depth I had not noticed before. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I changed my locks, installing deadbolts and a chain lock. I bought a cheap doorbell camera, hoping it would deter him, or at least catch him. But the sense of being watched never left. Every time I looked out my window, I imagined him lurking in the shadows. Every car that slowed down on my street made my heart pound. My apartment, once my haven, was now a cage, and I felt like the prey. Then came the text message. My phone buzzed on the counter, and I stared at it, dread pooling in my stomach. It was from an unknown number. "Hey, Sarah, had a great time the other night. Hope you are doing well." It was Mark. His number was not in my contacts, but I knew it was him. The casual normalcy of it was horrifying. He was acting like nothing had happened, like he had not invaded my home, my privacy, my sanity. I did not reply. A week later, a package arrived. It was small, wrapped in brown paper, with no return address, just my name neatly handwritten. My hands trembled as I tore it open. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a ceramic bird. It was identical to my grandmother's, the one he had moved. But it was new, pristine, intricately carved. A perfect replica. A small, folded note lay beneath it. I unfolded it with shaking fingers. The handwriting was precise, almost clinical. "A little something to make your home feel more you." I noticed how much you like birds. My blood ran cold. He knew about the bird. He knew it was moved. This was not just a gift, it was a taunt, a chilling confirmation that he was still watching, still aware. He was playing a game, and I was the unsuspecting piece on his board. I called Chloe, my voice hoarse with fear. She rushed over. Her face paled when she saw the bird and the note. "This is a direct threat. Sarah, we have to go back to the police." "But what would they say?" "He sent you a bird, madam, and a note that says you like birds. That is not a crime." I knew it. The insidious nature of his terror was its greatest weapon. The following evening, as I was leaving for work, I saw him. Just a glimpse. I was walking down my front steps, trying to appear normal, when I saw a car parked a block down the street. It was a dark sedan, generic, but I recognized the driver's side window. It was slightly down. And in the fleeting moment before I turned the corner, I saw his profile, Mark. His head was turned towards my apartment, his eyes hidden by sunglasses, but I knew he was looking at my window. He did not wave. He did not move. He just watched. I nearly screamed. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to keep walking, to not look back. I hailed a cab, something I never did, and practically dove into the back seat. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. He was still there. He was always there. Chloe and I decided we needed more concrete proof. We bought a discreet camera the size of a thumb drive and hid it in my living room, disguised as a USB charger. We set it up to record motion. It was a desperate measure, but I felt like I was drowning in fear. A few nights later, I was alone. Chloe was out of town visiting family. I was trying to read, but my eyes kept darting to the windows. The air was heavy, still, the kind of oppressive silence that precedes a storm. Suddenly, the lights flickered, then died. The entire block plunged into darkness. A localized power outage. My breath hitched. I fumbled for my phone. Its screen, a beacon in the sudden blackness. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type. I tried to call Chloe, but there was no service. Panic seized me. This felt too convenient, too deliberate. Then I heard it, a faint click at my front door. My new deadbolt. It was unmistakable. Someone was trying to get in. My blood turned to ice. I scrambled off the couch, my heart hammering against my ribs, and tried to be as silent as possible. I knew I could not outrun him, not in the dark. I had to hide. I darted into my bedroom, slipping into the closet, pulling the door almost shut, leaving just a sliver of an opening. I held my breath, clutching my phone, my thumb hovering over the 911 button. The front door creaked open. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, echoing softly in the profound silence of the power outage. He was inside. Again. I heard him move into the living room. A soft thud. He was touching something. My mind screamed. The bird. He is moving the bird again. Then, his voice, a low, calm whisper that sent a cold shiver through every cell in my body. Sarah, are you home? He knew I was there. He was not just breaking in, he was hunting. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my face. I could hear his footsteps moving closer, towards the hallway, towards my bedroom, my sanctuary. I could hear the creak of my bedroom door opening, the soft rustle of clothes as he moved around inside, the faint, sweet, and metallic scent of him, growing stronger. He was in my room. He was meters away from me, separated only by a thin closet door. I heard him stop. I imagined him standing there, in the dark, just listening, waiting. My own breathing was ragged, shallow. I pressed myself against the back of the closet, trying to disappear into the clothes hanging around me. Then, a soft, almost imperceptible sound. A click. My phone, still clutched in my hand, vibrated. It was a text message from Mark. I know you are here. Sarah, why are you hiding? My heart stopped. He was not just in my apartment. He was watching me right now through the camera, or he was outside, watching my phone. He had found me. I heard his footsteps move away from the closet, back towards the door. The sound of him leaving, the front door closing softly. The silence returned. Thick and suffocating. I did not move for what felt like hours. When Chloe finally called, her voice frantic, saying the power was back on and she had been worried sick. I could barely speak. She came over immediately, finding me still huddled in my closet, trembling. The camera footage was chilling. It showed Mark entering my apartment, calm as day, using a key. He walked straight to the camera, looked directly into the lens, and smiled. Then, he unplugged it. The text message had been sent moments before he unplugged it. A final taunt. I moved the next day. I packed only the essentials, leaving behind almost everything, unable to bear the thought of anything in my apartment being tainted by him. I moved to a different city, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I tried to erase myself from the world, to become a ghost. I never used Tinder again. Every friendly face, every casual question felt like a potential trap. Every new acquaintance, every unexpected text, Every subtle shift in my new anonymous apartment brought back the dread, because sometimes the monster is not under your bed. He is the charming guy you swiped right on, and he has already made himself at home. And he might just be waiting for you to make yourself at home again, too. Let us move along to the next moment. The cold plastic of the steering wheel was my only anchor. Terror of physical weight on my neck. Mark's chilling words. A Honda Civic. Good choice still echoed, making my car, my sanctuary, feel like a flimsy tin can. I just needed to get out, but then I saw him. Mark was at my driver's window, his face illuminated by the neon glow, smiling. A slow, predatory baring of teeth. He tapped, tap, 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 and my heart leaped. Leaving so soon, he asked, tracing a crude heart on the fogged glass, a sickening, intimate claim. He pointed to the ground, my pink charity 5K bracelet, a damning splash of color tying me to this night. As he bent to retrieve it, his eyes never left mine. I slammed the gas, tires squealed, but he darted in front. I just wanted to give you this, he said, holding up something small, metallic, glinting my spare key. The one hidden under my bumper. My stomach dropped. He lied smoothly about me dropping it, but the implication was a punch to the gut. He had not found it, he would taken it or copied it. He knew my car, he knew where I hid my spare. He knew me. How had this date spiraled so terrifyingly out of control? It had all started so innocently, with a Tinder swipe. Mark's profile was good, his messages charming, the rusty mug seemed safe. But his smile felt too wide in person, his grip on my hand too possessive. We talked, but then he started asking questions that felt too personal, too soon. So you live alone? Sarah, he would ask, his eyes fixed on mine. Then the casual comment that chilled me to the bone. I saw your Honda Civic in the parking lot. Now, he stood there, my spare key glinting mockingly in his hand, a chilling trophy. My breath caught, lodged somewhere deep in my throat. My Honda Civic, my reliable, unassuming Honda Civic, suddenly felt like a fishbowl, and I was the goldfish, trapped, staring out at a shark. My key, I stammered, the words barely a whisper. My mind raced, trying to piece together the shattered fragments of my evening. He could not have known the spare key, hidden in a magnetic box, tucked just behind the bumper, a trick my dad taught me for emergencies. Nobody knew, except for me. And now, Mark, his smile widened, not with warmth, but with a cold, triumphant satisfaction. Yeah, this little guy, he said, jingling it softly, the sound a tiny metallic chime that resonated like a death knell in the silent parking lot. Must have fallen out when you were getting in. Lucky I saw it. Lucky? The word tasted like ash. There was no luck involved. He was lying. I knew it. He knew it. And the terrifying part was, he did not care that I knew. He was playing with me, a cat with a mouse, dangling my security right in front of my face. My hand instinctively went to the door lock, pressing it down even though I knew it was already locked. A futile gesture, a desperate attempt to create a barrier that had already been breached. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage. I needed to get out of here. Now. Thanks. I forced out, my voice trembling. I really need to go. Oh, I know, he said, his eyes never leaving mine. You looked like you were in a hurry. But I could not let you leave without this, could I? He gestured with the key, then, with a horrifying slowness, he reached forward and pressed it against the glass of my window, right over where I imagined my own heart to be. The cold metal against the glass sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. Have a safe drive home. Sarah, he said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate tone that made my skin crawl. Do not want you getting stuck outside your own place, do we? The implication hung in the air, thick and suffocating. He was not just giving me back my key, he was telling me he knew where I lived. He was telling me he could get in He was telling me I was not safe. My foot was already on the gas, trembling. He was still standing there, a dark silhouette against the flickering neon sign of the rusty mug. I saw an opening, a narrow gap between his imposing figure and the car parked next to mine. It was now or never, without another thought. I floored it. The Honda lurched forward, tires squealing in protest, spitting gravel. Mark, who had been leaning casually against my car, was caught off guard, stumbling back with a surprised grunt. I did not look in the rearview mirror. I just drove. The parking lot was a blur of fluorescent lights and dark shapes. I swerved around the parked pickup truck, narrowly avoiding a collision, my heart still pounding like a drum solo in my chest. Out of the parking lot, onto the main street, the familiar glow of streetlights doing little to dispel the growing darkness in my mind. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly, my knuckles were white. My breath hitched in short, ragged gasps. I just needed to get home. Home, my sanctuary. Except it was not anymore. Not if he knew where I lived. Not if he had access. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror. Nothing. Just the receding lights of the restaurant. A false sense of relief washed over me, quickly replaced by a fresh wave of dread. He had not followed me immediately. That did not mean he would not. He knew where I was going. The drive, usually a mindless 15 minutes, felt like an eternity. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every car behind me felt like a predator. I kept checking my mirrors, my head swiveling, my paranoia building with every street lamp I passed. Was that him? That dark SUV, 3 cars back? No. It turned off. What about that sedan? It stayed on my tail for a little too long, its headlights burning into my back. My imagination was running wild. Fueled by adrenaline and pure, unadulterated fear, I took a few extra turns, just to be sure. A left, then another left, looping back onto a parallel street. My neighborhood was quiet, tree-lined, usually comforting. Tonight it felt eerily silent, the houses dark and watchful. Finally, my street, my house. It stood there, a beacon of familiarity, but the comfort was gone, replaced by a cold knot in my stomach. I pulled into the driveway, the crunch of gravel under my tires, sounding like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. I did not waste a second. Engine off, keys out. I practically leaped from the car, fumbling with my house key. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. The front door swung open, and I rushed inside, slamming it shut behind me, twisting the deadbolt, then the chain lock. My back pressed against the wood, my chest heaving. I was home. I was safe. But was I? The thought of the spare key, the one Mark had just so casually dangled, was a poisoned arrow in my mind. He had not given it back to me. He would shown it to me. He still had it, or he would copied it, or he would simply taken mine and replaced it with a dummy. Either way, the message was clear. My home was no longer impenetrable. I stumbled through the living room, flipping on every light switch I could find. Lamps, overhead lights, even the kitchen lights. I needed brightness. A desperate attempt to push back the shadows that felt like they were closing in around me. My phone. I needed to call someone. The police? What would I even tell them? My Tinder date showed me my spare car key and implied he knows where I live. It sounded flimsy, like a bad movie plot. They would tell me to change my locks, maybe, and then what? He had not actually done anything yet. My fingers trembled as I scrolled through my contacts. Emily, my best friend. She would know what to do, or at least she would listen. I pressed call, holding the phone to my ear, listening to the agonizingly slow rings. 1, 2, 3, come on. Gnome, pick up. Hey. Sarah. What is up? Late night. Emily's cheerful voice was a balm, but also a stark contrast to the terror seizing me. when something really bad happened. I choked out, my voice cracking. Tears, hot and stinging, finally welled up, blurring my vision. I recounted the entire evening, from the initial unease at the rusty mug, to Mark's chilling appearance at my car window, the heart on the glass, the bracelet, and finally, the spare key. Emily listened patiently, her initial cheerfulness slowly replaced by a growing alarm in her tone. "He had your spare key." "Sarah." "The one under your bumper?" she asked, her voice sharp with disbelief. "He said I dropped it, but I did not. He took it. He knew where it was." I sobbed, the full weight of the violation crashing down on me. Okay, calm down. "Take a deep breath," she instructed, her voice firm but kind. "You are home now. Are all your doors and windows locked?" "Everything." I triple-checked. I lied. I had not triple-checked. I would just slam the door and locked it. "Good." "Sarah, you need to call the police. This is stalking. He knows where you live. He has a key to your car, which means he could have copied it for your house too." Her words articulated my worst fears. A key to my car was one thing, a key to my home was another. But what if they do not believe me? He did not actually do anything. He just showed me the key. "Sarah, he implied he knows where you live, and he has been watching you. That is enough. At the very least, you need to change your locks immediately. Can you stay at my place tonight?" The offer was tempting, but a new wave of paranoia washed over me. What if he was watching the house? What if he saw me leave? What if he was already inside? No, I do not want to leave. What if he is out there? What if he sees me? And what if he is already in? The last part was a whisper, a terrifying thought that had just solidified in my mind. A beat of silence on the other end. "Sarah, you are scaring me now. Are you sure you are alone?" "I do not know. I just came in. I have not checked anything." My eyes darted around the brightly lit living room, then to the dark hallway leading to the bedrooms. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak of the old house amplified. "Okay, stay on the phone with me. Go check. Slowly, carefully, and if you see anything out of place, you scream and I call 911. Got it, I whispered, my voice barely audible. I started with the living room, scanning every corner, every piece of furniture. Nothing. The kitchen next. The dishes were still in the sink from breakfast, the counter cluttered with mail. Everything was as I would left it. My paranoia eased slightly, just enough to make the next step even harder. The hallway. The hallway was dark, leading to my bedroom and the guest bathroom. I took a deep breath, clutching my phone like a lifeline, and slowly, deliberately, reached for the light switch. The fluorescent hum of the hallway light flickered on, illuminating the narrow space. Nothing. Just the familiar coat rack, the framed prints on the wall, my bedroom. This was the one, the most personal space, the one that felt most vulnerable. I pushed open the door slowly, my heart thudding against my ribs. The room was dark, the curtains drawn. I reached for the lamp on my bedside table, my hand shaking so much I almost missed it. Click. Light flooded the room. My bed, still unmade from this morning. My dresser. My closet door, slightly ajar, as always. Everything seemed normal. Too normal. I think it is clear, I said, my voice still shaky. Everything looks okay. Thank God, she breathed, relief evident in her voice. Okay, now what? You still need to deal with this key situation. I know. I will call a locksmith first thing tomorrow. Maybe the police too. I do not know what to do right now. My gaze drifted to the window, the heavy curtains drawn tight. But were they tight enough? Could someone be watching from outside? A sudden movement caught my eye, a flicker of something in the periphery. My breath hitched again. I spun around, my eyes wide, scanning the room. Nothing. Just my own reflection in the dark window pane. You are being paranoid. Sarah, it is just your imagination. But the voice of reason was drowned out by the primal scream of fear. Mark knew where I lived. He had my key. He was a predator. I walked over to the window, slowly, cautiously, my phone still pressed to my ear. I peeled back a corner of the curtain, just a tiny sliver. The street was dark, quiet. The streetlights cast long, eerie shadows. My car was still in the driveway. Everything seemed normal. Then I saw it. Something was on my porch, right next to my front door. It was small, dark, and utterly out of place. My stomach plummeted. I whispered, my voice barely audible. There is something on my porch. What is it? Can you see? I pulled the curtain back a little further, straining to see in the dim light. It was a small, brown paper bag, like a lunch bag. And on top of it, something pink, my pink Charity 5K bracelet. The one Mark had picked up in the parking lot. My blood ran cold. He had not just seen me get home. He had followed me. He had come to my door. He had left something. It is my bracelet. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. He left it on my porch. And a bag. A bag. What kind of bag? Emily's voice was sharp, urgent. Just a brown paper bag, like a lunch bag. Sarah, do not open that door. Do you hear me? Do not touch it. Call 911. Now, her words snapped me out of my stunned terror. This was not just a creepy date anymore. This was a full-blown invasion of my personal space, a direct threat. He had not just watched me. He had been here at my front door. My fingers fumbled for the phone. App, dialing 911. My heart felt like it was going to burst through my chest. The police dispatcher's calm voice was a stark contrast to my frantic gasps. 911, what is your emergency? My name is Sarah Jensen. I am at my address. I think I am being stalked. My date tonight, he followed me home. He left something on my porch. My spare car key is missing, and he showed it to me. I tried to get the words out coherently, but they tumbled over each other. Okay. Imps. Jensen, please stay calm. Can you tell me what he left on your porch? It is my pink charity bracelet and a brown paper bag. Do you know what is inside the bag? No. I have not touched it. I am inside my house. All the doors are locked. Good. Stay inside. Do not open the door. We are sending an officer to your location now. Can you describe the individual? I gave them Mark's description, his car, everything I could remember. The dispatcher kept me on the line, her steady voice, a lifeline in the swirling chaos of my mind. Emily was still on the other line too, a silent, comforting presence. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Every shadow outside, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept peeking through the curtain, my eyes glued to the porch, to the sinister brown bag and the innocent pink bracelet. He could still be out there, watching. Then, I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible click from the direction of my back door. My blood ran cold. The back door. I had not checked the back door. In my frantic rush to lock the front, I had completely forgotten about the sliding glass door that led to my small backyard. My breath hitched. I could not move. My phone was still pressed to my ear, the dispatcher's voice, a distant hum. Click. There it was, again, louder this time. A distinct, metallic sound, like a lock being disengaged. He was in my backyard. He was trying to get in. He had a key, my spare house key, copied from my car key. Or maybe he just had a lockpick set. It did not matter. He was there, dispatcher. I hissed into the phone, my voice raw with terror. He is at my back door. I heard a click. He is trying to get in. Imms. Jensen, are you sure? Did you lock the back door? I do not remember. I just got in through the front. Oh my God. He is going to get in. Panic surged, making my chest tight, my vision swim. Stay calm. Imms. Jensen, officers are just minutes away. Get to a safe place in your home. Do you have a bedroom with a solid lock you can get into? My bedroom, the one I had just checked, it had a small, flimsy lock, the kind you could probably kick in easily, but it was a lock. I dropped my phone on the sofa, still connected to 911, and scrambled towards the hallway. My legs felt like lead, my heart a frantic drum. I burst into my bedroom, slamming the door shut, fumbling with the tiny lock. It clicked into place with a pathetic little sound. I backed away from the door, my eyes wide, darting around the room. I needed a weapon. Anything? My hands scrabbled for the heavy ceramic lamp on my bedside table. It was heavy enough, a pathetic defense, but it was all I had. Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. Then, a faint, scraping sound from the back of the house. He was definitely there. He was trying to get in. My mind raced. What if he got in? What would he do? The questions he would ask. So, you live alone. Sarah. His possessive grip, his chilling smile, the crude heart on my car window. It all coalesced into a terrifying picture of what he wanted. He wanted me. He wanted to violate my space, my sense of safety, my very being. I pressed myself against the wall, lamp held aloft, my eyes glued to the bedroom door. Every creak of the house, every distant siren, felt like a direct threat. Then, the scraping stopped. A new sound, a soft thump, like something heavy landing on the ground. My breath hitched. Was he inside? Had he gotten past the back door? The silence stretched, agonizing and thick. I could hear my own ragged breathing, a frantic thump of my heart. Then, a voice, low, close, from outside my bedroom door. Sarah. It was Mark. His voice, calm and even, sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. He sounded so normal, like he was just a neighbor, dropping by for a chat. I know you are in there. Sarah. My blood ran cold. He was in my house, my home. He had crossed the threshold. The flimsy lock on my bedroom door felt like tissue paper. I just wanted to make sure you got home safe, and to give you your bracelet back. His voice was muffled, but clear. It was right outside my door. Tears streamed down my face, silent and hot. I gripped the lamp tighter, my knuckles white. You know, Sarah, he continued, his voice taking on a slightly playful yet utterly terrifying tone. You really should not leave your back door unlocked. It is not safe. He knew. He knew it was unlocked. He had just confirmed it. He was not just outside my room. He was in my house. A new sound. A soft clink, like metal on wood. My bedroom doorknob. My eyes widened in terror. He was trying the knob. The pathetic lock held. For now, it is okay. Sarah, we can talk. Just open the door. His voice was a soft coaxing, a predator's lullaby. I pressed myself harder against the wall, trying to become invisible. I could not scream. My throat was tight with fear. Then, a sudden loud thump against the door. Not a kick, but like he had leaned against it, testing its strength. The flimsy lock groaned. Sarah, do not be like this. I just want to talk. His voice was no longer coaxing. It was tinged with a dangerous impatience. My phone, I had dropped it on the sofa. Was 911 still on the line? Was Emily? Had they heard him? Another thump. Harder this time. The door visibly shuttered. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself. And then, just as I thought the door would splinter, I heard it. Screaming sirens, faint at first, then growing rapidly louder. Approaching fast. Mark went silent. I held my breath, straining to hear. The sirens grew deafening, pulling up right outside my house. Red and blue lights flashed through the gaps in my curtains, painting the room in a strobe of urgent color. A frantic scuffling sound from the other side of the door. Not a thump, but a desperate, hurried movement. Then, the sound of my front door being kicked in, followed by booming voices. Police. Freeze. Hands up. I heard a startled grunt, a crash. Then more shouting, more commotion. I stayed frozen, lamp still held high, for what felt like an eternity. The sounds outside my room were a cacophony of police commands, struggling and heavy thuds. Finally, a knock on my bedroom door. Gentle this time. Imms. Jensen. Sarah. It is the police. Are you in there? Are you safe? A male voice, firm but reassuring. I dropped the lamp with a clatter, my legs giving out. I crawled to the door, fumbling with the lock. It clicked open. The door swung inwards, revealing a police officer, his face grim, his hand on his holstered weapon. Behind him, 2 more officers were securing Mark, who was struggling, handcuffed, his face contorted in a snarl. He saw me, his eyes dark and cold, met mine. And for a fleeting second, his predatory smile returned, a silent promise that this was not over. I stumbled out of the room, collapsing into the arms of the officer, sobbing uncontrollably. They led Mark out, past my shattered front door, past the brown paper bag and my pink bracelet on the porch. He was yelling something I could not quite make out, something about a misunderstanding, about just wanting to return my things. But his eyes, they never left mine. The police took my statement, carefully documented everything. They found the spare car key in his pocket. They confirmed the back door had been jimmied but not fully opened. He had been trying to get in when the sirens hit. He had been about to succeed. They told me I was lucky. Lucky the dispatcher had heard the click when I dropped the phone. Lucky Emily had stayed on the line and confirmed my distress. Lucky they got there when they did. But as I sat on my sofa, wrapped in a blanket, watching the forensics team dust for prints, I did not feel lucky. My home was violated. My sanctuary was gone. My sense of safety shattered. They patched up the front door, boarded it up temporarily, but the real damage was not to the wood. It was to me. I changed my locks the very next day. All of them. I installed a security system. I even got a dog. But every creak of the house, every shadow, every unexpected sound sent a jolt of fear through me. Mark was charged, stalking, attempted breaking, and entering, but even behind bars, his presence lingered. The image of his predatory smile, the glint of my spare key, the crude heart on my car window. I deleted Tinder. I stopped online dating. The world suddenly felt like a much darker, more dangerous place. I was safe, for now. But I knew, deep down, that the terror had not truly ended. It had simply gone dormant, and I would forever live with the chilling knowledge that somewhere out there, a man I barely knew believed he knew me intimately, and that he had found a way into my life, and almost into my home. Thank you for listening to Daily Story, and for supporting real storytelling. Thank you for taking this moment to listen. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. We appreciate your presence more than you know.